It's Scottsdale in January, where legends roll, records break, and history crosses the block. It's been a great week so far. The excitement is building, so let's get to it. And welcome to our Barrett-Jackson Auction pre-show live from Scottsdale, Arizona. We have the best crowds here. We're surrounded by legendary cars and, of course, legendary men as well. We have Craig Jackson, CEO of Barrett-Jackson, and Steve Davis, president. Now, before we get into today's cars, I want to look back to yesterday. We've had a lot of six-figure cars hitting, and this one was a big one. 1968 Camaro sell for $185,000. Did that surprise you, Craig?
You know, what I liked about it is most of them nowadays are LS or LT. This is a big block. This is old school, but high tech. And I think that's what people like, the workmanship on it, all the components that were put into it, but having that big block under the hood.
Right now, Steve, Thursday kind of felt like a Friday here at Barrett-Jackson.
Absolutely, April. Thursday in past has been kind of, well, wait and see, can't wait for Friday. We had a Friday yesterday. Absolutely incredible. Great cars, lots of excitement, and very, very special moments for everybody, especially lot 777.
Right.
And that's one of those deals where I have this little game I play in the middle of the night. We're working on the docket, and 777 is always going to be good luck. And a 57 Nomad, a 57 37, so I kind of watching that in my own little world up there, rolls across the auction block and rocks the house for $175,000. So unbelievable.
It was incredible. That's a lucky number. Craig, what are we looking forward to seeing today?
Well, we have David Spade's truck, which I did a piece on it at the corporate headquarters, 1978 Ford F-250 Ranger extended cab. So this is a big truck for him to be driving around Los Angeles. He said he always wanted one. He found one that's all original, but in beautiful condition. There's a picture of it right there. And he is just a hoot to do a first look with.
Right.
And some of his comments, if you didn't watch on our website, his first look, you should check it out. He is a comedian without a script, just funny and a pure car guy. He loves this stuff. He brings a car like every year, every other year, and grew up here in Scottsdale, and real gearhead. Love him.
He's definitely a big car guy, that's for sure. And when we're looking at customized trucks, Steve, what do you think is important to focus on the trends throughout Barrett-Jackson with these customized trucks?
Well, you think about what has happened at Barrett-Jackson, the evolution of just about everything. When we think about resto mods, nobody in their wildest dreams were thinking about resto modding K10 Blazers or Broncos, and now it's a staple. People say, well, that's a blip on the screen. Well, I think the reality is it's here to stay, as we prove every single auction, and you see it across the board. We started selling those cool Broncos on Wednesday even, Craig.
That Scout, I thought, was astounding, and obviously they loved it because it broke the bank. But the workmanship and doing cars or SUVs that are not the normal, I think, is becoming more and more popular. You just don't see these, I would say, sort of orphans that get that kind of love. And seeing that, the audience really appreciates it. And it's very unique.
Right, absolutely. Now, Steve, tell me about January in Scottsdale. We've got 4 auctions throughout the year, but this one is just a little bit more special, right?
This is what I like to call the mothership. Everything we do revolves around and evolves from this incredible thing here. The excitement, the DNA that lives and breathes throughout this event from some incredible people, some with us today, some no longer with us, but their memory lives on. Just an amazing thing, and I've had thousands of people literally over the years. I've watched it on TV forever, but when I got here, oh my God, I had no idea. And that's really the takeaway. The electric, environment, the excitement, the anticipation, everything. You got to see it to believe it.
Absolutely. Now, we are going to take a quick break. Steve, I know you got to get back to work. We've got great crowds here, of course, all throughout the week at Barrett-Jackson. And coming up, we've got a very special guest. He knows muscle cars better than people know their own birthdays. AI studies his brain for displacement knowledge. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We are set up in the salon here. It is a beautiful place to be, surrounded by legendary muscle. And of course, we are welcoming Steve Menyante for the first time back to our history audience. The crowd loves to see you back, Steve. It's been a while. How does it feel to be back?
Fantastic to be back. And I have to say, I had a 3-year ordeal, and I'm thankful to all the people who were positive wishes, and of course the medical professionals who kept my lights on. Happy to be here and thankful for all of that. But it's great to be here again with Craig and everybody on the crew.
Oh, that's right. Craig, how does it feel to have Steve back? Because he's an integral part of the broadcast, of course.
It is. And on a personal level, we are just so thankful that you came out of that and are as sharp as ever. The broadcast, it just was missing that Menyante touch. And we're so grateful that you're back here with us, healthy and ready for your insight.
And how.
There.
All right, well, now that we have Steve here, we're going to dig into some muscle cars that we're going to see today, like this one right here. Let's roll that 1969 Camaro Z28 RS. Steve, what makes this one particularly special?
Well, it's Jerry McNish certified. It's a real car, not a clone, not a tribute. Has the cross ram, numbers matching everything. It's the best of the best.
Yep. And these are one of the main examples of why we have our experts look at the cars. Probably one of the most knocked off cars, that and 427, 435 horsepower Corvettes. As we say, there's more now than there were in 67. Same with DZ block 420 cross ram cars, four-wheel disc brake cars. That's why we have the experts go through them and make sure they are the right car so you can bid with confidence.
That's right. Now, Steve, I'm going to move forward to the 1970 Hemi Cuda. Now, the Hemi, that's a pretty famous name.
Oh, it sure is. It's something that Chrysler put into production to win the Daytona 500 in 1964. That was what it was for. And, of course, went onto the street in 66, went up in the Barracuda in 1970. And here you have it here, the Hemi Cuda, the legendary muscle car, the most legendary Mopar muscle car of all.
Right now, Craig, this is the first year for the Cuda. You got that sweet shaker hood. What sticks out to you on this particular car?
The pistol grip 4-speed that they're showing right now, it checks all the boxes. When it was ordered new, somebody thought, okay, I want a performance car. They're not under the radar with that shaker sticking up through the hood. But, a Hemi is one of those cars. There's two cars that are my collection, I say, are the real deal. A Hemi Cuda and a ZL1.
Ooh.
They both do what they're supposed to do. And you put the pedal down and those little skinny tires just light up.
That's right. Now, I'm going to switch it around because I got a serious question for you, Steve Maggs. 2016 Viper ACR, is that a muscle car? Can we call that?
Well, it's a muscle car and a sports car. Certainly it handles like a sports car, but it hauls butt like a muscle car for sure. It's a muscle car with no doubt. 6-speed manual transmission, a lot to love.
Now, Craig, these are very serious cars. Old school analog. Is this the last of a dying breed? Let's take a look at it.
These are great, especially the last year's, the ACRs being very coveted cars. And we have a great selection of Vipers, selling a pair of Vipers tomorrow. So Vipers have really come in. Fun fact, my first new car was a 96 Dodge Viper, and I still have it.
Wow, you still kept it. That's a big...
Actually, 97. First year they made the hardtop air conditioning, and I love the car. That's why I never sold it.
Now I'm going to move on. 1959 Custom Nova. Does this make a wagons cool on this 55 Nomad right here?
The Nomad is one of the premier 50s cars, 3 years, 55, 6, and 7. This one's modified. A lot to love here. The Pro Touring, in effect. Beautiful colors. Love the wheels.
Love the colors.
Now, what does the customization do to the value of these cars, Craig?
In the old days, everybody said, keep them stock, keep them stock. But resto modding these cars and customizing them, they'll bring a lot more money than a stock car, unless it was a factory fueler. But the workmanship and the creativity and how clean, I love how clean this build is.
Right, and this is part of the Centerpoint collection. We always have a lot of great collections here at Barrett-Jackson.
Across the board, we believe in it, and we have numbers matching cars, custom cars. Whether you want one that you want to take and show, or you want one that you can take and drive, or buy one of each.
That's right. Oh, we love to see that. Now, Steve, you have an important job today, picking apart the cars, going across the block, telling our audience throughout the day the really cool things about them. Craig, you'll be up on the block as well. So you're staying here. You got to take off. And next up, that was just a taste of American muscle, but we have a lot more than that here at Barrett-Jackson. We're going to dig into in just a moment, so stick with us. Welcome back to our Barrett-Jackson auction pre-show. The cars have already been crossing the block today, and we're so excited to take a look at what we've been missing so far. We're going to check in with one of the voices that's the most respected in the classic car world, and one of the best looking guys on our team. We've got Mike Joy and Tyler Hoover. What's good, guys? What did we miss?
Thanks, April. You're too kind. They started selling cars today, over an hour ago. And here on the auction block, unlike other collector car auctions, every single car on the block will sell at no reserve. Today's high seller so far, a 58 Cadillac, followed by a 69 E-Jaguar and a 67 Mustang. But Tyler, we saw a 70s Chevy Blazer, beautifully done, plaid upholstery, do $130,000 already. So I think we're looking for big things today.
Pretty impressive. I'll take the beauty over brains, obviously, from April. So thank you on that, April. But yeah, already knocking on the door, 200 grand before lunch on Friday. Pretty incredible, and it's just going to get even more insane as the day goes on.
Now, a little while ago, a Porsche 930 with a fiberglass slant nose conversion did 6 figures. Porsches have been really hot. They are practically depreciation proof here at Barrett-Jackson, and I'm really looking forward to seeing a 930 that's coming up on the block. Here it is, very, very stock appearing with its turbocharged 3.3 liter. And of course, in 1982, they all had 4-speed manuals. The 5-speed was still a bit away. There's the big T-tray on the back, the intercooler underneath. I kind of think this one was going to rock the block.
I love a good whale tail there, and that late boost from the turbo hits just crazy on those cars. But I love the star cars, and we have a lot crossing the block, including an Eleanor today, a really nice Eleanor. I like that he used the old school 427 V8 under the hood, but it's still modernized in all the right ways. So you see that pepper gray, the body kits, that look from the Gone in 60 Seconds film in the late 90s, which is now over 25 years ago. They recently celebrated the anniversary. But this one done just right, upgraded in all the right places. Still a manual transmission, and they have that Go Baby Go button in the interior. So you see that Cobra engine there under the hood. There is the, that big, exaggerated Shelby body kit taken to a next level with that body. It's just so cool. And more star cars to come. We also have a Bullet tribute coming, along with plenty of Bandit edition Smokey the Bandit Trans Ams.
I love seeing that period speed equipment. That is terrific. Our high sale of the day is already around $180,000. Will we see the hammer fall at $250,000 or more today? Stay tuned.
Those are some sweet rides right there. Now, back at the desk in here in the salon area, we couldn't do this show without the one and only Rick DeBrule. Welcome to the set. You've been a staple at Barrett-Jackson for quite some time.
Well, this is my 24th year doing the television broadcast, but I attended my first Barrett-Jackson event probably in 1980. So I'm closing in on almost 50 years of just being at Barrett-Jackson. Point being, I was coming here even before they were paying me to come here.
That's right, and Craig, Barrett-Jackson has been on the air on television for 30 years this year. That's quite some time.
It is. Live television, we started with Speed Vision, went into when they acquired Speed for almost 20 years, then Discovery, Velocity. The Speed era, Speed Vision was fantastic. cutting that deal. They launched January 1st, 1996, and 2 weeks later, we did live tape because they weren't sure they could do it live, but first 2 weeks, aired it live that evening and live ever since. I see the footage. Wow. I was a lot younger back then.
Say, who was that young guy?
Who was that
block?
young guy? I took over when I was 35 years old, and we started the live TV. We've always streamed. We've always been on the internet. We were on since '94. If you're at home, follow us on the web. It's a great companion, or on the app. Get all the details. You can see what just sold. So that is a great companion to the live broadcast here on the History Channel and on FYI.
That's right. And Craig, I want to switch gears for just a little bit because charity has been such a huge, important impact here at Barrett-Jackson, raising almost $170 million throughout the years. I want to take a look at one specifically that's going across today. It's Ryan Blaney's 2005 Ford GT. Can you tell me about this one?
Yes, and Ryan was supposed to be here today, but he is not able to fly today from where they're at, the storm. He has got this car donated, and it's going for the Ryan Blaney Foundation, which is for Alzheimer's, concussions, brain injuries. It's because of his father. And, these are one of the hottest cars right now. The analog 3-pedal 05, 06s, great car with a great cause.
Now, Rick, we also have one more charity car. Well, it's a charity truck, 1972 C50. Have you ever seen anything like it?
We see a lot of C10 customs rolling across the block, C20s.
Yep.
I have never, ever seen a C50, and this thing is amazing. When you see it from a distance, it looks like, oh, well, that's kind of a big pickup truck, and then you get up close to it, and this was actually built on a dump truck chassis. It started life as a dump truck. Now it's been converted into what looks like a massive pickup truck, and look underneath. I mean, you could literally eat off that chassis. Everything is so clean. Inside, boy, it is super comfortable. It's got, a bench seat, but it sits like buckets because of the center console they've got in there. Plenty of horsepower, but once again, I love the journey to think about the fact that started as a dump truck, and today it's going to raise money for a great cause here at Barrett-Jackson.
And a great customer sponsored it. Constance Nunez built the car, so, it's got a great pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, it's just an example of not just the types of cars, but I mean, you look at that Ford GT. It's one thing to get a vehicle donated. To have somebody say, I'm going to donate a Ford GT, a high-dollar, top-tier collectible car, that's what Barrett-Jackson can attract.
Right, that's pretty wild. I want to take a look at one last car, 1970 Olds 442. What does that mean?
Well, of course, 442 has meant different things over the years. What's significant about this is the high water mark for this car. This 1970, it's a W30, got those plastic inner fenders. But what's really significant about this is not only has it been restored immaculately, but it has all the paperwork documenting this car and how special it is.
All right, we've had a great pre-show. We got to get you guys all to the block. We've got a ton of block coverage, and it is live, like you were talking about earlier, throughout the entire day. Fantastic crowds here. We love to see you. We're going to reset for just a moment, and we'll see you on the other side.
It is Friday in the Valley of the Sun. Beautiful scenery, but it's the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. And the scenery all has four wheels and sometimes more. And it is beautiful. They roll through the staging lanes and onto this auction block, and they all find new homes at no reserve. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Joy, and I'll guide you through these next 4.5 hours of coverage on the History Channel, patrolling the block, give you the details on these cars. Rick DeBrule, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose will have special features and previews out in the staging lanes. It's going to be a fun ride, so buckle up. Here's a 1960 Plymouth Fury Custom Coupe, disassembled the bare metal and built to resemble a 1960s race car.
One very special year, 1960, for Plymouth and Dodge, unitized construction. In place of body-on-frame, which was used in 59 before, this has the optional flight suite deck, the AKA toilet seat till cover there, but it's not functional, but it is attractive, I guess. You choose.
Boy, this is the ultimate in the fin era. I mean, you think about the 1959 Cadillac, and then you look at this Plymouth Fury Custom Coupe. Now, the fins are just massive.
$46,000 for that 730 horsepower Plymouth built on an Art Morrison chassis. Now here's a special Mustang. This is a 71 Mach 1, but it's also a 429 Super Cobra Jet drag pack car.
Well, all new era for Mustang, the large Mustang. They never got bigger than this. This was all over by 1974 when the Mustang 2 came along, but the only year right here, 71, when the 429 could be had in the Mustang. 351 and smaller for 72 beyond, but 71 is the big year. 429 power, Super Cobra Jet in this one here.
Yeah, it's a true J code car. J, of course, being the designation in the VIN number, the 5th digit that says exactly what engine it was born with. And having the J means it is a real deal Cobra Jet. Of course, by now, if you wanted performance within the Ford world, you weren't going for Shelby, right? But the Mach 1 came out in 1969. It essentially brought the end of the Shelby world, the GT350s and the GT400s. There was a Shelby available in 1970, but not 1971. This was your only performance option.
And their Emirates Coupes actually do work. They feed into a duct which is located under the hood skin, and you can see it right here. Pick it up, and there she blows. Right there, the air goes into this and then feeds into the air filter element right here. The rubber duct there seals it to the scoop to get better induction. Aluminum valve covers on a J code only. This is a Marty certified car. It's also a 391 traction lock drag pack car, built for drag racing.
Now there are some collectors who buy odometers with low numbers, and this is one. This Grabber Blue Beauty has less than 5,400 miles on the clock.
And we always wonder, what's the story? How did it get put away? Why wasn't it driven? I mean, you realize this car, you know, from 1971 has been carefully cared for, and yet they didn't drive it. I'm not sure how you do that.
This one was built at the Dearborn Assembly Plant to be an internal Ford test vehicle for much of its life, and it sells for $58,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium. Go on the company's website, Barrett-Jackson.com, to see what all the cars have sold for so far and get a good idea of what is coming to the block. Like this 67 Chevrolet Corvette powered by a big block V8 and 4-speed close ratio transmission.
Well, second year for the 427 in the Corvette. This is a not low performance version, but basically the base one with the iron intake manifold and 390 horsepower versus the 435 horse tri-power car, which is a whole different critter, but you know, more docile for daily driving. It has the 4-speed, the M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed transmission.
You know, the ultimate evolution of the mid-year Corvette comes out in 1963 in this Stingray shape. Got to remember, the first generation, the C1s, there was no hardtop. So when they brought this out, the concept of having the coupe and such a sleek-looking coupe really changed everything. And I sometimes point out, when you look at the body styling for 1963, when the Stingray body first comes out, it doesn't look like anything else on the planet at that point. You know, you look back at the European stuff, and it was a much more rounded. You know, they thought they were doing a more flowing look. So to come up with the creases that you see in the body lines right here, the very sharp nose, the edge on the front of the car, this was completely different than everything else on the market.
The knockoff wheels are functional. Behind those spinners are some hubs. You knock them off, and behind them are splined stubs. Behind those stubs are bolt-on adapters, so the disc brakes actually do have studs and lug nuts behind the knockoff fixture. But again, a cool detailed P40 knockoff wheel.
You have to love the Restomod craze, where they're taking, you know, mid-year Corvettes and doing amazing things with it. But I love originality.
Boy, that's a good buy for a big block Corvette. $65,000. Let's go up to Tyler Hoover.
I'm outside, and it is perfect weather to have a drop-top Mercedes. And this one is one of my favorites, a 2012 Mercedes SLS AMG. And this is the first car AMG was able to design from the ground up with a clean sheet of paper. Before this, they were tuning existing Mercedes cars. So this is the first, and it's also the car where they brought back gull-wing doors, but not on the Roadsters. Just like the original Mercedes gull-wing, the Roadsters that came later didn't have those fancy doors, but still a pretty incredible machine. This one in Mercedes Racing Silver. You see sort of the Designo two-tone colors in the interior. It's also the first Mercedes sports car to have a dual clutch transmission, same as what you'd find in Ferraris. But the really cool part is under the hood, and that's what makes these things kind of an instant classic. It's the last to offer this 6.3 liter V8 underhood, that old school naturally aspirated kind of Mercedes German muscle car engine, but it actually starts all the way back here. So this is the start of the block, which makes it technically mid-engine, even though the engine's in the front, because the front wheels are so far in front of it, that nose so long. 563 horsepower on these as well. So great performance and just a great all-around car. One of my favorites.
Both rare and desirable, that Mercedes Roadster. On the block with those big factory billboard stripes. The color is tawny gold. It does look quite greenish, but it's a 71 CUDA with a factory 340 and 4-speed.
So these are what Mike was referring to as the billboard. You see them over here on the side, the big graphic that goes all the way down the side. I'll tell you what, Plymouth hated these. They were really hard to put on the assembly line.
There's the new owner, $85,000, the hammer price for that CUDA. We're going to go much newer for the CUDA's corporate cousin, the Dodge Challenger. This one, a 2022 Challenger SRT Hellcat Red-Eye wide-body jailbreak, and yes, that is the official model name.
Yeah, the wide body, of course, refers to the add-on fender flares, front and rear, wider wheels and tires, obviously, and a mighty Hellcat engine right here. And the purple juice inside of the container on the passenger side is actually the intercooler coolant, not for the radiator, but for the actual intercooler, which is right here on top of the engine. The blower's underneath it. That's the intercooler. That keeps the intercooler cool.
So what do all those things mean? Well, one of the intriguing things is what they call the jailbreak edition. What do they mean by jailbreak? Well, traditionally, when you would order a car from the manufacturer over the course of the last 25 years, you bought packages, right? You got a technology package, or you got the Red-Eye or the Hellcat package. And you were pretty much locked into what that car was going to come up with. So in terms of the way it was built, the jailbreak was where they said, you know what do you want on it? We'll just build it the way you want. We're getting towards the end of the run. We want to make it special, so that's what jailbreak stands for.
The red eye comes into play on the logo here. The eye of the demon is rendered in red on the side and on the tail.
Only 25 miles on this car's odometer.
Which is kind of hard to believe. You got 800 horsepower under the hood, more than 800 horsepower under the hood, and you've only driven it, that small amount. Why not go just a little bit further? At least do it a quarter of a mile at a time.
A lot of people mistake these cars for all-wheel drive because of the wide track and the wheel flares, but actually there's a rumor that the next generation Challenger may well have all-wheel drive. You heard it here first. It might happen. Let's hope so.
$92,000 is the hammer price for that 2022 Challenger. One great thing about the Barrett-Jackson docket, you can't predict what's coming up next. We're going to go in a totally different direction. For this 1972 Ford F-100 in California Sage, applied by Sean at WW Speed. Nice restoration, nice resto mod here.
Well, indeed, resto, as in restored looking with modifications. LS motor under the hood, which is not a bad thing. The original twin I-beam front suspension has been replaced with coilovers and four-links, so a better suspension up front, but it breaks with the original twin I-beams, which made the Ford truck the pickup with two front axles, according to the advertising writing from the 1960s and 70s. Much modified.
We see the C10s from 67 through 72 have developed quite a following. And of course, this is the 1972 version of the Ford that was competing against those. Same basic concept, kind of a blocky style in terms of what they were trying to build back then. And of course, it's an F-100. So, I mean, this is before they were doing the F-150. So this was a great look. And the fact that, of course, we see it here at Barrett-Jackson. Take a look inside the bed. Because a lot of times you'll see them, spray and bed lighted. This looks like it has never touched anything. Nobody's put anything in the back. You know, you got a fuel filler right here. You know, we look at the tailgate, fresh, everything. The chrome looks really, really nice. Haven't had a chance to look underneath at the chassis, but I'm going to guess, I bet the underneath looks just as good as it does up on top.
This is a factory shade right here. You could actually get this color from the factory in 1972 and other years. It's a popular color on Ford pickups. As a kid, I remember seeing Ford trucks wearing this on the street every day.
I love the interior. I don't know what it is about plaid in the 70s, but it speaks to me, Rick.
Yeah, there was a certain era, you know, in the earth tones. Remember that? That was huge back in the 70s. But this was obviously been modified. You see the extra section on the console down below on the dash, the console going down the center, but they've kept that same style from the 70s. I think it's a great, great look.
I've got a Triumph TR8 with a as-born plaid interior, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Love those nice Hallebrand Indy replica wheels. From Schott, 20 inches in the back, $80,000 is the hammer price. We're in the midst of 5 hours on the History Channel today, and that will be followed by 5 more hours of live coverage on FYI. Now tomorrow, we'll be on the History Channel all the way from 2 p.m. to midnight Eastern Time. Welcome back to Scottsdale. There in the staging lanes is actor-comedian David Spade's 78 Ford F-250 pickup. And he talked with Craig Jackson all about it. You're going to grin. I love this.
The gentleman standing next to me, this is his car, David Spade.
That's right.
Well, this is your truck.
Yeah,
we
that's
are
right.
so used to you bringing us Chevelles and Dusters and
Yeah.
a little.
I do have a Duster, yeah.
Tell us about the truck. It's powered by a 400 cubic inch engine, but it's been hot rodded. It's got aluminum heads on it.
Front disc brakes, power steering. 4-inch suspension might be a little hefty for some of us under 6'2". That's part of the problem. So, cool truck, love it. It's one that right when I saw it, and let's be honest, it's 90% when you see it if it's cool. Overall, one of those cool trucks that you go around and take to Circle K, but it's definitely a head turner, for sure.
So it's got 17-inch wheels on it. It's got air conditioning. It is pretty well optioned, as you said earlier. It's got a 4-inch lift at a minimum. It sits up here.
The same as I have in my shoes. Yeah, I got them at a Tom Cruise yard sale. But yeah, drives nice. You could throw some buddies in there, go to the drive-in, see Avatar. You know what, you put some people in the back, there's 10 people right there. Pony keg, Avatar, let's do it.
Best part, David Spade's Ranger is selling at no reserve at our Scottsdale auction. You can buy it right from David. You gonna sign the truck?
I'm still getting over the no reserve part.
David Spade, a great car and truck enthusiast, and his truck will come to the block here shortly. This is a 2025 Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide RR motorcycle, one of just 131 produced, that number matching the cubic inches of the engine.
Well, and we're at 6 figures. Look at the number for this. I mean, you think back to when Harley-Davidson started back in 1903. They built a motorcycle called the Model 1. I don't think they could ever have imagined that here they would have a motorcycle, a limited edition version, selling right now with the current bid at $115,000. I mean, it's a very iconic company, and what they've built over the years has always been pretty special, but boy, this is bringing amazing money here at Barrett-Jackson. I don't think we've ever seen a 6-figure motorcycle sell.
Check the odometer. I don't believe this motorcycle has been ridden since it was completed.
It's got a digital dash, so unfortunately it's not on right now, so I can't check it. But Yeah, I mean, you know, I go back to the history of the company and what it's been able to accomplish all those years.
A brand new limited edition Harley Davidson just sold for $125,000. Here's a 1955 Chevy Bel Air we previewed going to break. Done up in Oregon, a 2-year build.
LS3 engine under the hood, 526 horsepower. Let's see if we can get Cliff to lift this and see exactly what it looks like, because it's very nice. I love the nice simplistic styling on the outside, and I'd love to see what they've done on the inside as well. Come on, Cliff. You know, the problem when you get all these cars crossing the block, sometimes they've moved the actuator to lift the hood. Cliff finally had to give up. He can't find it to open it. But once again, looks great. And of course, this is the first year for the hot one. You know, this great styling and the V8 engine that would have come in this potentially.
We just got a shot of the Ferrari-inspired Eckrich grille on the front of the 55 only Chevrolet. Beautiful car. This is the short roofline, the Bel Air. Of course, great-looking car in many ways. This was born a 6-cylinder car. There's no V at the front of the VIN, and also below the tail lamps, there would be a V crest on each side to designate the V8 under the hood. But not on this one when it was originally built, but now there is one.
Now this is a huge build with an Art Morrison performance front end, a 9-inch Ford rear, Willwood disc brakes. It looks just like a 1955 Chevy Bel Air, but boy, that is all new and better underneath.
Okay, look at a real subtle thing here. Look at the edge of this bumper. It has been cut in and molded up against the body, so it's a much cleaner look. That's the attention of detail that they've gone to with this car. Really like the look of this.
Gorgeous modern two-tone bucket seats. The interior is just as redone as the chassis.
It's more than a looker. It has a TCI 4-speed automatic transmission with overdrive, so you can take it on the highway and not buzz the engine to the moon.
One of the great things about this, the consignor's pointing out that in addition to buying the car, you're going to get a complete book that shows all the pictures of the restoration, all the receipts from the restoration. You can see not just how it was done, but you can go back and figure out, okay, if there's a part that's not quite right, how do you fix it?
Sold for $102,000 up there in the skybox. And here is David Spade's 1978 Ford F-250 Ranger XLT. As he said, 400 cubic inch V8 Y-end intake, Holley carburetor, rebuilt automatic transmission, and a 4-inch suspension lift.
That 400 was factory installed, but it's been fortified with a Y-end intake and a small Holley 4-barrel carburetor. It has a 3-speed automatic, the C6, with the dual-range transfer case and manual locking hubs up front. No automatic hubs on this one. No quadra-track.
And of course, David Spade has been a long-time attendee here at Barrett-Jackson, not the least of which is he basically grew up here in the Valley of the Sun. So he was probably coming here long before he was a star on Saturday Night Live and long before he was in Joe Dirt, you know, some of the great movies that have had him attached to it. So, and most of the other cars that he sold, however, had a little bit more of a muscle twist to it. This one is different, as he talked about in that little feature we ran a few minutes ago. It's such a great big lift, and you know, for a little guy driving around LA, this is probably a great way to make sure that you can see over everything else.
There are 4 phone bidders involved, in addition to bidders on the floor. You can bid by phone, you can bid over the internet, you can have Barrett-Jackson cast your bid by proxy, or you can come here and bid in person.
It's got dual fuel tanks with the fillers both on the driver's side of the bed.
Well, Well, and if you look at it, it's not a show truck. I mean, there's plenty of flaws in this. We've got some holes in the tailgate. I look at the paint down one side. It's got a few chips here and there. You know, what's really special about this is the provenance, who it came from. And apparently, there's a lot of David Spade fans out there.
That's true, Rick. When a known celebrity is a known car guy, certainly that provenance can add to the hammer price. Here we go. $98,000 sold in the house to a bidder in the seats on the floor. Well done. Beautiful day in Scottsdale, both outside and inside the Barrett-Jackson auction tent. Welcome back to Westworld in Scottsdale. That's the salon area. Beautiful cars selling today and tomorrow, all at no reserve. And the Barrett-Jackson Cup will be awarded tomorrow. There are the prizes. A Chevy Camaro Indy Pace car convertible from 1969 just sold for $142,000. Here is a 67 customized Chevy 2 Nova.
Well, custom is the word. I like there was a trunk spoiler baked into the trunk lid out of water jet cut and or CNC cut aluminum pieces on the body here. And of course, the bumpers, again, trimmed off and melted into the side of the car, sectioned in. A lot of subtle touches. The drip rails gone, window trim gone, just smoothed over all the way around, front and rear.
Yeah, last year for this body style, it was a pretty simple body style in its day, and now they've really made it even more beautiful by simplifying it in so many ways. And I don't see any chrome on it as such, but I see a lot of kind of flat aluminum paneling, the bumper, this little insert into the rear. Boy, really nicely done. It's not just that the pieces are available, it's what you do with them.
Look at nice road racy chin spoiler down here, low profile right there. Once again, the machined grill matching the tail inset. Just nice consistency in effect all around.
One bidder on the block, one on the floor, staring each other down and raising their hand when needed. We're at $105,000. And that is where the hammer falls. Here's April Rose.
Hey, Mike, I'm in the pre-staging lanes. Man, this is where it's at. We got Cudas, we got Shelbys, but check this out. This is my favorite thing from the 60s. 1960 Impala with the bat wings. Yeah, that's what I call them. I don't know what you call them, but they sort of look like the fins took, you know, a little nap and they fell over to the side, but I think it is the sweetest look. Now in 59, you would have seen the cat eye taillights right here. In 60, they went to these three right there. I mean, this is just so neat. Huge, heavy, heavy chrome. And check out these antennas up here. Only one of them was functional, but they were all about symmetry, all about style, showing off this huge back quarter panel with that two-tone look. And you got the Impala jumping across those Chevy cross flags. This is such a sweet ride. Now take a peek inside. It's completely redone. You got that center console running through, and it even has cup holders, which was not a thought back in the 1960s. Now it's got integrated vintage air that looks like it would be correct the way they're styled. Modern gauges where the old stock one sat, and get this, Mike, she's got some power too. An LS3 V8. I think I'm in love.
Oh, I love this. My first car was a 60 Impala convertible in Horizon Blue, but it just had a little 283 V8 and looked nothing like that great resto mod. Here's a 67 Chevrolet C10 custom pickup with a 427 under the hood.
Well, first year for this styling cycle, which would run right up to 1972.
Yeah, these C10s obviously very, very popular. This is more of a long bed, but boy, look at the work that's been done to this from front to back. I mean, so many great custom elements. Look inside, you can see a full roll cage that they've added to the inside of that.
The engine's been set back 11 inches for improved weight distribution. He'll enjoy that when he drives it home after paying $105,000 plus the buyer's premium. Now, one thing Barrett-Jackson is very meticulous about our vehicle history reports. We have here a 1984 Chevrolet K30 custom pickup, but the history report shows damage in 1996, right side damage in an accident with another motor vehicle. So you factor that into your bidding and take a good close look to make sure everything was repaired as it should be.
Well, that was then, and this is now, and I'm going to guess that all of that side damage that was done to this back in 1996 has long since been erased, because you look at all of the work that's been done. I mean, you saw that 6.2-liter LS engine with a supercharger underneath the hood. But then you look underneath and see all the suspension components that have been changed. Of course, all of the body work that's been done to this great white on top, gray on the bottom with the red stripe in the center. Looking in the bed liner, it is all fresh and brand new. So, yeah, I would agree. You know, you always have to be careful about that kind of thing, but I think this has come a long way since whatever bad day it had in 1996.
I like the color choice. Very muted and tasteful. And up front, this is the Dana Model 60 reverse rotation front axle as befitting a K30 3/4 ton pickup. I like the old GMC logos in the center of the hubcaps right there on the back. Very cool. Actually, goes back to the 1930s and 20s, the GMC logo. Nice touch.
This one got a 2-year frame-off restoration by the FOB shop of Salt Lake City.
Well, and when they did it, they didn't just, replace the drivetrain. They made sure that it's a really heavy-duty drivetrain. You got that Dana 60 front axle, 14-bolt rear axle. And we've been talking this week about the truck trends, and I think this week we've absolutely seen the 80s and 90s trucks begin to arrive. I mean, the other day we saw 1985 Ford trucks sell for big money.
There's a new order for $84,000. In every poll, 1969 seems to be everybody's favorite year for the Chevrolet Camaro. This is a Z28. That is the RPO code, regular production option code, but it also became the model name for the car that Chevrolet built to contest the Trans Am Championship. Here is its street version.
Has the functional ZL2 cold air hood, which was an option on the Z28, but there it is, the foam seal, which seals up against the bottom of the hood to draw the air in from the cowl area. Very nice restoration, correct with the smog tubes, everything's still there.
It's interesting because when they attached this set of options to the Z designation and called it number 28, they weren't thinking it was going to become a model. They didn't have big plans for that they were going to publicize Z28. And I'm kind of glad, it wasn't N14 or something. It just wouldn't have the same sound to it. But Z28 as an RPO became, pretty famous. Of course, 1969, one-year body style, and it's these, I call them speed lines, that go back all the way to here and then start back up again above. And you got to remember, of course, the Mustang was changing every couple years back in the 60s, and so they'd had essentially the same body style for 67 and 68. For 69, knowing the 70 was coming, they still wanted to do something to boost sales.
4-speed only in Z28 line. Of course, 1970, the restyle brought the optional automatic, and of course at 350 in place with the 302 in this one here. And the reason why this has a 302 is because the SCCA had a 5-liter maximum limit, thus 302 cubic inches. Only found in Z28s.
And those stripes were only available, and they were standard with the Z28 Special Performance Package. They could be deleted, but most buyers did opt for the special dual skunk stripes. And for $72,000, that rolls off the auction block. Big fist pump, yep, big smile. There's his bidder number, and he will sign for it and settle up. When Pontiac first built the GTO Judge, they built 500 of these, what are called pattern cars. They're all carousel red. They all have the same options. And look at that number, because this is an unrestored, numbers matching example with one repaint, original drivetrain and interior. And we've broken through $200,000 for this very special survivor.
Well, not just a pattern car, but it's a matching numbers drivetrain with that Ram Air 3, the Quadrajet 4-barrel carburetor. You know, this by itself would be a great car. The fact that it's a pattern car in this condition, wow.
Originally delivered to Utter Cadillac in Spokane, Washington, who added the trim rings on the wheels. The story behind this car drove it to $200,000. All original, unrestored, one repaint Survivor. How about that? We're going to go across town to Plymouth and this 1969 Hemi Roadrunner.
Well, so many things about this are special. I don't know where to start, but I'll begin with the air grabber hood right here, which is basically cold air that goes into the hood scoops, right through the duct into the air cleaner, cable controlled by a thing on the dash, and this has the BP horn, of course, and the performance hood treatment, the paint right here, which is also a factory option. Great looking car in so many ways. Also the A32 Super Performance track, the 410 axle in the back, 410 Dana, and it's an automatic and column shifted automatic. A very unusual combo. It has the build sheet and the window sticker.
So it's really interesting to look at what was going on in automotive styling in 1969. And I want to come back up to the front of this car and talk about the fact you just saw that 1969 Pontiac Firebird with the Endura bumper going around, the lines coming down. Look how much flatter this look is coming off this with, you know, in terms of the Roadrunner and how they designed this style.
We got to hear that horn.
There's the Roadrunner beep beep horn. Thank you. That's a Barrett-Jackson tradition that Steve and I have. Bench seat column shift automatic on this 69 Roadrunner.
Well, the whole purpose of the Roadrunner, remember, it was supposed to be a stripped down performance car. We don't need, you know, fancy carpeting. Why not rubber floor mats? They'll be just fine. This was designed to appeal to a youth market, not just for performance, but for cost. The fact that they didn't have as much money to spend, but they wanted to go fast.
And under the tail, we see the distinctive profile of that Dana 60 rear axle, part of the A32 performance package, 410 gears in that. Usually an automatic Hemi car would have an 8 3/4, but not when they have that package. Thus you get the Dana with the 410s. Much bigger axle, 9 3/4 inch ring gear versus the 8 3/4 on the 8 3/4 rear axle, the base axle under a Roadrunner Hemi automatic.
$125,000 is the hammer price for that car, delivered originally to Shreveport, Louisiana, and for most of its life kept in Portland, Oregon. Now, if you'd like to test your collector car knowledge and maybe win a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that'll cross the block tomorrow. The overall winner at the end of all 4 of the 2026 Barrett-Jackson auctions will win the grand prize, a 2026 Dodge Charger Scat Pack Plus. And if you're really on your game this week and you can predict the exact final bid of all 12 Fantasy Bid vehicles, you could win $100,000 in the Perfect 12 jackpot. So make sure you register to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Here's a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT.
Well, there's a Dodge ad for the 1970 Challenger called Genghis Grape, as in this color right here is featured in a magazine ad. But again, this is the mighty 446 pack, first year for the Challenger E-body platform, Dodge's first pony car.
Yeah, RT stood for Road Track, not Road and Track. That was a magazine. Just Road Track with a slash in between. You had 3 options, I believe, for the engine. You could either get a 383, the 440, or of course bump up to the Hemi. So this has the 440, which is a pretty potent combination. But the great thing about this was, in addition to the engine, there were also upgrades to the suspension components as well.
This one is a torque flight car, thus no Dana in the back, at the 8 3/4.
$88,000 for that plum crazy beauty. I believe that one sold over the internet. Here's Tyler.
Yeah, here's another one of those star cars that I was talking about, a 1968 Ford Mustang made to closely resemble almost exactly the Bullitt Mustang from the Steve McQueen film in 1968. There is one difference from the film car. I'll point it out. We'll get to it first. This 428 cubic inch V8 under the hood that you would find in a GT500 In the film, it was a 390 cubic inch V8. It wasn't offered in the normal Mustangs, just the Shelbys, but everything else is right to a painstaking standard, starting with deleting the pony there on the grill, so that's all deleted in the film, along with the Highland green metallic paint, iconic for the Bullitt Mustang, along with the torque thrust wheels. But when you go to the back, that's when there's a lot of other movie-making magic there, where they actually had to do things for practical purposes. So the rear valance is finished in matte black there in between the taillights, and that's so it wouldn't catch a reflection from the camera, say when they were filming that iconic chase scene in San Francisco. They also deleted the reverse lights, because McQueen obviously doing that big reverse burnout, one of the most memorable points of the chase, you didn't want reverse lights getting into the camera. So this one done to a very high quality and very movie accurate. But a bit of trivia, in 1968, there was one other car film that was competing with Bullitt, and that was the Love Bug, Herbie.
I'd take the Mustang, thank you. But here's a 69 Buick GS400 custom built by Crown Concepts on a Roadster Shop chassis with bare brakes.
Well, indeed, this is a very interesting vehicle. There's an LS3 under the hood. However, the stock GS hood has been retained with the cold air induction, which does work. And the hood is closed now, but I looked and there was an air cleaner with special snorkels that fed into the top of the LS motor. These do work right here on the GS cars, but instead of the 400 Buick motor, again, an LS3 with EFI. So nice blending of old and new.
Yeah, no shortage of Roadster Shop chassis that we see under other makes of cars, but to be honest with you, you don't see them under a Buick chassis very often, a Buick body.
$110,000 for that 69 Buick. Very sharp. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where there's sun and shade and food and drink and lots of beautiful cars. That's the Collectors Club that you can visit here at Barrett-Jackson and watch the cars move from pre-staging into the staging lanes adjacent. This is something very unique. The customizer took a Chevrolet Suburban and reconfigured it into this 1972 GMC three-door pickup.
It takes special bodyworking skills to pull it off successfully, and it has been done. I don't see any seams or surgery scars, and that's tough on a black paint job, as we see on the top half of this. And nice work. The doors are very, they're probably the Suburban doors, but in trim to work. I like what they've done here. It's a what if of something that GM probably should have made, but didn't.
Yeah, lengthening the chassis by 22 inches. I mean, that's not something you casually jump into, because there's an awful lot of work that has to go in into strengthening that chassis. And if it's not done just right, well, the reality is you're creating more problems than you are greatness in a vehicle. But look at the subtlety I love that they've done at the very back with the exhaust tips, right? So you got a big 2.5-inch exhaust, but then they've made this concave section right here that fits right against the bumper. So it's just a little nicer looking than it ever would have looked in a stock configuration, even if you'd had dual exhaust.
This would have had a 354 barrel from the factory. It now has a 5.3 liter Gen 5 small block Chevy engine. Better power than the original motor this would have had.
Yeah, Ritec, adjustable height, dampening, coilovers, really nice suspension as well.
$100,000 will send that to its new home. The first Ferrari GTO was 1962, was updated in 64. Then the 288 GTO came along in 1984, and then this red beauty, the 599 GTO. Mike McCullough, Vice President of Consignment for Barrett-Jackson, tells us all about it.
This 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO, one of just 599 examples produced worldwide. The GTO designation represents Ferrari's most extreme, track-focused road car. It's factory rated at 661 horsepower, making it one of the most powerful naturally aspirated Ferraris of its era. Powered by Ferrari's 6-liter F140 V12, it produces 459 foot-pounds of torque, delivered immediate throttle response, and a signature V12 soundtrack. Finished in classic Rosso Corsa with a contrasting Grigio Silverstone Opaco roof. Inside showcases Daytona-style carbon bucket sport seats trimmed in black leather with red accents and stitching. This 599 GTO combines rarity, performance, and documented care. Ideal for a serious Ferrari collector or marquee level collection.
I expect a hammer price with 2 commas when that comes to the block. Here is a 2023 Porsche Panamera. Now, most of these were 4-door sedans, but they also made this, the Sport Turismo version in GTS trim.
Yeah, basically a station wagon. And we've talked about earlier this week, you know, I'm a big fan of station wagons and the flying brake concept. So I like when they take a body and stretch it out and give it a little more utility with this big hatchback in the rear, you know. And this one, I love the color, metallic papaya.
This one has only 15,000 actual miles, and there are its new caretakers for $135,000. In the Maguire staging lanes, the cars get a little final polish, and the bidders or potential bidders get to talk with the consigners, open the doors, lift the hood in the trunk, and get a much better, much more informed view of what they might bid to take their next car home. Tyler previewed this 2012 Mercedes-Benz SLS convertible as built by AMG, the in-house factory tuning arm of Mercedes.
Yeah, AMG actually started as an external company that was modifying Mercedes, and I think in 1999 they were brought in. But one of the things I love about the styling of this is that front grille. I mean, I like the fact that they went back and looked at that original mid-50s SL 300 gull wing and went back to that classic style of grille in these things. Of course, underneath that hood is a hand-built engine, 6.2 liter, pumps out 563 horsepower, which is what's so great about this. Not just a big engine, but great performance as well. I think you can do 0 to 60 in probably 3.7 seconds. So, you know, this is a sport tour. I mean, this was never created to race, but boy, it's got everything you could use to go racing.
Now, the vehicle history report says this one did have some damage in 2021, structural damage history. It's only covered less than 18,000 miles.
You know, the power means you have to be able to stop the car. This has carbon ceramic discs all the way around. Of course, carbon ceramic, the hotter it gets, the less it fades, the more it grabs. But if it gets dirty with fingerprints, put it in the oven, not the microwave, but the oven, and bake it, and it'll be just fine after it cools down, ready for more braking and heat.
So when you make a convertible, the first thing you have to do when you're planning to take that top off is make sure you strengthen everything underneath. The problem is normally that adds a substantial amount of weight, but in this case, when they converted it into the convertible, they only added 88 pounds, which is pretty impressive in terms of all the strengthening that has to be done underneath.
Bidder assistant in the skybox waving that yellow towel to get the attention of the auctioneer, and there he goes, $85,000. Certainly the vehicle history on that car held the number back. Fella got a good deal. 1967, that was the peak year for the Corvette Stingray and the final year of its production. This was not born with the L88 engines. Only 20 cars got them in 67. So this is an L88 recreation.
Yeah, the L88 was an all-out racing engine, which was kind of slightly sort of detuned for street use, but not much. You could not get a heater or a radio, which makes me wonder why there's an antenna on the back of this one. And the L88 was specifically ordered. And okay, but there's the intake and the cold air induction coming into the filter and then down into the foam. That's the flame arrestor right there. Big Hawley 850 on there, aluminum intake, aluminum heads, all correctly presented. And inside the car, I do not see a radio. There is a radio, so it's a little touch of personal, but that is not factory correct, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. But it looks like an L88, but it's not.
You know, Mike, you mentioned this is the ultimate evolution of the mid-year Corvette that went from 1963 to 1967, the C2, but it was not the big year for sales. 1966 sold better, and the reason being is a lot of people in 1967 were thinking, wait a minute, that cool new Corvette, the Mako Shock body style, is coming out in 1968. As a result, sales for this model went down. Now, as time went on, it's been proven to be a blue chip collectible. But back in 1967, people were thinking, I may wait just 1 year?
Well, I see a real bargain here at $70,000. Big block Corvettes of this vintage often go for 6 figures here at Barrett-Jackson.
To Steve's point, I mean, this may be a recreation of an L88, but guess what? You're going to get the same performance. The car doesn't know it's any different. When you're driving, you wouldn't know any difference. Why not?
I think that's a good buy for $72,000. Moments ago, this fully restored 67 Jaguar E-Type 2-seat coupe, restored by Steve Gordon of Vintage Auto Service in Emeryville, California, and recently with $10,000 of maintenance and upgrades, it just became our number 3 sale of the day for $175,000. That puts 2 E-Type Jaguars in our top 5 for the day. Let's go outside and check with April.
Hey, Mike, I think I found my next dream ride right here. Look at this, baby. 2022 McLaren GT, and it is so sweet. Look at that beautiful Tiffany blue wrap, and this carbon fiber is actually part of the wrap, too. I love the front ends of these very low and aggressive styling, just cutting through the wind. Beautiful butterfly doors that pop up. Now this one has a $6,000 option of the electrochromatic roof right there. That's what you need. That's what I'm talking about. Now McLaren's known for making hardcore sports cars. This GT is a more practical, more gentle grand touring car, and they even covered the engine, which normally would be showing off, and now you can pack your luggage, your golf clubs, and I love that marbled carbon fiber detail right there. Now this one still has that huge performance twin turbo 4-liter V8 getting you 700 horsepower. Mike, I love the ideas of the wrap, because you could just change your mind, every couple weeks or so, right?
April, I have never met a girl who didn't go weak in the knees at the sight of a Tiffany blue box. And there's one you can drive. Pretty cool. Here is a General Lee recreation, which means it's a 68 Dodge Charger as seen in the TV show Dukes of Hazzard. Most of the actual cars used in the show did not survive, so this, appropriately, is a recreation.
Well, yeah, and I think the original cars were actually 1969s. I don't think they were 1968s. And this was as much a star of the show as were the actors in the show. And you see all the autographs that we've got here on the trunk as well. In fact, the General Lee appeared in every episode except one. Only one single episode. Little trivia, it was February 9th, 1979, an episode called Mary Kay's Baby, the only episode that the General Lee did not appear.
$170,000 for that 1968 Dodge Charger. Here's a 69 Chevrolet Nova that has been certified as original matching numbers drivetrain by, here's Jerry McNish.
Contributor to Barrett-Jackson. He always brings the best cars here. What makes this car unique, it's a real L78 Nova SS with its complete original drivetrain. Most of these cars lost their drivetrains at the racetrack or on the street, but this car is 100% all the way there. I inspected it last year. Don't miss out on this car.
Jerry, thank you very much.
That's Jerry McNish, and he is the nationally known authority on these Camaros, Chevelles, and rare Novas.
Let's take a look on this beautiful Nova with the chassis cam, big block L78, throttle lifter, aluminum intake manifold, 375 horse, aluminum intake, a 4-speed M22 close ratio, big 12-bolt rear axle coming right up, I'm sure, dual exhaust and stainless. There it is, the big 12-bolt and the transverse muffler, factory stock stuff, the original stampings from the stainless steel plant that made the tank. Very cool, very crisp underneath, very correct.
Jerry McNish, one of the Barrett-Jackson experts. They have various people who look over the cars to make sure they are indeed what they're supposed to be. And when you get that Jerry McNish certification, which he does on his own outside of the company as well, that means it is the real deal. Now, the whole point of putting a 396 cubic inch L78 engine in a Nova was the fact that it was lighter than a Chevelle. You could go drag racing, you weren't carrying as much weight, but you had the same kind of horsepower. So this was a fun way to get up and go fast.
This may or may not be a record for a 69 Nova. We're at $160,000.
And great restraint shown on the part of the restorer by not adding hubcaps and leaving the original wheels. They're 14x6, very special wheels specific to these cars. Super Sport 4-speed, of course, wide and close ratio, M20 Muncie.
And look at all the certification. First off, you got all this detail that they've added here, but then over here on the side, you've got the Jerry McNish Certificate of Authenticity, and you've got an NCRS document as well that gives you additional information. So it's not just that it's a great car, it's got all the documentation that says this is the real deal.
And being a 4-speed 410 ratio car, it's amazing. It still has the original block. It's quite often you miss a gear with something with a 410 axle. It's easy to blow parts and kick a rod or something like that. So the original block is a very special thing, especially in a 4-speed car with a 410 rear axle ratio.
Complete history with this one. Originally sold at Chevy Chase Chevrolet in Bethsaida, Maryland. And there's a bidder on the floor and a bidder on the block fighting it out with 173 large.
Well, the thing is, the Novas have their following. There are people who just love these cars, and this one got big money.
It sells up here on the auction block for $173,000. You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com to see the prices of all the cars that have sold. Of course, if you're here in the arena, you can just look at the sold sticker that goes on every car after it crosses the block. Look at this beautiful lowered 1971 Chevrolet C10 Custom pickup on a Porter-built front and rear suspension and full air ride.
Well, yeah, underneath the hood is that supercharged LT4 V8 delivering a lot more horsepower than this was initially born with. And we talk a lot about the C10 pickups that we see crossing the block. This 1962 through 1967 through 72 models. And it really boils down to what style do you want. In this case, it's been lowered, right? Rides on that Porter-built front and rear suspension, full air ride setup. We see plenty that are jacked up and have more of an off-road look. This has more of that, let's put it down on the ground, keep it close and tight. I like how they put the exhaust pumping out the side just below the bed, and they've raised the bed in the back because, of course, once you lower the car with all that suspension, you got to have enough room so you don't hit the bed when it goes down.
Let's get the best three features. It's a short bed, half-ton, two-wheel drive. That's what you want in a Chevy pickup truck of this period.
And one subtle thing, let's see if I can make it work here. I'll reach inside. I can't get the doors to work. It's been converted to suicide doors, apparently, so they come out to the side. I will say this is an older build, you know, it's not fresh and brand new, but look at the number we're pulling here with the work that's been done on this. 107,000 is the current bid.
Well, the rears of these could have either leafs or coils. This has air springs at the front and back. Adjustable ride height, courtesy of an electric switch and an electric pump for the air.
There, I got the suicide door to open.
A lot of custom work and a happy new owner at $120,000. 1970 was the first year for the second generation Camaro. This one has an LS3 V8 transplant with a Tremec 6-speed manual, and it has been built as a Pro Touring style Camaro.
Well, Pro Touring is a new, well, not a new trend, probably about 15, 20 years, where in braking, acceleration, and cornering are equally weighted. I like the chin spoiler and evolution of the Z28 spoiler, a little wider around the sides. Flat hood, interestingly enough. Big brakes and wheels. Of course, there's that mighty LS motor with the aluminum intake manifold, or actually, it's plastic on this one here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Pro Touring build because if you're going to put all that horsepower, you might as well take advantage of it when you finally get to a turn straight ahead. And of course, what a great chassis to build it on. I mean, this was more future looking than the 1969 chassis, which was originally the Nova chassis from the end of the 1960s. But then when they came out with this chassis in 1970, boy, it really launched from a performance perspective the car into a whole new realm.
This one does not have the trim package, which would have included drip rails over the doors, wherein, On a rainy day, you don't get water on your shoulder. Without that, what you get is water coming straight down here and onto your shoulder. So the trim rings were optional equipment, but a more streamlined, a better look without them. I like it better.
Now, I should point out, this is now riding on a TCI frame, so they've modernized everything underneath.
$72,000, the hammer price for that highly modified Camaro. Earlier we previewed this, a late Pantera build, 1974. And this one is the GTS version with special graphics and suspension and a little extra performance to boot. Only 15,000 miles on this Pantera.
Yeah, slightly wider body than the original Pantera came out with, flared fenders, side skirts, a little more aggressive stance. In addition to that, it also had some suspension improvements as well. You got to remember, this was that marriage between De Tomaso and Ford, the idea of putting a Ford 351 cubic inch engine into this great Italian body, which, by the way, was designed by an American who was working for Ghia at the time, a guy by the name of Tom Charda, an American who designed an Italian body that got an American engine.
I believe that Charda also designed the Ford Maverick, no joke. And something cool about this, the GTS has these plastic add-on riveted wheel arches. They're riveted in place, and that's correct stuff. Of course, the big 351 Cleveland is right there underneath the deck lid. Excellent weight distribution, mid-engine platform right here.
Yeah, it's got a ZF, basically a racing transmission as well. So, this was all about performance, and it's a pretty brutal engine and pretty brutal riding car in terms of the fact that you've got that big V8 sitting right behind you, a big rumble. Not necessarily the most comfortable car in the world, but boy, it's got a big following. And I used to love the fact that you could buy these at a Lincoln Mercury dealer back in the 1970s.
Well, Elvis Presley famously had one of these, was mad at it, and he shot it. That car crossed the block here at Barrett-Jackson about 10 years ago.
Well, it's not always the easiest car to get into or out of. Plus, the doors actually swing pretty wide, so getting in and out can be just a little bit complicated. And, this is a GTS U.S. spec. I think they made less than 140 of these for the U.S. market.
When you get in the driver's seat, the steering wheel is a little offset and the left front wheel well intrudes into the passenger compartment. You sit a little bit side saddle, but you fire up that 351 and you get it going, and none of that matters anymore. $66,000 for that Pantera GTS. Lots of cars, trucks, sports, utilities still to cross the auction block here in Scottsdale today. Westworld in Scottsdale. 11 months of the year, it's an equestrian center. But in January, it's given over to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Nearly 2,000 cars to cross the block this week, and they will all find new owners at no reserve. Here's a wild custom, a 1933 Willys.
Yeah, we see no shortage of 1933 Fords, but I love the fact that they've got this Willys up here. All right, here's the big debate. Is it Willys or Willys? Now, years ago, I remember seeing a Willys training film that the company put together back in those days, and they kept using the word Willys, so that's why I continue to do that. Now, look up front. They've actually widened the nose of this car by 2 inches to get that big engine underneath.
Pie cut body, beautiful build, $90,000 the hammer price for that 33 Willys. Tyler?
Well, here's something special, Mike. The end of the line for the Dodge Viper right here. 2017 GT, and this one only has delivery miles on it, basically 160 miles on the odometer. So bought new and put away in a very unique color. It looks kind of like Plum Crazy, but they call it Striker Purple on this one. And what I love about the Dodge Viper, when it came out in 1992, V10, 400 horsepower, 6-speed manual, no compromises or really any big nannies to keep you from just driving the car, going totally crazy. And it was totally the same at the end. You look at the styling, just totally nuts. Inside, 6-speed manual transmission, still at the end, only manual transmissions. And then under the hood, They never went down when it came to displacement. Still that V10 under the hood, and at the end around 630 horsepower, 8.4 liters. And as you can see, just basically brand new. So impressive.
That does look brand new. Gorgeous. Back in the early 70s, dip painting was a thing where everything on a car looked as if it had all been dipped in one color. And that's how this 70s Chevelle Custom Coupe appears.
Yeah, pretty cool. Based on a V8 car, 136 VIN, now has an LS motor, 496 cubic inch. Big block, yeah, big block. No X there. Terminex EFI system, 350 gear, 12-bolt axle.
Well, there's no shortage of Chevelles that are available to get modified. They built more than 600,000 Chevelles back in 1970. So there's plenty to take and have fun with, whether it's a 6-cylinder or an 8-cylinder.
$110,000 up in the skybox is the winning bid. You don't see many custom Cadillacs, but here's one, a 1964 with a supercharged engine painted in Toyota Cavalry Blue.
An LSA with 500 horsepower under the hood. You could get an LSA in a certain Cadillac, so it's kind of all in the family, sort of, kind of. And this is a Coupe de Ville. The Sedan de Ville would be the four-door version of this body.
Yeah, boy, I love everything they've done with this in terms of putting that much more modern, an engine that could potentially have had its roots in a Cadillac. But, we were just talking about, dip painting. And in this case, we've got that Toyota blue and all the chrome is missing, which, back in those days would have been heresy. I mean, who would have taken the chrome off of a Cadillac? After all, that's what Cadillacs were known for. Now, by 1964, things were getting to calm down. We still have the last vestige of the tail fin, though. It wasn't going to die really for quite some time because they would have kind of an upright section that continued to look like a fin. We've got black bumpers. Even the emblems over here have been blacked out. So there's no chrome on this thing, just blue and black.
And the Eldorado was based on this platform in 1964, but the Eldorado did not have the fender skirts at the back of this that we see. Blacked out chrome, and the wheel covers on this are indeed wheel covers that have been painted to look like magnesium. Kind of an interesting way to make a mundane object look exotic.
Completed by a company called American Legends here in Phoenix, so it hasn't come very far from the place where it was finally put together. This is a massive car, so it's got a massive sound system as well. 1,200 watt sound system. You can pretty much blast everybody with this thing.
Large and in charge, it's 19 feet long. A bidder on the stage and one on the phone. The hammer falls, and the phone bidder gets it for $83,000. Next up is a 65 Chevy C10 custom pickup with a 5.3 liter crate motor.
Again, the mighty 5.3, roughly 327 cubic inches, the go-to for engine swappers. But again, twin turbos on this one here, and it's a tough little engine. These will handle 800 horsepower without any trouble. Cross-bolted mains, a rugged short block on these things.
These days you can pretty much buy just about everything you want to make a special truck on the secondary market. I mean, there's commercial companies, you got crate engines, you got special chassis. But having said that, just buying the components really doesn't do it. You still have to have enough skill and be enough of a craftsman to put it all together in a form that not just looks great, but runs great.
Notice how the front wheel houses are enlarged and also have an arch to them because at full drop on these things, the tires have a weird camber which goes up inside of that. So it's designed to go down or up and not crunch the tires or bodywork.
Well, that is not just repro steel. It is said to have a carbon fiber roof.
Well, and similar to that Chevelle we saw just a little while ago, this has both that white and black look. We sometimes call it the Star Wars Stormtrooper look. And it's become very popular with folks that are restoring and customizing cars because the white on its own looks good and the black accents. And once again, I don't see an ounce of chrome anywhere on this 1965 custom pickup truck.
Well, that'll wrap up our first 2 hours of coverage here in Scottsdale, but we're just getting up to temperature. 8 more hours of live auction action are headed your way. Incredible vehicles continue to cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, and they have just hammered sold a 1965 Chevrolet C10 custom pickup. So taking its place on the auction block will be a 1968 Ford Mustang Bullitt recreation in Highland Green, looking just like the iconic movie car.
A nice build based on a C-Code 289 two-barrel car. Now has a 428 FE big block. And good news, in 1967, Ford enlarged the engine bay to accommodate big blocks like this one here. Has a carburetor, a small Holley 4-barrel, aluminum intake manifold, has headers on it, but otherwise very stock-looking under the deck.
Well, how much screen time does it take to create a movie icon? Well, in the case of the Bullitt Mustang, it took about 11 minutes, just a shade under, because that's how long the chase scene lasts. I mean, yeah, you can see the car elsewhere in the movie, but the chase scene itself, I think, lasts like 10 minutes and 53 seconds or something like that. But the moment that car begins to get chased by that Charger where 5 hubcaps go flying off, boy, this just becomes the star of the movie. Steve McQueen's wonderful, but this car really stole the show. And it is, by many people, considered the most iconic movie car of all time.
Still has the original suspension in the back, leaf springs, drum brakes, 9-inch, no problem with that. It's good stuff. I remember on the McQueen movie Bullitt, when he hits reverse, a lot of axle hop. It's a shot of the axles just bouncing back and forth. One of the shortages of a leaf spring suspension. But then again, this is not going to be doing any stunt driving. Both that said, leaf springs still in the back, not a rebuild in the back here.
2 Highland Green Mustangs were used in the movie, and for here's your Steve Davis.
Got 100 ahead.
Yeah, 2 Highland Green Mustangs were used in the making of the movie, and for 5 decades it was thought they were lost to history. But one had been sold to an enthusiast in New Jersey that Steve McQueen tried to buy back unsuccessfully. The other one was recently discovered down in Mexico. Now, will it be left as is or restored? We'll see.
Well, and of course, Ford took this and ran with it. I mean, they've done a number of Bullitt specials over the year based on much more modern Mustangs, trying to evoke that image that this created. And, you know, once again, it was just a simple Highland Green Mustang, lightly modified. But it's what happened in that movie, and the fact that it was attached to Steve McQueen, who was also a huge car guy, that really made this special.
And $107,000 up in the skybox. We'll send that to its new home. IH stands for International Harvester. They made not just tractors and farm equipment, but they made pickup trucks and vans, like this 1961 International Metro that has been recreated as a Snap-on Tools sales van.
Well, these bodies were built by a company called Metro, which is located in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and then the bodies were shipped to International Chicago to be mounted to their chassis and then fully assembled. This is one of those Metros.
And the thing about International Harvester pickup trucks is they were known for being just a little bit sturdier than the competition. They were all about, you know, selling their products to the industrial world, to commercial world, not so much in the regular everyday market.
And up here above the passenger side windshield, there is the tag from International and Metro. The smaller one is the Metro tag from the Metro Manufacturing Company of Ohio.
But we have to go to the back and take a look inside this thing, because once again, they have recreated what is essentially a rolling store for Snap-on products. Snap-on, I think, goes back to 1920, and the Snap-on name dealing with the fact that they had wrenches that you could put sockets on, it would snap right on. So they've recreated what this might have looked like back in the 1960s. And more than a few mechanics will swear by their Snap-on tools. But the great thing about this is that the Snap-on tool boxes are very modern. A lot of the equipment here is very modern. So it's not, it has the look of a 1961 Snap-on truck, but the equipment inside, the tools inside, very modern.
The goal is to recreate the progressive changes to the company brand over its 105-year history. They've done a great job, and $150,000 is the hammer price. Here are a couple of cars coming to the block.
We're going to go high-end shopping in the Barrett-Jackson vendor area. Let's see how much we can spend. We're going to start with this, a Renegade Explorer luxury motorhome with the new for 2026 bunk bed floor plan. We'll use it to haul this, a stacker trailer, to bring the cars we buy home from Barrett-Jackson. We're going to have to upgrade the shop. How about some wall cabinets and an integrated workbench? And when we're not there, we'll be out on the lake in this Bennington pontoon boat. This jeweler brought 175 Rolex watches to sell, but I'm drawn to this Richard Mille 1103. Wow. You can't walk into Hermes and buy your wife a Birkin bag, but you can get her one right here at Barrett-Jackson. And here's an original Louis Comfort Tiffany 1920s Dragonflies floor lamp. Wow. Back when I was building model cars, all the parts came on plastic sprue trees like this. But those are real full-size Corvette parts. That's going to look great on the shop wall. Right behind my new conference table. This is so gorgeous with this huge gear repurposed as a table base. All right, let's add it up. What did we spend today? Whoa, that's a big number. I can expense all this stuff, right, Diane?
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. On the block is a custom 69 Chevelle powered by a 525 horsepower LS engine, and it sells for $110,000. Next up is another Pontiac GTO Judge. This is a 1969 Ram Air 4.
A little while ago, we saw a 1969 in the same carousel red. It was a Ram Air 3, and it was referred to as a platform car. It's very rare. Would have only 500 made for folks to look at around the country and understand what the car was going to be about. This is the higher performance version, a 1969 GTO Ram Air 4, 400 cubic inches, 370 horsepower under the hood.
The Ram Air 4 came with an aluminum intake manifold. We see it here. And the openings here are fed by the scoops in the hood, which for once on GTO did function. And a little tube right here opens the vacuum caps. And this is the wire to the tachometer, which is on the top of the hood. And Ram Air on all Judges, but Ram Air 4 was a step above the basic Ram Air engine. Created 70 horse.
Well, according to Consigna, this is one of 239 or so, I believe, that was built with the 4-speed transmission. And on this side of the car, I'm looking, we've got a window sticker that's talking about all the various options that this car was delivered with when it was delivered to Paul Corbin Motor Company in Altus, Oklahoma. And when we work our way down, the base price on this would have been $3,156. But after you add on the variety of things, destination fees, options, trim 57, our final price was $4,667. And it makes it very clear this is a carousel red car. Way that car goes, just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $125,000. Now, there's a lot of great collections here at Barrett-Jackson. So Mike Joy went out to check out the Albert LeCan collection.
Albert LeCan of Tempe has amassed a large, eclectic collection of cars over a 40-plus years in the collector car hobby. He's brought 10 of them to sell here at Barrett-Jackson. Friday, this 59 Impala convertible will cross the block. It's an older restoration, but very faithful to original standard, including its W-Block 348 cubic inch V8 engine. Most of these cars will sell on Saturday, and 6 of them are Corvettes, including this 63 Resto Mod Roadster with a modern GM LS V8, much larger wheels and tires, and a bespoke interior, but the shape is all 63 Stingray. Speaking of 63s, how about this split window coupe? Only 2,600 of these were equipped with the Rochester fuel injection on the 327 cubic inch V8, and this has its original engine and the proper 4-speed transmission. Originally ermine white, it's been repainted in Sebring silver base coat, clear coat, and it is gorgeous. And all of these cars will sell at no reserve.
Well, and this 1959 Chevrolet is part of the LeCan collection. And there you see it, just getting ready to roll up onto the block. It'll be center stage in just a moment. Meanwhile, right now, they're selling a 1969 Shelby GT500.
Well, new for 1969 GT500 and 350 were fiberglass fenders, fiberglass hood, that big chrome bumper which precedes the 1970 restyle, kind of a hint at the future. And of all those scoops in the hood, only this one in the middle does the actual work of feeding air to the engine. These are vents to get air out of the engine bay. And again, fiberglass fenders and hoods on these cars. Also, the deck lid is fiberglass for 1969.
A very highly documented car in the Shelby registry, originally sold in Littleton, Colorado.
Much more complicated Shelby than any of the previous years. I mean, you know, you look at this and there's all these body parts. If you want to recreate this, there are parts available to do it, but it's an awful lot of work. Unlike doing a 65 or a 66 when you're just popping on some stripes and a scoop. It's pretty easy to do those.
$87,000 sends that beautiful 69 GT500 to its new home.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson here in beautiful Scottsdale, Arizona. We are live, baby, and we are checking out these beautiful cars right now in the pre-staging lanes, like this one right here, 1970 C10. These are the choice for builders. Beautiful canvas to do whatever you want, whatever your dreams are. Custom grille up front, smoothed bumper, even has a lower air dam. This is really sweet. Now the color, Verde Champagne. Verde means green, and she is glowing out here. You got your Ring Brothers style door handles, and I love these Ninja Star wheels. We got 22s in back, and she's got power. GM 350 crate with a Pro Charger, supercharger for extra power, and all dressed up, billet accessories, and matching gold intake valve covers and block. Just a lot of work went into this build, and Mike, the consignor, bought the donor truck for about $30,000. A lot of work went into it. I'm curious to see what it's going to go for on the block.
Wow, that's huge. Currently on the block is the 60 Impala convertible that April previewed for us. What a gorgeous build this is. If you like fins, your car has arrived.
Well, much improved over stock. Air suspension, more stable and secure on a daily basis. Can set your ride height at your choosing. Love the convertible body style. Has an LS3 modern engine, no fuel, no carburetor mess. It's fuel injected. Very modern all the way around.
Yeah, and I loved April's point that these fins looked like they kind of got tired and just fell over a little bit. Instead of being way up in the air, big, huge fins off to one side.
Well, I love them. I think after the 59 gull-wing fin look, Chevrolet kind of smoothed and straightened things out. For the 60, which I prefer, $105,000. The hammer price. Now, moments ago, a 69 Ford Mustang Fastback with a 429 cubic inch engine and a bespoke suspension, deep black, gorgeous car. $180,000 the hammer price on this very fresh build with only 500 miles. That makes it the #2 seller of the day. From the Albert LeCan collection, now here's this 59 Chevy Impala convertible that I previewed earlier. It is an older restoration. It does show some patina, but what a great build.
What a great body. And remember, this is a one-year body. Go back and look at what a 1958 Chevy looks like. Completely different. But this thing, when we get to the back, and we were talking about the fins that are off to the side, but what makes this unique is not just does it have those fins that are off to the side, but those big cat eye tail lights that kind of slant in. This was a very unique look with the seagull look all the way across the back. Once again, you may love it, you may hate it, but this was distinctive. And remember, this was a one-year body style.
And up front, the 348 tri-power engine, curiously mounted to an automatic. That's the Power Glide 2-speed automatic. Nothing spoils the party like a 2-speed automatic, but with that said, you could have had a 4-speed behind that 348 tri-power. That's what I would have done.
The interior trim, which previewed the year before, is Tritone vinyl. Nice price for a 59 Impala, $142,000. We showed you a couple of Dodge Challenger Demons coming to the block. This 2023 puts out over 1,000 horsepower on E85 fuel or 900 horsepower on pump gas.
Well, back when the Hellcat was announced in 2015, I thought, well, that's crazy. How are they going to top that? Well, they have. From year to year, they've made it more and more potent. The pinnacle right here is the 170 octane required for 1,100 horsepower. 9-second ETs, bone stock. He's right, his alcohol injected, as in the alcohol supplement, to unleash all of those 1,100 horsepower. Amazing.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, when they talk about the 170, they're basically talking about proof, you know, in terms of alcohol. This runs on E85. That's where you get that great horsepower. So double 85 like you would in the alcohol you drink, you get 170 proof. Therefore, this is a 170.
9 actual miles on the clock. And check out the wheels. They are carbon fiber production wheels, a $12,000 option.
891 at 151 miles an hour.
Yeah, and it's just hard to imagine that this was a factory-built car with this kind of performance, that they were willing to unleash anybody who was willing to pay close to $100,000 for this.
This comes stock with these DOT slicks. Ready to go. Street or strip, not great on water by any stretch, but at the track they hook right up and you can get a wheel stand out of these things. It lift about the front of the car about 4 or 5 inches on a full hard launch.
Subtle little elements, you know, this was the what they came from the factory with, so that was protected. This was the transportation sticker for there. Oh, what they've done for this.
$132,000 the hammer price for that 2023 with only 9 actual miles. Now the next lot, a 2018 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon, was ordered with the same VIN number sequence ending in 00065, so creating a matched pair with the car that just sold.
Demons were always automatic equipped with the mighty 8-speed TorqueFlite, but the Hellcat Challenger could have been had with a 6-speed manual if you were up to the task.
But remember, this is 5 years earlier. That was a 2023. Now we're looking at 2018, 808 horsepower coming out of this. And once again, in 2018, we thought, oh, that's insane. No, we'll never top that. And then the next thing you know, you got a 170 rolling across with more than 900 horsepower.
And these cars are equipped from the factory with 4 Nitto drag radials, front and rear. No, they're not all-wheel drive, but the rear ones can be used up front. But again, they're unidirectional, don't switch them side to side. This also has the Demon crate, which includes some thin front runners for the car for drag strip use only. Get to the track, take the big tires off the front, put the smaller ones on the front for less rolling resistance.
39 actual miles. Now look at that front splitter. The yellow piece is intended to protect the edge of the splitter during transit from the factory to the dealer. But people like them. They like that look, so they left them on there. And even when the factory started painting those pink instead of yellow, people still left them on there because they like the look. $97,000, and guess what? That pair of Demons is going to remain a pair. They were both purchased by the same bidder. At the back of the auction arena, this is the view from the Muscle Lounge. It's a long way from there to the auction block. So the bidder assistants wave brightly colored towels to catch the auctioneer's attention from up there. This is a 1958 Ford F-350, a custom pickup with a lot of patina, but a modern 6.7 Cummins turbo diesel inline 6 with a 6-speed manual transmission.
Well, this is the second year for this styling cycle, square, and this was used all the way through 1965. And it's modernized, more modern than 50s, of course, less bulbous, very angular, very macho-looking creature, especially with this lift kit and the Cummins diesel. The lug nuts have covers on them, pointed, don't get too close, you get sliced up. It's a very aggressive little critter, big critter, I should say. And again, 1958, the only year for the ribbed hood on these big Fords. 1-year deal for that hood.
$168,000.
Meet our twin daughters, Amelia and Mackenzie. They have juvenile Batten disease, a rare and fatal neurodegenerative disorder. It starts with vision loss and seizures, then steals speech, movement, and independence. 4Batten exists with one mission: to fund research and support families until there's a cure. Tonight, you can help.
To tell you about the truck and who built it, Constant Nunez, and I also want to thank Rick Steele, who paid to build this wonderful truck. Great customer of ours. Constance, tell us about the truck.
Yeah, well, first I want to just say thank you to Barrett Jackson for, championing all of the charity vehicles, and thank you to all the bidders out there for your generosity on bidding on all these wonderful vehicles. The truck was built for the 4Batten Foundation. It's an organization that does truly life-changing work for families and young people affected by Batten disease. Every dollar of this C50 will fund research, raise awareness, support those children and their families more than ever. As a builder, I should probably be up here telling you about how cool this truck is and how one of you is going to get to take home something truly one of a kind. But honestly, I feel like that's the consolation prize. The real win today is knowing that your bid is helping these kids and their families bring more hope, more resources, and more time. When I was asked to take on this project, I did not hesitate. I did hesitate when they told me they wanted to build a dump truck, but I think it worked out all right. In all seriousness, though, the build is about turning something heavy into something hopeful. So please help me do something good today and bid on this beautiful truck.
Give a quick update on the truck itself, and we'll get rolling.
Yes, sir. This is a custom
Constance.
1972 Chevrolet C50, one-of-a-kind executive ranch truck, officially a full-size dump. It is powered by the Chevrolet 350 cubic inch V8, Edelbrock intake, TH400 automatic transmission with that low-car shifter. Here's Joseph.
All right. So a C10 pickup long bed was adapted to the much larger C50 chassis and then finished. Custom root beer paint. Wow, what a big, large, and in charge ride this is, and all for a great cause.
So when you see this from a distance, it looks like a pickup truck. And then you get close to it and you realize this is a massive pickup truck. Like you said, a dump truck chassis. Not a C10, not a C20 or 30. This is a C50. I've never seen one of these before.
That cab has similar stampings to a pickup truck cab. However, the floor and firewall are radically different. So don't think you can grab a big truck cab and use it on your pickup. Doesn't work.
This will be the 100th six-figure sale of this year's Scottsdale auction.
And if you get a chance, and most people won't get that chance, look underneath. It's beautiful. And the great thing about what Barrett Jackson has done over the years is not just support all the obvious charities, but they're supporting organizations that are doing good work that don't get as much attention. A perfect example is this 4Batten Foundation, doing work on a genetic disease that is, having a massive impact on probably a smaller number of people, but this money is going to be so important for the research. All right, we've got to show the interior real quickly here just because it's just as nice inside as it is on the outside. Look at how beautifully it's been done. Every attention to detail for every detail. Nice, comfortable seat. It's a bench, but it's got that bolster in the middle, make it very comfortable. Look at that.
To the 501c3, and on this one, no buy fee.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to Rick back here about the truck a little bit. He wanted to invite 4 people that purchase the truck to an all-inclusive on one of Scottsdale's most desirable golf courses. Is that correct? Absolutely. You include it with the vehicle as well.
Let's go.
$200,000. That ties for the top sale of the auction. And later today, Ryan Blaney has a 2005 Ford GT that will sell for the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation. Nobody does charity like Barrett Jackson. You won't believe what's just happened at Barrett Jackson. Let's go to the auction block. Lead auctioneer Joseph Mast. Occasionally, someone will win a charity lot and donate it back to be auctioned again. But never have I ever seen anything like this. Originally, the truck sold for $200,000. It was donated back. It resold for $275,000. It was donated back again. Hammered, sold at $250,000, and it was just sold for a 4th time for $150,000. This beautiful truck has just raised $875,000 for the Forbatten Foundation.
And what's amazing is looking at the emotions on the faces of the people who are involved with the foundation. They are blown away by the reception.
Nowhere but Barrett Jackson. Never have I ever. That was unbelievable. But the truck rolls away, and another auction car sits in its place. This one is a '67 Ford Mustang Custom Fastback with a Restomod bill over 5 years from 2018 to 2023. $200,000 in Restomod work on this one.
This is going to be a hard act to follow. With that said, this was born a C-Code 289 two-barrel. That was then. Now it has a Coyote 5-liter dual overhead cam engine, much better engine than the Pushrod 289.
Who knows what the next star moment is going to be? Because, I mean, we instantly shot to $100,000 on this one. Took 5 years to build this between 2018 and 2023. And once again, I love the subtlety of this. I mean, you know, it's a 1967, which for the most part looks relatively stock. The only thing you're going to notice is the Shelby-style hood on the front, more like a 1968 Shelby-style hood. But the performance underneath the hood is what really tells the story. And the paint is really great. When you're right up close to it, you can see the metal flake in the green. It's really nicely done.
And although the engine compartment is wider in 1967 for bigger engines, it's not a problem here. This has a TCI front suspension, which has coilover shocks, and no more need for a shock tower. So much more room for that camera under the hood.
Yeah, nice and clean. Boy, I tell you what, plenty of work that went into making this, and I love the style of this. Remember, 1967, they changed the concave look from a flat look to the concave right here with these taillights. A much meatier chassis, much meatier look to the body, and well, I'm a big fan of the 67 and 68 because of that revision. And this is what forced the 1969 Chevy to look different as well. Camaro.
Got a 9-inch rear axle with 388 gears. Good stuff. Has a 6-speed manual with double overdrive. So in overdrive, the 388 gears will probably feel like a 280 dropping the RPMs for quieter cruising.
I mean, the reality is that just about every single part of this has been touched. I'm looking at the gauges inside, very modern gauges. Even the pedals, the accelerator and the brake pedal have been redone.
$132,000 is the hammer price on this Mustang Custom Fastback. Let's go out to the McGuire staging lanes, and Tyler.
Well, I had to experience this one firsthand because it's so rare and so cool. The last of the old school Bentleys, and this one's pretty special. 1999 Bentley Continental SC. If you come around here, see my hands sticking out? That's because this is one of less than 70 to have this sort of sports roof, this Targa roof that they did from the factory. Incredibly rare to have this open top experience. They made convertibles, of course, and coupes, but not many of these Targa tops. And the back passenger has some glass as well to look down, but if you look back inside, all this beautiful rich leather. Look at this machine turn dash everywhere as well. And these Bentleys, well, they're just amazing, sumptuous, so comfortable vehicles thanks to their mineral oil suspension. And if you go under the hood, it's got some serious performance as well. In 1987, Bentley built the fastest luxury sedan ever by taking their 6.75-liter engine and putting a big Garrett turbo on it, and that was still here in 1999. So you see the start of that Garrett GAR right there on the turbo off the engine. These were over 400 horsepower when new. So this is incredibly rare, basically an instant classic with Bentley, and man, I want it. I want it bad.
I can't say I blame you. Now on the block is a fully resto-modded, a rare piece, a 1957 Oldsmobile Rocket 88 Fiesta two-door hardtop station wagon.
Love the styling on this. When you look at what it has on the side, the B pillar is what makes this so special. It's kind of like their own version of the Nomad. Look how the bright work, the chrome work starts here and comes back with almost like a fastback look, then goes into this window. And then the belt line. This is similar to what the 1953 Buick Skylark came out with, to have a big dip in the belt line. Technically, they were all Fiesta wagons, I believe, back in 1957, but gosh, the look on this is great.
455 V8 Air Ride, and there's its new owner for $120,000. You can see everything that's coming to the auction block by going to Barrett-Jackson.com, buy merch, and get info on upcoming auctions as well. Here's the Striker Purple Dodge Viper GTC that Tyler previewed for us with only 133 miles.
Yeah, the mighty Viper 8.4-liter V8 started way back with 8 liters and grew from strength to strength from there. And again, 6-speed manual on all of these, and the only one of its kind in this color.
Yeah, Striker Purple, I love this. And, you know, the GTC buyers back in 2017 were enrolled in a program where no other Viper could be built with the exact same specification. So if you enrolled in the program, you were getting a one-of-one car. Every single one of those GTCs in that program was slightly different than all of the others that were produced.
And C stands for concierge. In other words, you had a factory-appointed person who helped you spec out your car, make sure it got built properly. So GT Concierge Program.
Wow, look at the number on this, $200,000.
And we're not done.
And of course, it has
Top
that beautiful
retail sale of the day with $210,000 bid.
And it has not just this beautiful Striker paint, but this beautiful GTS roof right here with a little dip in the center. Boy, one of the nicest designs, I think, ever to come out of Detroit, with the really subtle fin coming up out of the back and the two-tone with the stripes and that Striker purple. This is very striking.
And on the roof there, the humps are reminiscent of the Gurney hump on the GT40s for Dan Gurney's helmet.
$215,000. That is the highest retail or non-charity sale of today, eclipsing that beautiful '69 Pontiac GTO Judge pattern car. Prices keep going up because the cars keep getting better and better and better as they come to the auction block. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where the opening bid for this topless 1963 Chevy Impala Roadster was $100,000.
Wow, what a machine. You know, we've previewed this in our Wild Wheels because it is so wild. Look at that massive BDS blower. I've seen some big blowers on the top of cars, but that's amazing. But what's really spectacular is the scroll work. You know, within the lowrider world, when you're in a competition, you're judged not just on the build, but also on things like scroll work. This is the second of the lowriders that we've seen cross this week. We had one crosswalk during commercial break yesterday. And looking at the scroll work, looking at the detail is amazing. And not only is it the scroll work, but you also have to realize that the steering components are plated in 24-karat gold.
And take a look at the controls for the lowrider here as far as the air tanks and the valves individually, all looking handmade and engraved as well. Just stunning.
Sold on the stage for $130,000. We'll move to this 69 Chevrolet Camaro Custom Coupe in Ferrari Rosso Corsa.
Well, much different in terms of the way it looks today than the way it rolled off of the showroom floor. Not just the least of which is it's got a very modern supercharged engine underneath the hood, but turbo, pardon me, I shouldn't have said supercharged. Every now and then we get confused, but big turbo, look at that thing. Much more modern, and all of the supports that have been put in to make it work.
Well, it's actually a twin turbo. You see, so both sets of headers are going forward into a turbo on either side in the corner, sort of by the headlights, which makes for insane horsepower. Easily 1,000 horsepower with this kind of build. You can see it's widened out in the rear as well. No slicks on the back. They're still using normal modern tires on it, but definitely wider than stock to hook up all that power. And yeah, Rosso Corsa red everywhere on the bumpers, everything all Ferrari red.
Well, and it's not just that they painted the bumpers. I mean, look at the work they've done to shorten and make the bumpers fit the body just a little closer right there, especially up front. So, once again, they're unlike some of the other cars we've seen that look like they're dipped where there's absolutely no chrome. We have a little bit of bright work here. Obviously, we've got the bright work around the tail lights, not original. We've got door handles. But in terms of the work where they've taken a lot of it off, boy, this is really nice. I like not just the paint, but the work that's under the paint.
Yeah, usually with an engine like that under the hood, they're more dragsters, with parachutes and slicks and a big roll cage. But this one's built to be more, more refined, more show car, and the high quality here. Also with a 6-speed manual transmission, so you can row your own gears. I imagine it's just burnouts until the end of time.
Yeah, and looking underneath, boy, the suspension is just as spectacular. I mean, this is really a very, very modern build. I don't know when it was built, but it's very fresh.
And they do sell this modern style glass where you don't have to do the chrome trim, for muscle cars and Camaros especially, and both in the front and back.
$155,000 in the Hammer Falls. New owners up in the skybox. And now coming center stage is a very recent Porsche 911 Turbo S. This is the 2022 model year. 3.7 liter twin turbo flat six, 640 horsepower, Porsche Racing Yellow, front axle lift, ceramic brakes, center lock wheels, all the options you'd want, sport exhaust, LED matrix headlights, and under 9,000 miles.
Yeah, pretty much an instant collectible, selling well over its MSRP because these are very hard to get. Of course, the demand for them. It built plenty. There's huge demand, and that's because of the performance. All-wheel drive, 640 horsepower. The 0 to 60 is somewhere in the 2s with these, and this one's even crazier because of the spec. With Porsches and exotics, the crazier the spec, usually the crazier the money, as we touch $200,000.
So I follow this late model Porsche market quite closely, and rarely do these cars sell for below their original MSRP. That's about where we are right now.
Well, think about the evolution of the 911. When it first came out in 1964 as the very first version, it was much thinner, much smaller in terms of the overall size. Over time, it evolved in so many different ways. I mean, yeah, it's bigger, bulkier, wider. You've got the much flatter headlights. The prominence of the front fenders, not nearly as strong as it was in the early going. And of course, there are always some people that go, oh, they ruined it. But the reality is, it's changed for the modern times.
Mike was pointing out those center lock wheels, so you can see it has a little bit to be able to get the wheels off. No lug nuts on this one.
I would call that a moderate buy for $200,000. That car selling for below MSRP, and his T-shirt says race car. Maybe this will become one. Can't get past this color. Tiffany blue with a carbon black interior on this 2022 McLaren GT.
McLaren, they're known for their, super sports cars, their exotics, their hypercars and all that, but they hadn't built sort of a gentler Grand Touring car, and that's what the McLaren GT is, obviously GT for Grand Touring. They're still using their same supercar platform. They achieved this just by softening things up a little bit and then covering up the engine in the back and giving a big hatchback so you can actually haul some luggage. And it's kind of funny, they literally put a hump in it for golfers to haul their golf clubs to the country club. That's what that hump is right there, to hold your golf clubs in place. And if you wanted to see the engine, you're peeling back a lot of trim to see that 4-liter V8 under there.
Of course, when Bruce McLaren founded the company, it was all about racing. That's all they did, was make racing cars. Now, in the late 60s, they did take some of their Can-Am cars and convert them into street cars, but they were basically just race cars that had been legalized for the street. It wasn't until decades later when McLaren began to reach out and think, you know what, there might be a second market. We've got enough of a name. How about we go and do into that market? Now, I always wonder, what would Bruce McLaren think? First off, he was an entrepreneur. He'd love it. But I don't think he could possibly imagine what his company name is building today.
Well, McLaren as a company has always struggled to make money, and it still is today. They definitely needed to figure out how to build cars to appeal to the masses rather than just hardcore enthusiasts. And I think there's an SUV and some other things in the work, but this is their first try at something that's a little more, well, daily drivable.
Under 15,000 miles, $150,000 for that McLaren in Tiffany blue. Time for some Hagerty Fastbacks on our next vehicle. It's a 1957 Volvo TP21 custom SUV built for the Swedish Armed Forces. These were nicknamed Suga by the troops. They were produced from 1953 to 1958. This is one of only 720 such vehicles.
Well, the Suga name in Swedish basically means female pig. It's sow. So that's the designation they were giving to these. And as you mentioned, they were basically built for the military. And I have to admit, I've never seen a TP21 here in the United States. This one's had a lot of work done to it to get to this point, not the least of which, under that hood, it's got a much, much, much bigger engine than this was born with.
I was going to be kind, Rick, and let everybody just kind of look that up or not. But, okay, you've taken the wrapper off it. There it is. The guys who drove them called them pigs. I don't know. Today, this one's been all redone with a big block V8 replacement for the original underpowered 90 horsepower unit.
Yeah, lipstick on a pig is usually a negative connotation, but I think in this case it definitely works because it's all done up very well. Not lipstick, not just a veneer, but obviously underneath and massively upgraded as far as the lift and the oversized wheels, the solid axles, the drivetrain, and the paint much nicer than this thing would have left the Volvo factory with.
And I think the body's actually slightly different. I think this is the body that would have been used for a Volvo taxi cab back in those days. So they've kind of morphed it into both a truck, and I think they've used the front end of the truck portion and some of the body of the taxi.
This was displayed at the SEMA show in Las Vegas in 2018.
Inside, I believe we've also got a PlayStation. We've got all kinds of fun stuff in there.
Well, you got 620 horsepower to play with for your $60,000. Well done. Welcome back to Scottsdale. Here's the 1999 Bentley Continental SC that Tyler previewed. The one with the Targa top, one of only 73 produced with only 13,000 miles.
Yeah, these are so cool and so rare. I had the convertible version of this. The original owner, Jean-Claude Van Damme. It's much more common than the convertibles. These Target roofs, very rare and big money.
$150,000 to take that one home. We're going to stay in the ultimate luxury theme for this 2018 Rolls-Royce Ghost. Black diamond with black leather and a black cashmere headliner.
So this was supposed to be the more reasonable Rolls-Royce to buy versus the Phantom. When BMW acquired Rolls-Royce, the Phantom was the first model. The Ghost is more based on the 7 Series, but by reasonable, the MSRP, $325,000. So still very expensive, still V12 under the hood, and all kinds of crazy luxury inside, including the suicide doors you see in here, just beautiful.
Well, the Phantom has a longer wheelbase, and it's a little more expensive. And basically, they used to say that the Phantom was for someone who wants to be driven around, and the Ghost was for somebody who wants to drive themselves around. Not quite as, performance-oriented as a Wraith, okay, a little bit. But it's still a full size, if you want to call it that, Rolls-Royce with those 4 doors, big suicide door in the back, and an original sticker price of $325,000. So if you want to drive yourself around, this is the Rolls you got.
Tyler,
Total blackout treatment, 29,000 actual miles.
The Flying Lady on the grill, is that electric? How does it go down?
It's definitely, you can set it up to be automatic, and also you can set it to, come up and down with the car on and off. I guess I'll spend the rest of the time trying to get it to work. Here, I'll hop in.
The Spirit of Ecstasy.
Do I have to touch it first, or does it go down on its own?
Oh, I'm going through the menus. I'm working on it. I just said challenge to do it before the hammer falls. Can I do it?
Now, the reason it's retractable is to prevent them from being stolen when the car is parked.
As Tyler scrolls to the menu on the LCD screen.
I did it!
Oh!
I did it! Yes!
Under pressure, he pulls it off.
The Rolls-Royce version of the air grabber.
$152,000 for that Rolls-Royce Ghost. Next up is a 2020 Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro, powered by a twin-turbo 4-liter V8, making 577 horsepower.
So this is the hardcore track version of the AMG TT, made to most resemble, say, the IMSA racers or the Formula One pace car that you would find on the track. So that's why it has all this extra aero, all the extra venting, and much higher performance than the normal AMG GTS, which 500 horsepower originally came out, and I believe these are tuned to over 600 horsepower with that twin-turbo V8 under the hood.
Right, so this is not our standard R, right? I mean, this is the next step up from the R, the GTR Pro. And when they ran this at the Nürburgring, they were able to run it about, so much faster, I think by several seconds than the base R. So as to your point, this is built for the track. Now the question is, who's going to buy it and run it on the track? It is capable. It has that ability, but a lot of folks aren't going to do it.
But it is still street legal, so they didn't go full racing version on it. Mostly not quite, slick race tires, but still some tread on it. But yeah, definitely hardcore track version.
Well, this one has been well enjoyed with 24,000 miles on the odometer, and it sells for $140,000. From something sleek and fast to something very rugged. This 96 AM General Humvee M1123, powered by a 6.6-liter Duramax diesel V8 and an Allison 6-speed automatic.
This one is not the turbo diesel. It's going to be a little more sluggish than the turbo diesel, but these have aluminum, military-grade aluminum bodies, and of course a fiberglass nose, very thick fiberglass nose. They'll go anywhere.
And this is definitely aftermarket as far as this grill here, but these hooks are definitely factory. They are tied to the frame, and that's for military purposes, so they can hook it up to a helicopter and lift it up off the back. So yeah, this one originally a military Humvee, doesn't have a VIN, so some states you can't register the military versions, but a lot of them get upgraded like this, Rhino lined. And here's the hook on the back right here. You're gonna hook this to the other part of the helicopter and then lift it straight up in the air. Enormous vehicle, but not as heavy as it looks because of that aluminum body that Mags pointed out.
And the helicopter involved would be a Chinook heavy lift helicopter with twin rotors to do the job. I can imagine this got to weigh about 7 tons, something like that right here. That's a lot of helicopter to lift this off the ground.
Yes, and once again, as you were mentioning, this is a Humvee, not a Hummer. Of course, the Hummer being the civilian version, the Humvee being the military version. And you can always tell because it just has that 6-digit serial number as opposed to the VIN number. That's different.
Well, everything about these was overbuilt, including the heater. It puts out 18,000 BTUs. That's enough to heat a small house.
In the front suspension and rear suspension, there's no differential hanging down to get stuck on a rock or a stump or a landmine. And basically, there's portal axles. There's a gear drive here on each side of the hub. It takes the power and redirects it into the hub of the wheel. So no differentials hanging down. Not even a transfer case. That's way up high on the vehicle, so nothing to get caught up on obstructions.
One interesting conversion. This started off as a 24-volt system. It's now been converted to a 12-volt system, basically not as much demand on the electrical system and a little more, user-friendly.
A lot of aftermarket changes to this one. The bumper's definitely custom as well. That roof rack spanning the entire vehicle, definitely custom. I had one of these and was actually able to put a Toyota Prius on the roof of mine, a junked Prius, and haul it to the scrapper. They picked up with a crane off the roof of my Hummer and then took it and scrapped it. So these heavy-duty roof racks, they're mounted, they're mounted very well.
1.5 tons it's capable. 1.5 tons it's capable of carrying.
$55,000 is the hammer price for this Humvee. Beautiful quality and craftsmanship on display here at Barrett-Jackson. It's a classroom, it's a car show, it's an auction, all in one. First year for disc brakes on the Chevy Corvette was this, 1965.
1965, also the first year of the bid block with a 396, but that is gone with this one. Now we have a big 502 cubic inch V8 with the individual stacks in it and dressed up beautifully. I like that they resisted the temptation to do the Stinger hood, because in 1965 and 66 it had this style of hood, so they kept that nice and accurate, but also a lot of other little touches as far as making it custom. You can see the oversized wheels with sort of the knockoff look to them, side pipe exhaust, which they retained sort of that classic styling, but then the interior wildly updated and modernized.
This has been fitted with a 502 big block with FiTech fuel injection, of course, disc brakes all the way around. But with that said, 603 cars were built with drums for a small credit. I think a $60 credit. If you wanted to have drums in your 65, you could get them. They're probably just building out excess inventory from 1964. At the factory.
Steve, disc brakes were pretty much new to production cars, and there were some people that, well, didn't trust them. They were used to drum brakes, and that's what they wanted. So that happened. $125,000 for that Corvette. April has a guest with a deep connection to some of the cars here at Barrett-Jackson.
That's right, I do, Mike. This is my kind of celebrity right here, Chuck Persini, stunt driver for one of our favorite movies, Gone in 60 Seconds. Now, here's my question. You got to be real with me. How much did you drive? How much did Nick Cage drive?
I'll be quite honest with you. I probably did about 60% of it. Nick did his share, probably 20, 25. And Eddie and Nick shared. Eddie was his other double, and Eddie platooned that with me as well.
Okay, so secretly, no one's watching. Is Nick Cage a good driver or not? Just
Nick
bring
was
it up.
a great driver. We went out to Bob Bondron here in Phoenix a couple of times. We tuned up, but Nick had skills before we even started the movie. So he knew pretty much what he was doing. We went through and fine-tuned him on the actual car, which made him even that much better.
Right, now tell me about these Eleanors in the movie. What was the most difficult part?
In the movie, we built like 11 different vehicles, so they all had their own capabilities. Some were 6-cylinders, some were 8, some were 427. They were all different motors, different suspensions. So each time you got in a different car, it reacted differently depending on the stunt or the action we were doing for that particular day.
All right, you were also in one other incredibly famous movie, Roadhouse, in the end. A very important car. Tell me about that.
In Roadhouse, at the end, I drove the 560 SEC. In the movie, it shows that there's nobody driving the car, that Patrick actually put a knife in the pedal to make it go over the wall. Well, that was actually me in the car. I flipped the car, blew it up in the air, and that was actually in 1988. That was my first turnover or flip in a car on that show.
You're my hero, Chuck. I love that. Love that car. Love that scene. Mike, back to you.
Wow, what a history. And now we do see a lot of Eleanor replicas come to the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Some authorized, some not, but a wide variety of them. Here is a 1967 Chevrolet K10 four-wheel drive custom pickup powered by a fuel-injected all-aluminum Corvette-based LS1 engine.
Well, the first year for this styling cycle, which go through 1972, but 67 and 8 have a sloped hood. 69 went to a more vertical, more masculine look up front, more brutal. But the 67, first year for this styling cycle.
And this is a very rare one. It's not a conversion. This is a factory K10, so four-wheel drive and a short bed. Apparently only 1,046 produced with the fleet size. So pretty impressive that they took one that's this rare, found it, and then restored and customized to this high of a degree.
Just 500 miles since this build was completed.
It's a hopped-up engine, LS1, of course, with the aluminum heads, aluminum block. Still has the drum brakes on the back, disc brakes up front, which are standard in these trucks at this point in time. Big lift kit between the springs and the axle.
Number 7 seller of the day at $175,000. We're going to stay in the Chevy pickup truck world, but dial the Wayback Machine to 1948 for this 3100 custom pickup built by Roger Berman at Lakeside Rods and Rides in Iowa.
Well, a lot of modifications here. Rack and pinion, suspension up front, no more leaf springs and beam axle. A 6-liter LS style engine backed up by a 4L80 4-speed overdrive transmission, automatic.
Yeah, beautiful treatment in the engine bay here as far as smoothing out the firewall, getting that beautiful intake there as far as the cover over it, and using those vintage style valve cover cam covers to give it that vintage look, even though it is a modern LS underhood. So it's the little touches like that that send these customs to the next level. You can put an LS in, but you can't make it look like this without a lot of effort.
And painting something like this with so many panels, you take them off, paint them, and then reassemble the vehicle. You don't paint this thing in one piece. You take them off, mix the paint correctly so everything matches, and put it together without scratching anything. It takes a lot of skill to get that done.
You saw those Billet Specialties wheels, 18s in the front, 20s in the back, resembling the Hallobrand Kidney Bean IndyCar style wheels. This build was just completed 2 months ago, only 250 test miles since.
I think these rear fenders probably widened a bit, or at least touched some to fit the right wide rear tires, and a dual exhaust as well. So a lot of nice little touches. Like I said, it's the little things that really make a difference.
Oh, she likes it. She's excited. He is the high bidder. Well done at $125,000. That's a beautiful truck. Check out this beautiful Chevrolet Chevelle Custom Coupe, just built for SEMA by Chip Foose, who came up on the auction block to tell everybody about the philosophy behind this beautiful build. He says this is one he's going to be sorry to see go. Currently bid to $150,000. And that's where the hammer falls to that bidder in the skybox. And rolling into its place is a 1959 Chevy Impala Custom Coupe in deep black. 19s in the front, 20s in the rear. Upgrades totaling over $100,000.
Well, second year for the Impala, which arrived in 1958 as the Chevrolet Halo model below the Corvette. Larger and flatter for 1959, fully restyled. Also has the X frame The perimeter frame would arrive in 1965, but again, the X-frame is an interesting thing with 2 drive shafts. And this one had a V8 way back when. Now it has a V8 with much larger with a BDS blower drive services 671 supercharger on top of a massive blueprint engine, 640 big block Chevy engine.
Well, Mike, you only got half the story there, $100,000 in upgrades, but total invested $350,000. Means they have the receipts to prove how much has been put into this. Probably a record for an Impala.
That's quite a number, Tyler. I don't know how you'd put $300,000 into a 59 Impala, but they figured that out.
Got a Mark Williams rear axle, 9-inch. And that's an 871 blower, not a 671. It's electronic fuel injection, so it's not mechanical. No need for a primer bottle when you fire it up in the morning. Electronic fuel injection fires up and runs like a Corvette, I'm sure.
I like how they did the supercharger cutout sort of in the shape of a bow tie, and also very practical there in the hood. But yeah, the 59 Impalas still having that iconic, rear fins there, and it's definitely loud and proud still on this car, along with the very loud and proud wide rear wheels with that upgraded suspension.
Yeah, 19s in the front, 20s in the rear, those billet wheels with Mickey Thompson tires. A bidder on the block, one on the floor.
It's got a Gear Vendor 6-speed automatic transmission, no clutch pedal to mess with.
And the hammer falls at $102,000. You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com and find the sale prices of every car that's crossed the block and see what's coming up, as well as information on upcoming auctions. Here's the 69 Ford Bronco Custom SUV with a 5-liter Coyote V8, 10-speed automatic, professional frame-off rotisserie restoration, and a mild 2.5-inch lift.
The Coyote swap is the engine of choice for these Broncos when you're going custom with them. And this one, yeah, done up very nicely. As you can see, modern Coyote Mustang motor mounted in there. But I love the color combination of this with the black and sort of the heritage white accents and bumpers. Perfect lift, not too high, not too low, with the oversized all-terrain tires. Everything right about this Bronco, including the cut rear quarters that are kind of molded to match like it was from the factory.
Yeah, good point, Tyler. While most folks will just bolt on some wheel flares, these are actually molded into the body with no seam evidence. Nice work.
Beautiful bespoke interior, seating for 4. Nice leather-covered center console there, a little bit of roll bar padding, and a hammer price of $150,000. This next vehicle is a 70 Chevrolet C10 custom pickup built by JP's Customs called Crown Royal. It has a GM 350 crate motor with a 4-speed automatic.
And once again, 2-wheel drive short bed is the magic for pickup trucks in the Chevrolet line. It's a short bed, of course, not a long bed. A modern suspension all the way around. Love those wheels.
April previewed this truck for us. It has 20s in the front and 22s in the rear. The interior has a custom bench in duck gray grain with champagne inserts.
Yeah, and a spray in bedliner, so you could actually still use this as a truck. But I do love the gold accents on this as far as the grille, the wheels, and then a little strip of it in the trim going down the side of the vehicle in this color. I'm curious, Crown Royal, the color, because wouldn't that be purple in the bag?
Well, the bidders like it. $195,000 bid. Moves it into our top 5 for the day.
Got a ProCharge small block Chevy under the hood with a Gearstar 700 Or4 automatic overdrive transmission.
Got the hood up. Holy smokes, look at that supercharger. And then the gold accents continue like April showed. Boy, this thing is beautiful.
number one retail sale of the day. $215,000 bid.
A bit of aero added as well. In addition to the grill down here, you can see we have a bit of like a lower air dam, like a race car.
Sold for $220,000. That is the highest retail price achieved today at Barrett-Jackson. Now here's Craig Jackson talking about a very special and rare Mopar product.
We have a 2017 Dodge Viper ACR Snakeskin Green Edition. It is powered by that 8.4 liter V10. I love how they added the green interior into this whole option set. Producing 645 horsepower. It is paired to the 6-speed manual transmission. 812 miles as it sits here today. A little tidbit, my first new car was a Viper, so a little fond of these cars. This is number 22 of 31 Snakeskin Green Edition ACRs built to commemorate the final year of the Viper.
You'll see that ACR, or American Club Racer Viper, cross the block tomorrow on Super Saturday. Yes, that's a Plymouth Superbird. Yes, it's Petty Blue. And it's got a modern Gen 3 Hemi under the hood.
The VIN tells us this car was born a 383 Roadrunner, has a fiberglass nose and wing. A company in Canada builds those things. You can buy the kit for about $6,000 and then install it on yourself. Nice work.
Well, it's a recreation, but I like how they did the reinforcements for the wing down to the frame, which is how they did it originally, to where this could take a lot of weight. Like even there's a photo of 3 women sitting across an original Superbird and still supporting that weight. Yeah, modern Hemi under here, but I do see Meet Me Porn. Let's see if it still has it.
Nice. The Superbird was a submodel of the very successful Plymouth Roadrunner. And that one, with only 317 miles since the build, has a new owner for $132,000. This is not Petty Blue, this is Porsche Chalk on this 1972 Chevrolet K10 Cheyenne Super Custom pickup.
Well, the final year for this styling cycle, which went 67 through 72, 73 brought us the square body. This one has the go-to 6.2 liter LS style engine, major lift kit, spaces between the frame and the body, and also shackles and re-arch springs.
Yeah, that chalk continues under the hood as well, where they accented the LS engine and yeah, cleaned up the firewall. Once again, those nice touches that send these custom builds over the top. This one lifted 4 inches with all-terrain or more mud-terrain tires on this one. And yeah, they put the Cheyenne badges on it, which was a luxury trim back in the day, but it looks like they went way over the top on the interior. I guess we'll wait till it moves over and then open up the door.
4-inch suspension lift, 35 by 12.5 R17 Toyo Open Country tires on those Raceline wheels.
Oh yeah, that is a very nice leather bench, not some vinyl stamp thing that you would have had, you know, from the factory. Looked like they leather trimmed the dash as well. Certainly something that you wouldn't have had in 1972. Beautiful.
That is a Roadwire amber leather seat. Beautifully done by JD's Glassworks.
They went with a wood bed on this one, but they blacked out the oak panels. Looks really nice. And you can see the fuel filler as well in the bed, so you don't have to disturb the lines of the truck with a cap on the door.
How do you feel about that Porsche Chalk? There are some of us who feel it kind of looks like, you know, light gray primer with a gloss clear coat. I can't say I'm a fan, but somebody was, to the tune of $142,000 as that sells to a phone bidder. This 72 Chevy C10 custom pickup is called Texas Heat, and it's a 3-year build.
Oh, the nice work. I like the extruded metal grill on this one. The billet's aluminum bar here, machined out with the bow tie in the middle. Of course, the go-to LS3 motor with fuel injection. I like the airbox and the covering on top of the engine right there, molded to complement the rest of the vehicle. Of course, color matched to the engine compartment. Nice work.
Yeah, this is full-out show truck right here with the intake going through all the way to the firewall and completely covering up most of the business as far as the intake of the motor. This is just incredible work. Looks like a totally custom one-off grille as well. The bumper's mounted flush and color match with the turn signal just barely mounted there with little LED strips. Very impressive when you look close to the details.
Shot Tomahawk wheels, 22 by 8.5s in the front, 24 by 15s in the back, and those Wilwood disc brakes poking out from behind.
Massively tubbed as well. You can see those huge deep ditch rear wheels, and the bed has been raised considerably, about a foot, to make room for this lowered suspension. And obviously the wheel well is sticking way out there, so not practical as a truck anymore, but this is a full-out show pony here. And once again, those rear LEDs integrated very neatly into the bumper. Wow.
The tailgate has been filled. The Chevrolet logo is long gone. Smooth face there. Very cool look. Custom all the way around. And the rear bumper narrowed a little bit and tucked in toward the body sides. Good touch.
Well, we've got two bidders on the floor. One standing, one sitting. Not sure they're aware of each other. Just looking at the number up on the screen, which is currently $160,000. 165, 170, 175. We're still going.
Well, it's easy to see why. And then inside, this bench, beautiful, molded to be somewhat buckets. And you got, vintage air and the beautiful gauges integrated into the middle of the dash. Totally custom and everything here. Even cup holder, something you couldn't get in 72.
Sold for $177,000. What a truck. Gorgeous. There's a view from Craig Jackson's Skybox at the down ramp and the auction block and the huge crowd that's gathered here in Scottsdale.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions, and that's just one example of why. I mean, check out the Showcase Pavilion. Amazing machinery, and that's the stuff that will be crossing the block tomorrow. That Gullwing, those 300 SL Roadster right next to it. And up on the block now, we got a 1957 Corvette Custom, currently bid to $100,000.
This is an actual 57 Corvette body with a modern chassis. It's a 5.7 Ramjet 350 under the hood.
Well, the hammer was up in the air for a long time, but away it went for $100,000. Interesting custom build on that. Not the kind we'd normally see. All right, our second Dukes of Hazzard car crossing the block.
This car was born originally as a 383 two-barrel N-code car, but that was then. Now it has a big block 440 with a TorqueFlite 3-speed automatic and an 8 3/4-inch rear axle. And it's made out to look just like the Dukes of Hazzard car, built by George Barris.
Yeah, this is one of their promotional vehicles where they would tour at the actors from Dukes of Hazzard and show it. I mean, it would be more desirable if we were one of the TV ones, but maybe not because so many of them were jumped and destroyed, not many surviving. So a bit of cool factor as far as it being a promotional vehicle with the Barris connection and the actors actually driven the car, but not one of the screen-used ones. Still pretty cool, that 440 V8, has that big bull bar on the front, and yeah, all the General Lee graphics.
Now, as I recall, George Barris, who built this promo car, was not involved in the building of the original cars for the show. But once again, he was involved in building this, and there is certification to show that's correct.
Got the right wheels on it, the Vector, Western Racing Vector wheels. RT badge on the back, although the cars, Dukes of Hazzard cars, sometimes are RT, sometimes regular Charger, depending on what day it was.
I'm just going to check something real quick. Let me go down the driver's side here. There you go. Okay. Okay, the doors do open. They do work. You can get out of the car normally. Why do they need to crawl into it like that through the window?
Well, and this is a 1970. The one earlier that crossed the block, I believe, was a 1968. And I think the ones they actually used for the show were 1969, as I recall.
Gotta love the Dodge Charger. Of course, first Charger, the fastback, not such a big hit, but the 68 through 71, or 70, just great lines on these things. And in fact, the new Charger, the electric car, and even the Hurricane cars, the modern body borrows the shapes of this car and the 71 and molding them into a more modern package. But it's a beautiful body right here. I love these things. I had a 68 Hemi Charger back in the 80s. Great car.
Craig talking about the provenance of this one, which the passenger door opens as well. You don't need to climb in it. You can see Barris's autograph there on the dashboard, and I believe if you go higher on the upper dash, that may be one of the actors that signed the dash as well. So you got a lot of TV and legendary hot rodder customizer at Providence.
This one has the column shifted automatic, and like all Chargers, a 150 mile an hour speedometer. The headlights on these are operated by vacuum. There's a canister under the battery tray that opens them when you hit the switch.
$100,000. That gentleman was bidding all along. He really wanted to bring that home. All right, let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm on the pre-staging lanes with this really sweet 1958 Corvette. Now, few things added on the 58. She's got the most jewelry out of all the C1s. You got the quad headlights, heavy chrome up front. There's a washboard style, almost louvered, faux louvered hood. But come back here. I got the best part. We got two suspenders. That's how you spot only 1958. It is so sweet. Now, this one's been completely redone, better than new. It's got an LS3 with a supercharger on top to give it even more power. C4 suspension, so it handles like a modern Corvette, and it stops like one, too, with those massive Willwood disc brakes under the bigger factory-looking wheels. Rick, you know what? This is the best of the old-school looks with all the modern technology you could ever dream of.
Yeah, and that's exactly what folks want these days. They want the old look with a car that drives like a new one. 1969 Chevelle Custom up on the block, closing in on $100,000 is the current bid.
Well, this one has some heavy artillery under the hood, a GM LSX 454 aluminum small block. Big cube, small size, a lot of custom parts. T56 6-speed transmission, big 9-inch rear axle, rack and pinion front suspension, over shocks in the back, no more big coils. These are coilovers at the back, Willwood disc brakes all the way around.
Yeah, suspension borrowed from the C4 Corvette, so independent suspension in the front and the rear, and overall the quality of this thing really nice. A very deep blue metallic on the Chevelle. Really like it.
Yeah, good call, Tyler. They're not coilover. Indeed, they're leaf springs. Fiberglass leaves them out of a C4. Right on. Good swap. Good call. So that means the rear suspension is independent as opposed to being a beam axle, which would have been the stock setup. Not here.
And over 600 horsepower out of that 454, so they got some serious power out of the old school engine. Very impressive here with a 6-speed manual. I love it.
Well, they were pointing out to the crowd, those folks right there come away the high bid. Congratulations to them. You know, you got to have nerves of steel because you're going up against people who have a lot of money, and you've got a lot of money to spend. Why not? What a beautiful day it is out in the staging lanes where all the cars are coming up to sit for a moment before they get to the block. And boy, I love everything. That old school Corvette, newer Viper. I think it's plenty of stuff out there that's very modern as well as old school. Like this 1969 Camaro Z28 that's already popped to 110, 20, still moving.
The third and final year for the 302 cubic inch limit on these cars. 70 would bring the 350, but this is the top dog, dual quad. Rated at 290 horsepower, wink, wink, probably more like 350 with the dual Hollies in place up on top. And this has the cast-iron exhaust manifolds. All the headers were installed usually in the trunk. Very original with the smog pump still in place. Usually disassembled, taken away, and that's the correct foam thing, which would go onto the fiberglass hood to bring the cold air into the engine.
Yeah, very special Camaro, bringing big money here. Obviously, born this way was what making it such a car that rocks the block with that engine, 4-speed Muncie, and this color, the Hugger Orange from the factory, now at almost $200,000.
We got Internet Skybox stage out in the audience. There's plenty of bidders. It's now the #1 retail sale of the day. Is it still going?
Well, we were talking about customs versus original earlier. When they're the real deal original, very rare like this, they can bring huge money, rivaling or beating the customs.
This one has been certified by Jerry McNish of Camaro High Performance. Correct all the way front to back. Even the cross-flow rear muffler by Gardner, reproduction stuff, and the part numbers on the muffler, just perfect, very crisp, 100 points. Beautiful car.
$240,000 for a 1969 Camaro Z28 RS, most importantly, with a matching numbers drivetrain. The engine it was born with still in the car. It just rocked this place. $240,000, the top retail sale of the day. Edging out a Chevy C10 Custom, which sold for $220,000. Stay in the Chevy world, go back to 1955 for a custom Nomad.
The Nomad was a 3-year proposition, 55, 6, and 7, but the 55 to me is the best looking of the bunch. Has larger rear wheel openings than the 56 or 7, matching the fronts. And this has been modified with a Corvette motor LS3. Just a great looking car, customized. We'll take a look in a moment with the chassis cam and see what we find. There it is right there, green paint on the underside, the steering system, the underside of the aluminum motor, underside of the car painted to match the body, and of course the X-frame there, aftermarket frame. Nicely done. It's as pretty underneath as it is up top.
Well, there's a reason why, Mags. They're reporting to the consignor that they spent over $300,000 on this build. This very candy apple green everywhere, including in the engine bay, as we saw earlier with that LS3. And yeah, no detail missed on this one.
This car was built originally with a 265 V8 with the V at the prefix, but yes, you could get a 6-cylinder and a Nomad. It was possible. Not many were built, but it happens.
Well, we just hit $100,000 on it, so it's bringing a lot of attention. Not as much as 300. Yeah, not as much as the $300,000 it took to build it, but still solid money. I love the B-pillar on that, the way it slopes backwards. It's got a great style.
Shaved door handle, so I went on the inside. You can see this interior, just incredible as far as the modern bucket seats, double-din stereo, but then all the polish, all the bright work just looks great from 55 with modern Dakota digital gauges. So once again, you can see 300 grand was definitely spent here.
Well, congratulations to that gentleman right there. He was pretty stoic about it. His buddy was trying to give him grief, but he was in it to win it. $110,000 for that 1955 Chevy Nomad custom wagon. All right, Cuda time from 1971. A documented 1971 Plymouth Cuda in Plum Crazy.
Well, a 383 car with a 4-speed, of course, pistol grip. Second year for the Barracuda. 4 headlights versus 2 for 1970, but just a great restoration. Numbers matching engine and transmission.
Numbers matching Plum Crazy 383. Sounds like a dream, but here it is. And yeah, that pistol grip shifter on the interior. You see the 383 stripes going on the back. Wow, what an incredible machine.
Got power disc brakes. 8 3/4 rear axle, of course, as all of these had, all Cudas. got the build sheet, the fender tag, all present and accounted for. The build sheet, of course, is something that was installed on the assembly line to help the assembly line people put the right parts on the car. Usually stuck under the seat or on top of the glove box, usually missing or torn, but it's present here in this situation. It's a cherry on top.
Yeah, I don't think this car's ever been fully restored, at least not from what I can see. Definitely a repaint in its original color, but I'm looking at the interior. It's in very nice shape, that white vinyl interior, but it's showing some patina. I believe it is the original interior on this one, but you know, nicely repainted and restored sympathetically, but I think it was a very nice original car to start with.
And this is one of only 501 3D3/4 speeds built in 1971, so not very popular in its time, but now very, very popular, especially in this color.
I love the fact that the consignor points out that there was a new muffler installed back in 1995, a Walker Lifetime muffler. So you never get to replace that and pay for it.
Well, that kind of points to what I'm seeing. Other than the repaint, I might be original chrome as far as on the front bumper. So showing some really cool original patina on this one.
I love the Plum Crazy, and it just sold to that gentleman right there, $105,000 for a 1971 Plymouth Cuda with that big billboard stripe on the side. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to see a 2016 Dodge Viper ACR, American Club Racer. 645 horsepower, 6-speed manual transmission. It's built for racing. Westworld is packed today. Everybody coming out to see the best of the best on this fantastic Friday. All the cars that are crossing the auction block. And remember, this is just a warm-up for Super Saturday, but still, we've seen amazing cars. You want to break into the top 10 of the sales right now, it would take at least $175,000. Right now, we got a 1967 Chevy Nova Custom.
Just a beautiful presentation. Love the colors. Firewall, inner fenders, everything about this thing is just delicious. Got a ProCharger, Supercharger, belt driven here, featuring the Holley EFI unit. Lovely interior, leather, just it could be inside of a luxurious hotel and just beautifully inside. Much nicer inside than most of the cars we see on the block here. Beautiful work, manual transmission.
Yeah, I agree. And the extra bracing you saw there under the hood to handle probably all that torque as far as the front twisting. Roll bar installed, but nicely stitched with leather. I love the copper wheels on this one with the olive green. It's just beautiful.
Powder-coated suspension all the way around. I'm sure it's as nice underneath as it is up top. Fuel cell in the back. Those two lines there go from the back of the sump where it's positioned to pick up the fuel at acceleration. A trunk-mounted fuel thing. That's a cooling thing right there for the intercooler, right there. Meth injection. There we go. To quell detonation at full boost.
Yeah, that means that when you turn the meth injection on to keep things cool, you can boost these things up to crazy levels. And yeah, pretty crazy price.
Yeah, interesting color, olive green metallic, which I think really looks great under the lights up here. $107,000, the final bid for that 1967 Chevy Nova Custom. All right, time for an Eleanor replica. This one, a 1967 Ford.
Born an F-code small block car, but that was then. Now it's got a 427 big block with a fast fuel injection system, H-stack. Very cool.
Yeah, I like that it sort of has the old school, close to what, you know, a GT500 would have had back in the day. So definitely worthy of the badges, but you're looking there, nicely presented as well. Looks like all the modern conveniences that's been added as far as maybe air conditioning and all that stuff. But yeah, the Pearson, or the Gone in 60 Seconds Mustang had this body kit, the pepper gray, the stripes. So very movie accurate as well. And I do see, well, it does have a movie accurate nitro system, at least it's installed, but not with that Go Baby Go button.
Wow, we are at $250,000, meaning that is now the #1 retail of the day. And guess what? We are not done. 260 bids still coming in. buyer was urging the auctioneer, bring the hammer down, and that's exactly what he did. At $265,000 for a 67 Mustang, full-on Eleanor, certificate of authenticity, less than 1,000 miles since it was completed. Every nut and bolt has been refurbished on that thing. A perfect Eleanor. Right behind it, how about a 1970 Plymouth Hemi Cuda?
Well, people call this King Kong. The Hemi Cuda debuted in 1970. The E-Body debuted in 1970. The Hemi Cuda always with a shaker hood, often with argent paint, but sometimes with red to botch the body, which we have here. Red car's got the red shaker, and all the way correct. Front disc brakes on this one here, 4-speed car, lot to like.
Yeah, about the only thing not to like is it's not a numbers matching Hemi. Yeah, born with the Hemi, but this one has the stamping for a warranty replacement on the block, which was pretty common back in the day. You go to racing, these are high-strung, fragile engines, very easy to blow, and then we got replaced. So numbers matching, pretty rare.
In fact, this pad right here is where you would find the numbers on the block. It's bare, so it's probably a warranty block, as has been disclosed. It's a Dave Wise report, which is good news. Dave Wise goes to the car from front to the back to verify that it's what it's supposed to be. And of course, Dave Wise charges them a nominal fee to go through your car from front to back. Carburetors, fuel pump, water pump, it's all verified by Dave Wise. Good stuff, money in the bank.
Yeah, that Hemi hockey stick graphics there on the rear quarter. And this is, I believe, what it left the factory with this red color. So all those high impact colors that happened in 1970 and 71, this red paint, yeah, definitely it's factory finish.
Yeah, this is all about the originality. And once again, even though it's not the original motor that came with this, the fact that this is the one the factory decided to give you as a replacement adds to its value.
So many cool things happened in 1970. The pistol grip, the shaker, great car.
$210,000. That's the final price for a 1970 Plymouth Hemi Cuda with that replacement block that was replaced under warranty. Big hugs up in the skybox. All right, a little while ago we previewed a 2016 Dodge Viper ACR, and it has arrived center stage.
Well, ACR stands for American Club Racer. And basically, it's very well prepared for SCCA road racing and ready to turn the key and go. Just maybe change the tire to some softer compound tires and push the button. Don't turn the key, these have push button starts, and then hit the track.
Yeah, still street legal though, but just barely. It's hard to believe, but yeah, with all the racing aero added into it, including this wing that is over 6 feet wide. This is the second to last year for the Dodge Viper. Still the V10, still the manual transmission as they came out in 1992, and they certainly went out with a bang with the ACR with around 640 horsepower.
And we've got a new #1 retail sale. Right now the bid is $285,000, and I'm not sure if it's done. No, we just hit 300,000.
Again, 838 original miles, or actual miles, I should say, and the spoiler on the back exerts 1,700 pounds of downforce at race speed. It's not a toy, it's not an ornament, it actually functions.
We've got a bidder on the internet. That's what you see in the upper right-hand side of your screen. Down in the bottom part, that is a bidder up in the skybox. They're thinking about it. No, the bidder in the skybox is saying, I think I'm done. $300,000 for a 2016 Dodge Viper ACR, basically a race car for the street from 2016. The new #1 retail sale of the day, at least so far. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I found something just out of this world incredible. This is a fantastic build. Sean Steimer took you 11 months to get through this, and I keep staring at the paint because I imagine it would be really hard to get it so perfect. It's just laser glass finish.
Thank you. Yeah, it definitely took some time on the paint job. That was about 3 months to take it all the way down to bare metal, get it all how you see it is today. The whole car roughly took about 11 to 12 months from bottom to top. New canvas top, new leather leather interior, completely rebuilt the motor, Alpine sound system, Bear brakes. It's all been touched and gone through.
It's so beautiful. And you used real leather. You redipped everything in chrome. And check this, even the old school radio, the original radio, you said still works?
Still works. Not the best reception, but still works. So we put the Alpine in there, and 10-inch subwoofer, double diamond stitched interior. Like I said, real leather through the entire car. Everything's been gone through on this thing.
Right, and these wheels are pretty wild. What made you pick those?
Yeah, I love these Prestige Forged rims. They're 22 inches. The center cap is a floater, so as you're driving down the road, looks like a Rolls-Royce emblem there.
Right, and it sounds kind of expensive. What are you going to be feeling when it goes across the block? Are you sad to see her go?
A little bit. I build these cars. I do about one a year, and I got attached to this one because I built it to exactly how I would want it. And now to watch it cross the block, I'm excited to see how it does, but also a little sad to see it go.
I love it. Maybe I'm going to be bidding on it. I love your taste. It is stunning, Rick.
Thank you.
Yeah, the attention to detail. And that's the thing, they build these cars, you fall in love with them while you're doing it. All right, up on the block now, big money for a 2024 Shelby Super Snake.
830 horsepower, one-piece drive shaft on these because the regular cars have a two-piece drive shaft, but one piece is more stable at the 200-mile-an-hour top speed this car can hit.
Now, there's no factory-built Shelbys yet from Ford with this new latest edition of the Mustang. This was a Las Vegas-built, basically a limited run from Shelby American in Las Vegas.
And it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale for $165,000. Don't forget, go to barrett-jackson.com. That's the place where you can see the full list of cars. And if you want to see all the cars that have sold today and the amazing prices, boy, just check it out. Just go to the website. You have to register to see the prices, but it's well worth it. Because once again, just to break into our top 10 would take $180,000. Up on the block now, a 1969 Camaro Z28.
Well, another Jerry McNish certified car, the real deal, nothing but. A DZ block, smog system in effect, ZL2 column induction hood, just a pristine example.
Yeah, another immaculate restoration on this one. 4-speed manual transmission again, like we saw earlier. But yeah, this one, the blue with the rally stripes. And yeah, high quality restoration.
It's a numbers matching car, has the BU code 373 12-bolt rear axle. BU stands for the numbers stamped into the axle tube, so the assembly line workers know which ratio to grab off of the rack to install in the car. There's also a BE with a 410 ratio, but the BU is the 373 axle seen under this car.
Yeah, ordered originally in this Le Mans blue with the cowl hood and the rally stripe. So very impressive build when new, and that's why this one's been restored to this high a degree and not given the custom treatment. When something as significant as this that's so well preserved, you got to bring it back to original, and you can still see big money here at Barrett-Jackson.
And of course, the Z28 was all about going racing. The whole idea was they had to homologate a certain number of these, and this didn't have the big engine, just had the engine that would fit within the 305 cubic inch 5-liter rules that the Trans Am Racing Series was running back in 1969.
This one has a Concours Correct exhaust system by Gardner. Gardner does the exhaust system for muscle cars, Oldsmobiles, all kinds of them, but they're correct right down to the part number stamped or inked onto the muffler. And the mufflers on these cars are interesting. There's two under the back seat, but also a resonator back behind the gas tank. Look down low, you'll see the stenciled number on the muffler itself, which is a correct item, as if it would have come right off the assembly line at Detroit. So that's the Gardner specific part. It's Concours Correct muffler and exhaust system, Gardner.
And it's the little things like that that bring home the blue ribbons, because you have judges like Mags looking at your car. You want everything to be right.
Well, that one just sold up at the skyboxes. $170,000 for a 1969 Camaro Z28, Jerry McNish certified because it had its original drivetrain. That's what brought all the value here at Barrett-Jackson on this fantastic Friday.
Here's a look at the staging lanes just outside the auction arena, and there is Ryan Blaney's second generation Ford GT that will sell for the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation here at the bottom of the hour, about 8 minutes from now. Back to the block on this 68 Ford Mustang Custom Fastback dyno, tested at 450 horsepower.
Well, custom it is. It's a 408 cubic inch Windsor pushrod small block, not a Coyote overhead camera, but still plenty of power, 408 horsepower. And good little piece of activity here. It says a 10-speed automatic transmission from late model Ford product. Nice build.
Sold for $150,000. Open the skybox. And this custom Dodge Charger from 1970 has a 6.2-liter Hellcat Hemi, 8-speed automatic, putting out 800 horsepower.
Well, indeed, the final year for the Coke bottle style Charger with the big chrome grille. 71 be a whole restyle, but nice to see the Hellcat modern Hemi under the hood of this vintage Charger.
Well, and look at all the custom work that's been done here, right, with these panels that kind of frame the engine. But what's great is if you were to look underneath there, that's completely painted and detailed underneath the car as well. So they've really gone the distance. And of course, you have to love the fact that this is painted in Hemi orange.
Let's take a peek with the chassis cam and see what we can find here. Here's the underside of the Hellcat engine with the automatic 8-speed torque flight, dual exhaust, of course. Nicely painted underneath to match. H-pipe, open drive, of course. Multi-leaf suspension. Dana 60 rear end, coilovers, brand new gas tank. Good looking good.
Big, huge rear tires so you can get all that performance to the ground. I mean, those are 355 by 30 Z-rated tires.
Here's the rub. This car was built a V-code 446 back, which makes it pretty uncommon. Only second to the 426 Hemi, so a pretty rare body to begin with. But with that said, I like what they've done. Plenty more power than a 446 back with that Hellcat.
And you just never know what the story was behind it. Somebody blew the engine, it ended up having a problem. So maybe this is the best thing that could happen to it.
$170,000 is the hammer price. The beautiful 70 Dodge Charger. Next year's a 1970 Pontiac GTO Judge. Now this is a Ram Air 4, one of only 72 produced that year with the automatic transmission.
Well, all Judges had Ram Air, but the Ram Air 4 was an upgraded Ram Air motor with better camshaft, solid cam, or actually higher lift camshaft, better duration, and the scoops actually function on all Judges. But again, Ram Air 4 indicates the upgraded engine, 370 horsepower, 4 horsepower more than a basic Ram Air 400. Hood-mounted tachometer, and correctly presented wheels without the trim rings, which is right for the Judge.
Yeah, kind of the continuation of the body style that came out in 1968. 68 and 69, they had the grille that was a little bit wider, kind of included the headlights in it. Now the headlights are separate with a smaller grille, but the basic sidelines are the same. And of course, we've got the spoiler in the back. Now, earlier today, our top seller for quite some time was a 1969 Ram Air 3. Here we got more performance, but that was a special car because that was a car that, you know, was used for promotion purposes and very well documented.
Now in 1970, they wanted the front end of the GTO to look like the new second generation Firebird. So it had that Endura front end with the split grills. The GTO got quad headlights. The Firebird got a pair of them. That Orbit Orange Beauty rolls off in the night to its new owner. Originally sold in Florence, Alabama. Here's a 69 Camaro Custom, a 2-year build completed in 2022.
Well, I like what they've done. The grille has a special inset look to it. It kind of hides in plain sight, but if you look behind the grille itself, you'll see there's some formed panels right in here that sort of have a tunnel look. Not stock, but very cool. I like the color matching of the engine compartment, even the intake on the intake manifold right there. Cast aluminum manifold, 2 throttle bodies right here, 2 blowers up at the front. Very nice.
I'll tell you what, root beer is the hot color this year. We're seeing it over and over again, this time inside and outside. But I also like what they've done. They've shaved off the traditional door handles, and they've got these right here, shaved off the drip rails as well. And if you go to the back, we've got a nice little small lip spoiler that's been worked into the body together with some new, very modern looking tail lights. But boy, everything about it is nice in terms of the way they've done it. So once again, this is the lip spoiler, these, and then look down here. Once again, Steve always calls this the art of the exhaust. I like how they've brought that right through the rear fascia.
I like that this is not a one-of-a-kind paint color. They took it right out of the paint book. It's Toyota Sunset Bronze, so it would be easy to match should that be necessary.
You know what I really like when I'm looking at this is the dashboard. I mean, this thing with all the instrumentation really bright. Look at how you can see what gear you're in. That great setup that they've got here. It stands out and glows.
Sold for $199,000. For the happy new owners. Now here's a 2006 Hummer H1 Alpha wagon. And the damage report on September 2025, a rear end collision. Damage to the right front. I'm going to guess the other vehicle didn't fare as well.
Yeah, only slightly. I'm really glad I wasn't in that other vehicle when I hit this thing. And of course, this we're talking about the Hummer, the civilian version, and this was actually the final year of the H1. They built 417 wagons that year, but underneath the hood is that 6.6-liter Duramax engine.
With the turbocharger, which makes all the difference in extra torque and power, because without the turbocharger, these are rather lethargic. Even with it, they're not Corvettes by any stretch. But speaking of Corvettes, the front clip is fiberglass, very thick. The body itself is aluminum, military-grade aluminum. And these here are the onboard automatic. You can inflate the tires or deflate them right through here. There's a pump that goes into the drive hub and can deflate the tires on command from inside the cockpit.
And while it technically is the civilian version, the reality is an awful lot of this carried over directly from the military version. I was trying to see if I could unlock this. Oh man, that's even hard just to unlock it. Get a quick look inside that massive compartment for the engine sitting right behind you, which of course really helped with the weight distribution when you think about it. It was actually kind of allowed it to sit more between the wheels as opposed to on top of the front wheels.
Now this does have a regular 17-digit vehicle identification number and a title, so you can take this to your home state and register it for road use.
And once again, that extreme chassis clearance right here, there's no differential hanging down because they have portal axles. There's actually a gear train in the hub that allows the vehicle to go over stumps, rocks, etc. without hitting them.
Yeah, in the original Humvee, it was all about ground clearance. You never knew where you were going to go, and this just happens to have that same basic suspension that they developed for the military purposes.
One bidder on the stage and one in the skybox. We're at $127,000.
And of course, the modern version of the Hummer H1, the electric version that General Motors has come out with, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Sold for $131,000.
My family has seen the challenges of an Alzheimer's or concussion diagnosis and the difference additional support can make. That's why we created the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation to help guide people through those difficult times. We're excited to launch 2 new initiatives in 2026 to reach more families, cover gaps insurance doesn't, and connect people to resources close to home. On behalf of our family, thank you for helping turn personal experiences into meaningful action. Visit rbff.org to learn more about our programs and resources.
Hey everyone, Ryan Blaney here. Well, I apologize for not being able to attend tonight. The weather on the East Coast is getting pretty rough, but thank you again to the amazing people at Barrett-Jackson for allowing us to do this. So make sure you get your paddles ready. Have a great night.
Well, as you see, he was supposed to be here to sell this, but that doesn't mean anything. It's a great car for a great cause. Tell us a little bit more about the foundation.
Thank you, Craig. Brian is so disappointed that he's not here tonight, but he wants to thank you, Craig, and the entire Barrett-Jackson organization for letting us be here tonight and sell this beautiful car. We work with people with Alzheimer's disease, and this car was donated to us by someone who lost a loved one to Alzheimer's, and we're going to put that money to good and help hundreds of thousands of people with the money we raised tonight.
What we're offering is a 2005 Ford GT. Now it's one of only 776 finished in this beautiful Mark IV red. It's an 05 model year, 5.4 liter V8 engine, 550 horsepower. Every single dollar will go to people and families who are dealing with an Alzheimer's disease or a concussion. Thank you so much to the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation. Here's Joseph Mass.
So this car was originally delivered new in Sparta, Wisconsin, but it has been kept in climate-controlled storage since day one. All recall updates have been completed, and 100% of the hammer price will benefit the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation.
Well, even if you weren't looking at the charity and thinking about the good that the money is going to do, most folks would go, wait a minute, this is a top dollar collectible. That's why we're already at $200,000, and I think we're going to continue on. This first generation of the recreation of the Ford GT.
Closing in on $300,000 with bidders on the stage, in the skybox, over the internet. We're at $325,000.
Ryan Blaney, of course, the 2023 NASCAR champion, still running. Great driver. More importantly, someone who's created a great foundation to help a really good cause.
That is a charity car. You're not going to pay a buy fee on this. You're writing the check right to the 501c3. This is a heck of an opportunity right here.
Ryan's grandfather Lou was a great sprint car racer. His dad Dave Blaney was a World of Outlaws champion and a full-time Cup driver. His uncle Dale Blaney was a sprint car racer, and now Ryan is a NASCAR champ. A great three-generation racing family, and so far, we're at $500,000 for this Ford GT.
Race season, the winning bidder to go to meet at any race of his choice, a meet and greet with Ryan at the track.
500.
Boy, just 4,000 built between 2005, 2006, and these are true blue chip collectibles. It's got the great look, great performance. It's everything you want in a car that both came out of the factory and almost looks like something that's custom at the same time.
A great initiative, and they've just raised $550,000 for the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation. What a great result. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, where a 1964 Lincoln Continental Custom Convertible is about to be hammered sold at $215,000. next is this custom 55 Chevy Nomad we previewed earlier with a supercharged, Magna Charger supercharged 5.3-liter LS 4-speed automatic.
Well, the Nomad was a GM Motorama show car come to life and made for only 3 years, 55, 6, and 7. 55 is the only year with the full-sized rear wheel openings, smaller on 56 and 7. So I love the color combination here. Red outlines on the body and red line tires. Like the look.
And new chassis, box frame chassis that's been put underneath. You know, once again, another example of how a car that's been, you know, taken from one extreme to the other, and taken to the level that this one looks like on stage with the great black paint, all the modern conveniences under the hood.
Let's take a look with the chassis cam under this beautiful 55 Nomad. Here's the underside of that LS motor. Automatic transmission, of course. Love that. Nicely color-coded underneath. Chromed exhaust system. Stainless steel everything. Original Type rear axle. Stainless steel gas tank. Dual exhaust. Love the finishes. Really mouth-watering and crisp underneath.
Well, and what's great about the Nomad and what they've done, obviously, is, you know, there's certain things you don't want to customize. For example, you don't want to take these ribs off of the back of this. So many people, when you're, you know, redoing customs, you want to get rid of that bright work. Not here. And then, of course, there's these elements. The fact that this missing sort of the C pillar right here, which normally would be a kind of a stronger look. I love this line right here, kind of the S that works through. So it's important, I think, when you're going to customize, to keep the soul of the car. And I think things like these chrome elements back here, these ribs, do just exactly that.
Now, the Nomad name continued as a top-of-the-line four-door station wagon from 1958 to 61, but these are the ones you want.
Yes, quality parts everywhere on this one. A Magnitude supercharger on that 6.3. Disc brakes all the way around. Big stainless steel brakes, SSB brakes. Coilovers in the back, coilovers in the front. Great ride, good handling, I'm sure. Very tasteful and classy looking vehicle.
Seeing a stock dash and a custom console and modern bucket seats.
Earlier today, we saw an Olds Fiesta custom cross the block, and you know that was kind of their version of the Nomad, because it was, once again, just a two-door station wagon. Which today, people were like, why would you do that? Well, because if you did it because of style.
$170,000 for that Chevy Nomad. Congratulations there. Now, while we were in break, we were surprised by a 1984 Chevrolet K10 custom pickup, a full frame off build from Hills Hot Rods, cacti green base coat, clear coat, and it's now the #1 retail sale of the auction, $250,000. How about this 72 Ford FE? It's an F250 custom pickup.
Well, that's right. As a 250, it's a 3/4 tonner, but it's got more than enough power under the hood. The original 302 is gone. In its place, a 5-liter Coyote dual overhead cam engine. Great engine, aluminum heads, block, very light, very powerful. Dana 44 front axle with an aluminum cover on it, which is stiffer and harder or stronger than the original tin piece from the factory. Dana 60 at the back of this one.
And significantly, it's made it up to a 10-speed transmission. The beauty of that being that it's much smoother as it goes up through the rev ranges. So not only are you getting a more powerful engine, better suspension, but you're getting a smoother acceleration. And interestingly, this is a long bed. Now remember, this was a Ford F250, more likely to have a long bed to start with. We see so many short beds rolling across the block, but this is a long one, and boy, it's a long number. We're up to $210,000.
Roadster shop chassis, specially built for Velocity restorations. All name brand components and heavy duty all around.
And on the windshield, it says 2-year warranty. Okay.
And not just 2-year warranty, 2-year bumper-to-bumper warranty. Whoever's built this is really backing it.
$220,000 for that 72 Ford F250. Now here's another 72 Ford FE. This is the F100. This is also a ground-up build by Velocity Restorations on a Roadster shop chassis.
So you say you like that 72 body style, but that last one was too big. You don't need a 3/4 ton. Well, this is the step down. A F100, the half-ton, but it's basically been done with the same style, right? It's got that same Roadster spec chassis. It's got, you know, a modern upgraded Coyote V8 engine, the same 10-speed automatic transmission, and just like that last one, a 2-year bumper-to-bumper warranty. So whoever buys this, boy, I mean, they're getting a lot of, you know, warranty assurance.
That is rare in the classic car world, that someone would do a restoration and offer a bumper-to-bumper warranty. So hats off to Velocity Restorations in Florida, and hopefully they have started a trend with this.
Just a beautiful look, has the right stance. And of course, as we can buy crate engines, we can also buy crate chassis from companies like the Roadster Shop. Laser cut pieces and parts, hydro cut pieces, no flag or slag on them, and just bolts right in. It's designed to be for this application. No shimming, goes right under the truck.
And I have to think that that warranty is having an impact on the price. Whoever's looking at this is thinking, you know, I'm willing to spend $250,000 because I can trust it.
I agree, Rick. At $250,000, this is the number 3 retail sale of this Barrett-Jackson auction. Great result. We're going to stay in the Ford family with this 66 Mustang custom convertible powered by a fuel injection 427 cubic inch Roush crate motor pushing almost 600 horsepower. Here's Steve Davis.
With confidence, absolutely amazing little Mustang, Joseph.
All right, Eddie.
Well, I'm a VIN geek. This was born originally as a T-code 6-cylinder car, which is not that uncommon. But now it has a 427 cubic inch Roush small block with 8-stack electronic fuel injection.
Yeah, and almost 600 horsepower coming out of there. Remember back when there was a day when we had chrome bumpers? So many of the high dollar builds we've seen across the block today have these. But what I really love on this build is this section right here. Look at how they flared this out, and I would say beautifully flared it out. This element, of course, very stock looking, but they've curved it to mold it into that wild flare. I really like the way they've done this.
So that front roll pan is what you would see on an R-code Shelby Mustang, not a garden variety machine such as this one. Beautiful under the hood with the 8 intake stacks individual. A lot of detail work here.
And it says it has a one-off laid down custom-built rear suspension. In other words, instead of the coils being up and down, they're horizontal. Very novel, a lot of engineering at work.
I like the fact that they haven't gone crazy in terms of putting the paint in. So there's still plenty of chrome elements, the handle, some of the bright work on the side, the mirrors. I like the fact that while they've gotten rid of the chrome bumpers, they haven't gotten rid of all the chrome, because I think this red is set off so nicely by that chrome.
And this wide body modification is steel. It's not plastic or fiberglass, not added on. A lot of excellent metalwork in show here.
Yeah, we're looking at a couple inches out from its original width.
All right, Roger has a bidder in the skybox, working another one on the floor. We're at $140,000 bid.
6-speed manual transmission.
And that's where the hammer falls, $140,000. Well, what a variety of cars we have seen sell at Barrett-Jackson on the History Channel today. 2 great results for charity and the top retail sales. A Dodge Viper, a Ford Mustang, and a Ford F100, all custom and all over $250,000. That'll do it for our 5 hours of live coverage here on the History Channel. But if you want more, and we know you do, there's 5 more hours of automotive nirvana still to come today on FYI. Now, if FYI is not in your current channel lineup, contact your cable provider to find out which packages include FYI. For Steve Magnante, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and our entire television team, I'm Mike Joy. Thanks for coming along for the ride. We'll see you over on FYI. Welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona, and the annual Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, which the anchor of Car Week in Scottsdale in January, with 2,000 cars all being auctioned at no reserve and finding new homes. Already today, 6 cars across the auction block at a $250,000 hammer price or more, including a total of $1.4 million raised for charity. That Ford F-100 Custom just sold for $112,000. And 6-figure hammer prices have become the rule rather than the exception. I'm Mike Joy, and joining me up on the block, Rick DeBrule and Steve Mignante. Tyler Hoover is here, along with April Rose, as we guide you through 5 more hours of coverage today. Here's a 1967 Ford Mustang Pro Touring Style Custom Coupe.
Yeah, moments ago we saw a 1966 that had been pretty solidly customized. Now we're moving forward 1 full year. And this one has even more paint applied to it. In the inside, the engine compartment here, it's got the exact same look as the outside. And of course, these days we keep looking down and seeing chrome bumpers gone. But I also love the subtle flaring that we've got right here. They've widened out this kind of a Shelby-ish kind of scoop on the side. Of course, the 1967 would have these little kind of slotted side, but a nice wide look there, coming up to a nice, kind of a GTCS style tail with those tail lights as well.
Yeah, a lot of Shelby parts on this one. The tail lights, the rear spoiler, and otherwise it's kind of a greatest hits build. So you build a custom like this, you have to hope that multiple bidders share your vision, and it appears they have, as we're up to $107,000 bid.
Interesting, they've painted over, dipped the front bumper, but not the back. They've retained the chrome in the back. Little Hearst gas cap right there.
They got 110, 115 to get you in.
Very exotic rear suspension. No leaf spring and 9-inch back here, but an aluminum center section and a panhard bar and I believe control arms, tubular stuff. It's a Spicer style rear axle, a Dana 60 probably. Exotic stuff.
Gotta go. 117.
Inside, it said computer-aided design was used to create a fastback style interior. Everything was custom 3D printed in order to accomplish that.
What do you think?
And the rear suspension, we can see the coil springs are laterally mounted here, almost horizontal, displayed beautifully behind the backlight with a little light shutting them off.
Sold in the Skybox for $120,000. This 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS is powered by a rebuilt 502 cubic inch big block Chevrolet engine with under 5,000 miles since the rebuild.
This is an original 138 SS 396 shell, but it's been upgraded with a 502 rat motor, which is all in the family, another Mark IV big block, backed up by a Tremec 256 Magnum 5-speed tranny with overdrive.
On the windshield, they're referring to this as a resto mod. I would call this a full-on custom, not just because of what's been done under the hood, but once again, painted bumpers. Look the way down. We've got the glass up here that's flush mounted. No chrome elements, no drip rails. The handles that have been smoothed out right here. We get exterior handles, but they're smooth. So to me, this is a full-on custom.
Classic color combination, black car with a red interior. I really like it. The bumpers have been shaved and trimmed to fit inside the quarter panels. Coil over rear suspension. Nicely done. Chrome has been removed. Great look. Very sinister.
A great build on an Art Morrison GT Sport chassis with a lot of name brand components.
And massive tires in the rear, solid up front. This is the great thing about the custom builds we have today. It's not just about sticking a great big motor in. It's about sticking a great big motor in and putting that Art Morrison chassis underneath and making it an even better performing car.
Forge line wheels. Those are GT3C wheels wrapped with Michelin Pilot Sport 4S tires, and the hammer price is $180,000. Let's go outside and check with Tyler Hoover.
Well, here's another end of an era, a Hummer H1 Alpha from 2006. The last year, we saw a wagon cell earlier, but this one is the open top. So about 700 of these built in the last year, only about a third of them were the open top, so it's the rarest configuration. And this one is a one-owner truck with less than 30,000 miles. So you can see it has a little cover over the back bed, so it's sort of a truck, but not much cargo space back there. And one owner, and I do believe these are even the original tires on it from 2006. Now, the last year, you got the Duramax diesel, turbo diesel on these, basically double the horsepower, and a lot of luxury on the interior, massive inside, and you can see all the buttons, the switches, and the gauges. So much stuff to do as far as the transfer case, the off-roading. My favorite one, though, is right here. This whole switch area is for the central tire inflating system, so you can go with either axle and inflate and deflate the tires based on where you're going. If you're on the road or going off-road, you don't have to get out and mess with the valve sims. It's all behind this panel right here. So this last year of the civilian Hummers, we see big money when they cross the block. The open top making it rarer. One owner, the bright color. I'm curious what this one's going to bring.
That's a pretty sharp piece. Here is an officially licensed Eleanor replica built on a 1968 Mustang.
Well, and officially called a GT500E, because this is a Shelby and unique performance build specifications. It's got, in fact, an authentication letter from Carroll Shelby Licensing. Because remember, when they built the original Eleanor that was used for the movie, there were so many Carroll Shelby elements that were a part of it. It was essentially a 500E, and so that's what this is called, but it's also got the Eleanor look, which is secondary in this case to calling it a Shelby. .351 cubic inch engine under the hood. There we see the Carroll Shelby name, and of course he would sign those if you made a nice donation to the Shelby Foundation. You didn't have to bring the car to him. Most of the people simply brought that little panel, the glove box, and he would sign it, and then after the donation, everybody was happy. But back to the point, 351 cubic inches under the hood, 475 horsepower, and it's made it up to a 6-speed manual transmission. Big money keeps going here. You know, I remember that years ago when we saw our first Eleanor cross the block and sell for more than $100,000, we thought, boy, that's crazy money. And now look what they can do.
At $215,000, that becomes the fourth Ford in our retail top 10, along with 3 Dodges and 3 Chevys. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where there are video screens indoors, outdoors, and all around the property, so you can keep up on all the auction action as you walk around and see everything there is to see and do at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Those are the staging lanes, last stop, where you can close up inspect cars before they come to the auction block, where this 69 Chevy Camaro Z28 RS, a Jerry McNish certified car, is currently at $220,000.
But that makes full sense because it's a real car. McNish has certified everything about this. The engine, transmission are correct for the car. ZL2 column and hood, not a clone, not a copy. The real deal.
Yeah, this is the third one like this that we've seen cross the block today. You know, a great Z28, currently bid at over $200,000. You know, this was all about going Trans Am racing. They had to have enough of these to show that they had homologated the car, and it worked because in 1969, Chevrolet was able to win the Trans Am Championship.
Mark Donohue, the driver, Roger Penske, the owner. Now, these have 302 cubic inch engines because, as Rick said earlier, the 5-liter limit in the series. 1 year later, manufacturers were allowed to put bigger engines in the street cars, but the race cars continued at 5 liters. So the Z28 went to 350 cubic inches, the CUDA went to 340, and so forth. For $237,000, that Fathom Green Z28 has a new home. April previewed this 58 Corvette earlier with its one-year styling touches of the washboard hood and the polished tusks down the trunk lid.
That's right. Bill Mitchell, styling head of GM, was chrome crazy in the late 50s, and he added the touch to the Corvette, adding 4 headlights, a lot of chrome around those headlights, and of course over the tops of the fenders, the washboard on top of the hood, which was there for 1 year, and then an LS motor with an E-Force from Edelbrock, a supercharger, right there to boost the engine to even more power.
1958 was a very important year for Corvette because it's the first year that the Corvette as a model actually made a profit for Chevrolet. Up until that point, it had been a great halo car. They'd been building them and building towards making a profit, but they hadn't actually turned the profit until 1958. And if they could imagine that it'd be selling up here today at $120,000, I think they'd realize that, yep, they were doing okay.
Now this one is a resto mod because underneath it has a C4 Corvette fully independent suspension.
And here at the tail, more of Bill Mitchell's addiction to chrome shows with the chrome-plated spears on the deck lid. Again, a one-year touch. And very 1950s. I love the wheels, which are tributes to the original hubcaps, but much larger. And these are, of course, Ford's aluminum, whereas the wheels would have been a stamped steel tin hubcap, but the same shape, in effect, right here. I like that touch.
And I love the fact that they've gone with the C4 suspension. I mean, it's not the most modern suspension you could put on this thing, but it's a direct connection between, 1958 and the future of Corvette.
$132,000 will send it to its new home. With the winning bidder out there in the seats on the floor facing the auction block. Now, here's one we previewed earlier. Moulin Rouge is a factory correct color for Plymouth. Maybe they called it Panther Pink over at Dodge. Here's Dave Wise. Now he's the Mopar expert for Barrett Jackson, was talking about this car to the crowd. It has its original numbers matching 340 paired with a 727 Torque Flight automatic.
This car is loaded with all kinds of options. Air conditioning, power steering, power disc brakes. Even has little canards on the front valance, which are very uncommon with their factory option. Under the bumper there, you'll see those little canards. And exciting car, 275 horsepower, automatic transmission.
Yeah, and even these strobe stripes down the side, those are original as well. And when they lower the hood, I want to show you something else. This is not aftermarket. These were options that were available in 1970. So once again, just as with that Camaro that crossed a few moments ago, this is a very original 1970 Plymouth Cuda.
This is an AM 8-track radio inside, a very unusual option, original to the car. Vinyl top, has the optional rear window louvers and the tail spoiler. Both of those things optional and original to this car according to its build sheet and verified by Dave Wise.
Chrysler was a little late to the pony car wars. I mean, they had the Barracuda, but it really wasn't a full-on pony car in the same dimensions that the Camaro and the Mustang were. But when they arrived with this one in 1970, both the Cuda and the Challenger, boy, they nailed it. This E-body is exactly what they wanted it to be. Didn't have the success in the racing world, but it looks so amazing.
Being an E-body, the long hood, short deck theme is in effect. Of course, short deck needs short trunk. Not a lot of room there. Like a B-body would be almost twice that deep. But again, you paid the price for the styling. Small deck.
This is a highly optioned car, fully documented with a Dave Wise validation report and the original broadcast sheet as it went down the assembly line, showing what options and features should be installed on it. So we're at $147,000. Bidder on the floor, bidder in the skybox, and one over the internet to fight it out for this.
And the rear window louvers have clips here, and they're hinged so that when you want to clean the glass, pull the pins out, lift it up, get your Windex out, set it back down, and be cool again when the sun comes out.
In 1970, there were about 55,000 Barracudas of various forms were sold. Of those, I believe about 20,000 or so were the actual Cuda designation. Because at this point, Cuda is literally a separate subdivision within the Barracuda world. Not a Barracuda, a Cuda.
Now, this car debuted in 1970 at the very bad time. The Camaro was new for 1970. The Firebird was new. A lot of competition. So it really wasn't the splash I'm sure that Plymouth wanted it to be. The Challenger also was not a huge smash. Of course, today they're incredibly desirable. Back then, they were only moderately desirable. Not a big sale success, unfortunately, for Plymouth.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that, only 55,000 built comparing to the numbers that Mustangs. And Mustangs, of course, weren't selling nearly as well as they had just a few years earlier, but they were doing better than this.
Finally, the hammer falls at $180,000. I think that's headed for Kentucky. It is a highly documented, highly optioned 1970 Plymouth Cuda. Lots to see and do here at Barrett-Jackson, and lots of beautiful cars and trucks still across the auction block tonight. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. There's a look under the hood of a cool custom out in the salon where cars await their chance at the auction block. Some of them have sold stickers. They've already been across. The best of the best coming this evening and tomorrow on Super Saturday. How about this 72 Chevrolet K5 Blazer Custom?
Yeah, beautiful piece. Major lift kit on this one here. Thicker springs. Steering stabilizer to accommodate the larger wheels and tires, which are kind of hard to balance. Major shock absorber boots.
Yeah, 530 horsepower coming out of that engine that's now under the hood. But once again, like so many of the custom Blazers we've seen today, it doesn't stop there. I mean, everything underneath has been reworked. That, you know, it's got a light lift. We'll call it a 4-inch lift that it says it's got. But I mean, everything from the brake boosters to the suspension underneath, everything has been reworked on this. And even they've got lithium gray lizard skin that the underside has been coated in.
Second year for Blazer. You could actually buy a Blazer Roadster without the roof if you really wanted to get your hair wet on a rainy day, but everybody got the fiberglass top.
Way it goes, $125,000 for that 1972 custom Blazer. Now, it's one thing to bring a car and expect top dollar when you've done great work. But if you want to get the big money, well, you need the right documentation. Here's Mike Joy to explain.
Our great friend Patrick Pogrant was America's very best at over-restoring GMA bodies like this. And Patrick is truly missed. Now, Chris Christopherson worked for Patrick and his dad, Jeff, and the lessons learned have been applied right here to this beautiful 442. When you bring a car to auction and you want top dollar, you want to make sure that people looking at it go away with no questions unanswered. So, Chris has replicated the window sticker, past titles, the broadcast sheet showing all of the components and options installed. He's decoded the trim tag and taken pictures of every stamping and casting number that you would want to research, trying to determine if indeed this is one of the best 442s ever brought to auction. And I'd say it is.
And we're about to find out what all that documentation is going to do to the price of this car, because that 1970 Olds 442 W30 is out of the staging lanes and pretty soon will be up on the block. Right now, we got a 1962 Lincoln Continental. Yes, another custom rolling up on the block.
This one's had more than $150,000 invested in its 2012 restoration and $25,000 in upgrades since then.
Interesting to see this one has the original 430 cubic inch Lincoln V8, not a Coyote motor or an LS. Nice to see that. In 1964, 3 inches of additional wheelbase were added, so the rear doors became longer for easier entry and egress. But again, stock engine under the hood.
1962, they made some changes with the Continental. We'll start with the way this grille looks. And of course, in the early years of the Continental, it was very flat-sided. When this design came out in 1961, the year before, just a few years later, they would create a little ridge that would come right about here. But this is in that era similar to the Thunderbird in the early 60s, where it was flat all the way down.
And these are real wooden inserts here. Actually, it's not plastic or a sticker, it's wood.
originally delivered in Beverly Hills, California. That Lincoln Continental sells $220,000, the hammer price for that 1963 Corvette split window coupe that Tyler showed us earlier. Here's a 1964 Chevrolet Suburban. You don't see many of these customized, but this one is a stunner.
Well, you just realize there's an awful lot of work that goes into customizing these. I mean, it's like those Continentals you see rolling across the block. They have big, wide body panels that take a lot of time and effort. But I'll say they have gone the distance on this one. Under the hood, that 6.2-liter LS3 V8. I love how they've created these sections right here for the wheels because, once again, they've lowered it. And I like this especially, this little vent section right here to let the air come up and go through it. So nicely done up front under the hood. And then when you go all the way back, it looks great. Check out the interior of this thing. Very modern-looking interior. Yeah, they've really gone the distance on this.
Company called Snowden makes those bucket seats for the front and the bench seat in the rear. Nice custom touch.
This does not have 3 doors. Remember, they started coming out with 3 doors for the Suburban back in 1955. I don't think they got up to 4 doors until the early 70s, 1973-ish. It also has the lift gate in the back. And you got to remember, for a lot of commercial purposes back then, when people were buying Suburbans, you could also get the twin doors.
This has a Slam Tech suspension, air suspension, which allows it to be settled down. And inside the back, you'll see a beautifully painted air bottle, which is the canister for the onboard air system right in there. I love how everything's upholstered in leather around that. Some aluminum details. That's nice attention to detail. It's as nice inside as it is outside.
I always preferred seeing the tailgate, the 2-piece tailgate, to the barn doors on these Suburbans, especially if you had a long load to haul.
And I like how they've even hung on to the original hinges that were a part of this. By the way, oh man, it just sold.
$163,000 for that great custom Suburban. April, what have you found?
Hey, Mike, it dropped about 20 degrees, it feels like, out here, so I am freezing, and I'm warming my hands on this right here, 1971 Mustang Mach 1. I mean, the guys are still wearing T-shirts, but I think I'm being a baby. Now, I want to tell you about this car, because we hear the term Marty Report a lot, and this is exactly what it is. It's authenticating this car is exactly what it says it is. And here's the thing, 149,000 Mustangs were built in 1971, and as these numbers get smaller, this build is more and more rare. You can see then 3 were ordered with that 8-track. So this is a 1 of 3 Mustang. Now, it has the highest performance option engine in 71, the 429 Super Cobra Jet Ram Air, and the drag pack that helps it hook up. And I like to think it was used for its intended purpose back in the day, to race, because the engine went out in a blaze of glory, because this one's not matching numbers, but even without the original engine, it's still a big deal. And check this, only 556 Super Cobra Jet Ram Air drag pack Mustangs were built in 71. You know what, Mike, sometimes it's all about the numbers.
I agree, April. I think those 71 to 73 Mustangs are about to take off. The Boss 351 probably first, and then the Mach 1s like the one you've just shown us. Here's a competition yellow Hummer H1 Alpha, said to have never been driven off-road. How do you do that?
Well, I believe it is crisp. The original gloss black paint underneath is as fresh as it was when it was first sprayed on. The bumpers, the guards are all as new. Luckily, this one has the turbo diesel power plant.
$145,000 the hammer price for that Hummer. He's happy about it. And you can go to Barrett-Jackson.com to see all of the sold prices and see all the cars that are coming up on the auction block, and do a little celebrity spying while you're up here. Dave Kindig just came by to say hi, one of the great customizers of this decade and the last. Here's a 65 Lincoln Continental Custom. Look at those big Prestige forged 22-inch wheels.
Yeah, and we were pointing out just a few moments ago the styling changes and early on, and notice how the grille now is a little more upright. Remember that had those little rectangles in, and now we've got these raised section right here. But this is the last year for having the flat-sided of the Continental side, the slab side. But these are these great Continental wheels. Now remember, once again, this is what the wheel was originally looked like when it was born, but now they're 22 inches. And inside, boy, what a great looking interior. Very comfortable, leather, nice on every level.
In 1965 is the second year for the 3-inch stretch of the wheelbase, which allowed more legroom in the back and a longer door for easier entry.
Yeah, I'm always intrigued by that. I mean, they started building them in 1961 with a 123-inch wheelbase. And then in 1964, they said, we need to make this longer. They went to a 126-inch wheelbase. What was it they thought they needed? Just a little bit more room in the back.
Well, they're going to need a little more room in the back because they are going to spend nearly $300,000 to take this one home.
Well, I can see why. Everything is nice about it. The interior, the exterior. Boy, it's all been done to just the right standard.
Tied for the #1 retail sale of this auction at $300,000. Wow. Well, that'll make a change near the top of our Hagerty top sellers, won't it? Let's have a look. The top 2 lots for charity, the Chevrolet Custom Pickup and Ryan Blaney's Ford GT. Then this Dodge Viper ACR and this Lincoln Continental Custom Convertible, followed by a Ford Mustang. We've had 6-7 lots sell at $250,000 or more. There are your Hagerty top 5. This Bentley Continental GTC has a 542 horsepower V8, rides on 21-inch Bentley wheels, and has covered less than 9,000 actual miles.
9,000 miles in, well, basically less than 6 years. Barely broken in. But this, once again, of course, the GTC, meaning C for convertible. This is part of the 3rd generation of the Continental GT family that were built between 2019 and 2024. Underneath that hood, they're running the 8-cylinder engine, not the W12, the 8-cylinder engine. It still delivers 542 horsepower, made it up to an 8-speed dual-clutch automatic transmission. Well, you look at the evolution of the Bentley. A little bit earlier, we had that Mulsanne that was up on the block from the late 1990s. And boy, when it comes into this generation of the Continental, everything arrives. It's got the looks and it's got the performance.
Leave it to Bentley to name this color after a caviar. It is Beluga. And there's the new owner at $200,000. Something Italian this way comes. It's a 2005 Ferrari F430 Spider with the F1 gearbox, finished in Nero Daytona over Cuoio natural leather.
The 430, I believe, was kind of positioned above the entry-level 360 Modena, but below the 599 GTB Fiorano. It was really their main V8 car, their main sports car, with that 4.3-liter naturally aspirated V8, producing about 483 horsepower. 0 to 60 in this thing, 4 seconds.
Rick, this replaced the 360 in the Ferrari lineup and had a lot of additional components and capabilities over the 360. They race these in the Ferrari Challenge Series, and a lot of these have been treated to Challenge grills. That intake at the top of the rear fender is pretty special. It recalls the Ferrari 250 and 275 prototype cars that won Le Mans back in the mid-60s. Nice little styling touch there.
There's also a great styling touch at the front of the car, and that's with the 2 air inlets that are at the very front, which we'll show you in just a moment. And it goes back to the 1961 Ferrari Formula One championship car that was driven by Phil Hill. And that's the fact they used to call that the shark nose, that had these 2 air inlets with a bar that came down the center. And that's exactly what was done with this car as well. They'd had a couple of little inlets on either side, but they wanted it really to have that Heritage Edition.
$127,000 the hammer price for that Ferrari, which has only covered 7,500 miles. When the Jaguar E-Type debuted, Henry Manny wrote in Road and Track, "This is the greatest crumpet collector known to man." And we knew what he was talking about. Even Enzo Ferrari pronounced the E-Type Jaguar the most beautiful car ever built. You'll see the twin cam 6, 265 horsepower, 4-speed all synchro manual transmission, and Dunlop disc brakes all the way around.
And Hemis weren't just for Mopars. Yep, that's a hemispherical combustion chamber inside of that aluminum cylinder head. Enamel exhaust manifold covering, cast iron manifolds, twin pipes out the back, torsion bar front suspension, not coilover.
And this, of course, is a Series 1 Roadster. They built the Series 1 basically through 1967. Series 2 comes out in 68. Part of the original generation of this. You know, this body was designed by a gentleman by the name of Malcolm Sayer. And Malcolm Sayer had done all his previous work in the aviation world. And so he was looking from an aerodynamic perspective when he was building this. And when they first got these on the road, when they first started building them, right off the bat, they decided, let's go racing in them. And the first victory in a Jaguar E-Type, the Series 1, was done by Graham Hill.
So this car was subject to a painstaking 2-year restoration. Independent suspension front and rear. That rear suspension often cribbed off Jags for hot rods, especially Bucket T's, because it's all independent with inboard disc brakes to keep the unsprung weight away from those wheels.
There's those dual exhausts coming out the back, mufflers, of course. That goes underneath the differential, the D. Dion style rear suspension, mufflers at the back. More like resonators, really. Great sound on these things at wide open.
And inside this is a later edition of the Series 1. You'll notice the floor is actually lowered because in the original versions, the floor was a little too high and there wasn't enough legroom.
$122,000.
To your point, Rick, those are called flat floor E-Types, early ones, and pretty uncomfortable if you have legs that are longer.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. We've already seen some incredible numbers here on Fantastic Friday, but there is so many more cars to come, several more hours left of TV coverage, and this is something Mike and I were really excited about seeing when we started our coverage today, a 1982 Porsche 930 Turbo. These things earned their nickname the Widowmaker because of the crazy boost, and I'll show you some of that in the back with a drivetrain, but you can see this one, very original paint. The only thing a little different from stock are the oversized wheels, but they definitely look appropriate. Now you go inside, this thing is all blacked out, and I just totally love these things. My dad had one when I was a kid, and he sold it right before I reached driving age, and I still wish he didn't. I never really got a chance to rip it, but this one, that's been driven some, just shy of 100,000 miles on the odometer, but really not a big deal for these Porsches. They're capable of high mileage without a rebuild, no problem. But you see in the back, you have these wide hips for the tires and the whale tail to house the intercooler, which helps that turbo flat 6 engine. They're called Widowmakers because these big turbos boost so late and they were somewhat unpredictable. So if you boosted in a turn, you were flooring it and all of a sudden it hit, you'd spin right around and go backwards into the wall. So it took some getting used to, but this is some of the top performing cars of the 1980s. Really nothing could touch a 930 Turbo.
Well, Tyler, while I applaud your dad's judgment, you could buy one now and have a lot of fun, or so could I. We'll see what happens when it comes to the block. Here are the last 3 cars sold, including that 55 Chevrolet Bel Air for $200,000. Here is a wildly customized GMC Sierra 3500 by Fat Fabs into a full-level show truck.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done here. You know, so often we'll see older trucks with new chassis underneath, but this is a 2023 that has a custom chassis that's been put underneath with full air ride. And of course you can see if you look inside, we've got a 5th wheel set up as well. Massive, massive flares hiding dual tires on the back.
Well, you don't see many long bed full customs, but boy, this thing looks absolutely large and in charge from any angle. And it's set up to tow with a fifth wheel setup.
Well, we're used to seeing, 20-inch wheels, 22-inch wheels. I think these are like 28-inch wheels. Look at that. Look at the low profile on those things.
7,300 actual miles.
Those center caps in the wheels actually self-level like a Rolls-Royce today, but when it starts to move, you'll see that the logo remains horizontal. Pretty cool.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it's pretty cool on just about every level because, once again, it is so modern. It's got all the modern conveniences you're expecting from a 2023.
And he's got it. The number 8 retail sale of the day at $227,000. Now here is something truly special. This is the car that I did the feature on for due diligence. Here's Steve Davis.
Are admiring from afar right now. Absolutely the most incredible, great consignor, incredible car, 28,000 miles, real deal W30 matching numbers. Let's sell this incredible Oldsmobile. Don't miss a muscle car, guys.
This may be the most over-restored 1970 W30 442 I have ever seen. Let's see where it goes.
The W30 had 370 horsepower, a camshaft so wild it wouldn't support a hydraulic booster, so manual brakes only, of course, disc brakes up front, cold air setup here, a plastic lid with a little vacuum motor when it opens up at wide open throttle, fiberglass hood, perfect restoration.
But here's what Mike is talking about. All of the documentation, everything, from the original sales receipt, all of the original certification of registrations, all that kind of stuff that shows this is exactly what it's supposed to be. This isn't something that has been redone. This has been redone to its absolute original specifications. Then over here, these are pictures of all of the correct VIN numbers and numbers that are stamped into the various pieces.
Chris Christopherson of Phoenix. Spent a couple years building this one. He started with an all-original 25,000 or 28,000 mile car built in November 1969.
For many years, the Thorntons down in Pennsylvania were the go-to shop for 442 restorations. Well, this rivals the Thorntons best in my book.
So here's the question. A moment ago you called this over-restored, most over-restored you've ever seen.
Yes, and by that I mean, Rick, that some of the parts under the hood that should be flat black are gloss black and polished. Some of the bolts have been chrome plated, and somebody's bought it for $170,000. Now, is this the Mach 1 that April showed us earlier? This is a 429 Super Cobra Jet with a 4-speed top loader and the drag pack option. One of only 556 built. This is a very rare super performance Mustang for 1971.
The last gasp for high-performance Mustangs, last gasp for big blocks, of course, 11.7 to 1 compression ratio, crazy but true. Holley 4-barrel carburetor underneath that. 391 gear ratio with the drag pack, and he's having a little rev limiter on the passenger side inner shock tower right there. This thing right here leverages the engine to 5,800 RPM to keep it from scattering.
And for 1971, of course, there was no Shelby available. It had been knocked out by the Mach 1 from previous years. But for 1971, this was it. You wanted performance, this was the way to go. Now, the big question becomes, do you want this body style? This 1971 boxier look with the flat rear valance on the back. Yeah, it's not as perhaps svelte looking as the 1969 and 1970 Mach 1s. But in terms of performance, no question, it's still got a lot.
On earlier sports roof Mustangs, there was a thing called sport slats, would have gone right here, but these cars had such a severe roof angle that there was not optional. You wouldn't be able to see out the back window. As bad as it is, the sport slats would have made it impossible to see out the back, so not available on the Mach 1. 4-speed transmission, close ratio, and again, 391 axle ratio drag pack. Yes, drag pack as in drag racing. This is built to accelerate in a quarter mile.
I think these Mustangs are undervalued. These are the next ones that are going to pop and be $200,000 cars. Maybe not tonight, but I think even at $130,000, this is a good muscle car investment right here. And that's where the hammer falls, $130,000. And now for something completely different. A 1925 Ford Model T, powered by a Kinsler-injected 5.7 LSV8 with a 5-speed manual, built in Dallas, Texas.
Well, not completely different. It is still a Ford. It's just from decades and decades earlier. You know, they started building the Model T, I think in 1908, went all the way through 1927 and built it. So many of them that it was the highest selling car until the VW finally knocked it off. But think of how many of these have been hot rodded over the years.
And an 8-stack LS7 Chevy engine.
That big tall cabin, wasn't it Monogram that made a model of this car calling it a telephone booth T? Wow. From a century ago, that body style. Well, what a Friday it's already been here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, and we still have plenty more of electrifying vehicles that are headed your way. Welcome, everybody, to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Scottsdale. You saw that whole lineup of Ford GTs that will all sell here tomorrow on Super Saturday. But there's still a lot of great cars to cross the auction block on Friday here on FYI, where a 1925 Ford Model T Custom Coupe with a 5.7 LSV8 just sold for $85,000. Something in green, a 1955 Chevy Bel Air Custom Hardtop.
I can't say this enough times. 55 was the revolution for Chevrolet. First V8, first modern styling, no more pontoons, envelope styling, beautiful Ferrari-inspired egg crate grille. First V8. This one has a big block Chevy engine, a 468 cubic inch motor, backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission.
I mean, the reality is, from a styling perspective, 1955 was a massive year for the auto industry as a whole. When you look at this design that came out for Chevrolet, which, as you said, took out the old pontoon style, the more rounded body. Look at what Ford did in 1955, what Chrysler was doing. The style was changing significantly. And then you can even look at things that were going on, you know, for example, the Studebaker world. The styling in the mid-50s and in 1955 in particular really changed everything. And in some ways, it kind of sucked the air out of the room. Because, you know, the 55 body style was so great, people went, well, why would I even want one of those old rounded cars?
The idea that styling sells cars really bloomed in the 50s and became the key thing, not engineering, but styling.
Well, and you have to remember, especially at this point in time, during the mid-1950s, the economy was booming. We don't get to a recession until about 1958. So it was that post-war era. Everybody wanted something new and big and better and bolder. And coming out with the hot one, the Chevrolet that came out in 1955, really met that market and met that need.
While the V8 was first available in 1955, this one has a C in the first digit of the VIN. So it was born a 235 six-cylinder. A V would have denoted a V8, but this was a six-cylinder car. Not anymore.
Boy, it's a super nice, clean build. I love the two-tone with the green underneath, the white on top, and the white wheels actually set it off very well. And that two-tone carries over into the interior. We're actually kind of three-tone. We've got the green, the white, and then that gray on top as well with those other panels.
That stick shift stirs a Tremec 5-speed transmission bolted up behind the 468 cubic inch engine. $100,000. Hammer price for that Chevy. Well, Tyler and I are both looking forward to this one, this 1982 Porsche 930 Turbo with upgraded 18-inch Fuchs-style wheels, the original factory style of wheel, but in a much more modern diameter, as there just aren't that many high-performance 15-inch tires available anymore. So let's see how this one does.
Well, and of course, we've seen some Porsches this week that have done great numbers. And, you know, this one, I love the originality that they've got on this. And, you know, earlier we had a much more modern Porsche rolling across the block. But from this generation, from 1982, you still have, let's stay up front here, you still have these tall fenders with this very distinct line that comes up. But what really matters, of course, is the performance in the back. The big, huge whale tail, which is hiding that big 3.3-liter engine with the turbo. Big, wide flares covering those tires. You know, and to the point that Tyler was making earlier, calling this the Widowmaker, and that's the fact that, you know, this turbo would kind of come in with a turbo lag and suddenly, you know, launch in. And you got to remember, it's a pretty tail-happy car to start with, so you've got to be careful as you're driving it to make sure when that turbo kicks in, you're ready to handle it.
I had one like this, but mine was the M491 option, the turbo look. So I had the regular Carrera engine. I had a 5-speed transmission, but I got the 930's wide body, suspension, and brakes. Kind of the best of both worlds. $130,000 will send that Porsche 930 to its new home. This is a Gelandewagen. Mercedes brings them in now through their dealer network, but for a long time, the only way you could get these was through the gray market. This is an authorized 2021 G63 AMG with 577 horsepower.
Yeah, and this one is from, you know, once again, very recent, 2021. It only has 16,000 miles on the odometer, so we'll say gently used, but it's a very modern vehicle. It's not about how it's been modified. It's about the performance that came out of the factory with that twin-turbo V8 that delivers 577 horsepower, and more importantly, 627 feet-pounds of torque. So this is a beast.
One detail I like about these is side pipes are not just for Corvettes. These indeed have side pipes just ahead of the rear wheels on both sides of the vehicle. Little hot rod touch.
I hope we get to see the interior because it's an exclusive interior package with classic red and black Napa leather, diamond stitching, red seat belts, and carbon fiber trim, Rick.
Well, you ask, we deliver, and that's exactly what you've got. Notice once again that stitching, the baseball stitching with the red touch that matches the seats, two-tone, and all those carbon fiber touches, and of course that massive screen, the video screen that goes in front. You know, no more gauges. Now it's all electronic. And then, of course, just to brag a little bit, you know, you've got your red calipers. I mean, everybody's got red calipers, but these, of course, say AMG.
Big AMG forged aluminum wheels and Pirelli Scorpion on and off-road tires.
And those are 6 piston calipers, 3 on each side of the disc, which gives more clamping force than a more commercial 2-piston caliper. You got to stop something that weighs this much. This is probably about a 3.5-ton, maybe a 4-ton vehicle. 4.5 probably. Nearly 5 with people.
And this is all about the AMG modifications, you know, whether it's those brakes or they're even AMG wheels. Those are factory wheels. They say AMG on them. So all the work that's been done to make this special is all been done through the subsidiary of Mercedes-Benz, their AMG company, which is their performance arm.
$175,000. I think the winning bidder's on the phone. Is he asking permission or forgiveness? You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com to see the sale prices of all the cars that cross the auction block and keep you up to date on upcoming auction action, both this week in Scottsdale, at Palm Beach, and Columbus, on and on. This 2023 Corvette Z06 is powered by a 5.5-liter LT6 V8.
this is the flat plane crank where you get the power pulse on every turn of the crankshaft. And buzzy sound, special motor mounts, otherwise it would rattle the car, not apart, but it would be annoying. But without these are special mounts that soothe the car from that. But the flat plane crank, good for higher RPM, as seen also in the Coyote Mustang, the various other cars.
Now, this was purchased by its second owner with only 189 miles on the clock, and he says it's only been used to go to Cars and Coffee events. I guess he went to a lot of them because it now has just under 2,400 miles.
Well, he only went to one, but it was 1,000 miles away. So, you know, we have to take a moment and really give a shout out to the Chevrolet and General Motors design team that created the C8 Corvette. Because you have to remember, you know, this had been a front engine car forever, but they took it and decided they were finally going to go in a different direction. It's one thing to evolve a car. It's another thing to revolutionize. And the important thing to think about is what they were able to accomplish with this.
Sold for $122,000. Boy, we've seen a lot of these SRT Demon 170s, but this one is a custom convertible in the desirable B5 blue.
That is weird. You know, a company called, I believe, Dream Cars down in Florida will cut the roof off a car. I believe that also Petty's Garage does this as well. I hope they bolster the underpinnings of the car to make up for the lack of the roof. I imagine it has to be done. The Demon, of course, plenty of power. And you don't want to mess around with the structural integrity of a car with that much horsepower.
I mean, capable of creating more than 1,000 horsepower. And to your point, you know, that also creates chassis flex. You know, you get torque steer as a result when you have so much power. And if you're going to chop the top off, the top being a structural element, you better do that underneath. But here's the thing. A lot of times when you're adding those structural elements, you go, well, how much weight do I want to add? Can I get up and go? What my 0-60 time? When you got 1,000 horsepower, add a little weight. It's okay.
This is one of only 2 B5 blue convertibles done by Drop Top Customs, and it has 400 miles on the clock.
Wonderful Mickey Thompson drag radials from the factory. I have to pinch myself from time to time that I'm not in a dream. This is an amazing thing. These are available brand new with a warranty, and they pass emissions regulations, and, you know, again, this kind of horsepower, wheel standing capability right off the showroom floor. We're not dreaming. This is reality.
All right, just a fun little thing to take a look at when you come in here and you look at the speedometer. Now, once again, it's digital, but right here you see it's got a 220 mile an hour speedometer. I'm not thinking you're ever going to reach it, but it's nice to look at. By the way, they had this trunk popped a little while ago. There's a massive sound system in here that can pretty much blow anybody away. I'm sure we could hear it through the trunk with it closed, but once it's open, boy, you could pretty much speak to the entire facility here at Westworld.
It says down here, there's a manufacturer's statement right here saying that the side curtain has been permanently disabled right there. So the side curtains can't work because they're not there. Be advised.
Creeping up toward $200,000. There we are.
And there you see Demon number 269 that came out in 2023.
And that's where it sells, $200,000 for that Challenger SRT custom convertible. Number 4 retail sale of the auction is this 1955 Chevy Cameo custom pickup, currently at $265,000.
You know, once upon a time, it would have been considered heresy to customize the Cameo that was such an original, interesting truck from the 1950s. But now, not only is it not heresy, we're closing in on $300,000.
And there it is, tied for the top retail piece of the day and the auction. It sells for a jaw-dropping $300,000. Congrats to GMT Quality Metalwork and Fabrication with paintwork by Mick Jenkins and Paco Castell of SoCal Speed Shop. Interior by Gabe's Custom Interiors, Sherm's Custom Plating. Everybody involved should be congratulated for that $300,000 result. Now here's a 69 Nova we previewed earlier, powered by a 366 cubic inch LS V8 at 500 horsepower, 4-speed automatic overdrive transmission, and Phytec electronic fuel injection.
Well, second year for this style of the Chevy Nova, a semi-fastback body, very popular. Also available as a four-door, but never as a wagon or convertible. But again, these sold by the hundreds of thousands for several years. Modified here with a 366, but it has a 113 VIN, so it was originally a 256-cylinder car when it was originally built. Not anymore.
Yeah, it was bought by some family that, you know, they wanted to save some money. Maybe it was a second car. Maybe they just couldn't afford something bigger. Well, now it is much, much bigger in just about every way because of all the modifications that have been done to it. And once again, having a 366 cubic inch LS V8 engine underneath the hood that's pumping out 500 horsepower. And once again, I have to say, somewhere out there's a guy who does chrome who's crying because we don't have chrome bumpers anymore. Black in the front, black in the rear.
Whoever applied the graphic has a nice sense of design sense and style. Basically a swoopy line down the side with a strobe effect toward the end. Some red and black to add some intrigue to the side of the car, but it stops at the door instead of going all the way down the side. A little bit of restraint there. I like the effect.
You know, compared to some of the other customs we've seen today, there has been restraint in the sense that, you know, the drip rails are still on. The doors have not been shaved. The bumpers have not been cut in quite to the same degree. So it's a really nice custom, but compared to some of the ones we've seen today, those Camaros earlier, where they really take it to that 10th level, this is just nice.
$90,000 sends that 69 Nova Custom to its new home. Here's a 1974 Ford Bronco custom SUV built by Classic Ford Broncos. It has an all-new metal body finished in custom mixed blush pink.
That's powered by a 306 cubic inch Ford crate racing engine with a C4 automatic transmission. It's just a regular pushrod Ford, not a Coyote Camry, but a nice choice. Simple and efficient.
The Barbie Dream Truck has arrived. By the way, this apparently had a starring role in the Megan Moroney music video. Wish I didn't. I wish I could say I had seen it, but I didn't, so I'll just have to take their word for it. But beautifully done. And, you know, it's interesting. What color is the perfect color to paint things? We've seen a lot of, you know, kind of the darker colors, the root beer browns. We saw metallic olive. But having this pink, well, this appeals to a different crowd. So I like the fact that it's got both the pink together with these white elements right there. Big full roll cage, nice tucked interior.
So this was built for a music video, Megan Moroney's Wish I Didn't, in which this Bronco is featured.
This one has been cut. You can see the larger rear wheel openings with the add-on fender flares, front and rear. Big fat tires, body and suspension liftgate in effect here.
Tell you what, this color, doesn't matter whether you're a former Mary Kay salesman or a Barbie Dream Truck person, you like it. We're up over $220,000.
And to help getting in and out, it has electrically operated side steps. They're down now, but they're on. You push a button, they come down. You can get in a little better.
And the hammer has fallen at $225,000. Those folks are ecstatic. Now here's Craig Jackson to tell us about a Ford originally delivered to a movie and TV star.
All right, we have a 2017 Ford GT. It was purchased new from Galpin Ford by actor and comedian, our friend Tim Allen. He's been coming to Barrett-Jackson for well over 30 years. It is powered by the twin turbocharged 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6 with the 7-speed double clutch transaxle. Painted in ingot silver with full PPF, it has the optional gloss carbon fiber exterior accents, one of my favorites, and it really sets it off against the silver. So with this silver with the dark energy interior, you got the matte carbon fiber. I really love the way the contrast is. It has under 1,000 miles on it, a first-year car, celebrity owned, selling at no reserve.
And we'll see that here tomorrow. This 2025 Ford F-150 began as a Raptor. It was shipped to Hennessy, where it became a Velociraptor 600.
Well, just a moment ago, Craig Jackson was talking about the EcoBoost engine in that Ford GT. Well, that's basically what we have here as well, that 3.5-liter twin-turbo EcoBoost V6 with a 10-speed automatic transmission. You know, it just takes this thing up and ramps it up. What I also like about this is the ability to adjust the suspension. You know, this is the kind of suspension where it's always built for off-road or, you know, you're compromising for the city. You have the ability to tune this and go either direction.
This one has only 186 miles on it.
Let's take a look inside here and show you exactly what kind of comfort you're going to get as well. Nice baseball stitching, big display panel, infotainment center. Away it goes.
And a new owner at $137,000. Here's a 1968 Shelby Mustang, a GT500, finished in its factory correct Wimbledon white.
The KR means that it has the R-code 428 Cobra Jet motor, which makes 335 horse, whereas the non-KR 500 would have had a 360 horsepower 428 Police Interceptor. The difference being the camshaft in the Cobra Jet, same power basically, but again, the KR is the more desirable of the two. Similar production numbers as the regular GT500.
Originally delivered at Al Grillo Ford, who sold 70 Shelbys in 1968. This car has history in Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Texas.
Yeah, and to the point, I mean, you know, you could see a few flaws in this paint. It's an older paint job, but it's more of a survivor as opposed to the repaint that you see with so many of these. You know, this isn't about perfection. This is about originality. And at this point in the Shelby world, the cars were now being built by Ford, no longer being built by Carroll Shelby's operation over in California. They'd taken it in-house. Carroll Shelby was actually kind of beginning to distance himself from the Shelby Mustang program. It had evolved away from the pure racing cars he wanted to build.
You know, this car was on the dealer lot. The carburetor and air cleaner were stolen and replaced. And after purchasing the car, the buyer changed its original automatic transmission to a 4-speed manual. $115,000 sends that Shelby to its new home.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. We're in the McGuire staging lanes. The last stop before these cars enter the block. And we've seen two 69 Camaros enter the top 10 when it comes to sales today. We'll see where this 69 Camaro ends up because it has the right stuff. Under the hood, you have the 302 cubic inch V8 with that cross ram induction system. This one, though, is not numbers matching. So at some point the engine was replaced, but obviously an over-the-top beautiful restoration in this amazing color. Frost green with the medium green interior, along with the 4-speed manual transmission and the 8-track player, which, yep, it is mounted and actually kind of an unusual place, I believe. But come back, there is one really neat option, and I know a lot of you are facing a blizzard right now in most of the country. This one has a 1-year option of the basically tire chains, except a liquid. So if you look on either side of the wheel well, you have a button you can push in the dashboard to basically put a polymer on your tires to let it not slip, or at least not slip as much in the snow. They tried it out for 1 year and abandoned it, but obviously a really cool option on this 69 Camaro.
Very unique indeed. On the auction block is the latest offering from Lotus. This is the 2025 Emira, finished in Tangelo Orange with its supercharged 3.5-liter V6 Toyota engine and 6-speed manual. The MSRP on this nearly new Emira, $125,000.
Well, Lotus, of course, was founded by Colin Chapman a long time ago, back in 1948. These days it's owned by the Geely Group, which is a Chinese company. But they're trying to continue on with the Lotus tradition, and in this case, talking about the fact that they call this design carved by air. They want to make it as aerodynamic as possible. I mean, you talked about that Toyota-sourced engine, that 3.5-liter engine that's powering this. But the idea is you don't need a massive engine, which was the way that, Colin Chapman built his cars over all those years. It was all about lightening it, making it aerodynamic, and then making the corner performance work. Although it is 0 to 60 in 4 seconds.
So my son's driven one of these, and I asked him, what would you rather, a Porsche Cayman GTS or a Lotus Emira with this powertrain? He likes the Lotus. Can't blame him.
Well, and you realize, I mean, for the most part, the weight balance is about the same, but the fact that he likes it over the Porsche Cayman, which an awful lot of people like the Porsche Cayman performance and suspension better than they like the 911, so I think that's actually saying quite a bit. And once again, this is all about having the right balance of the car, not too big an engine. You don't have to have a lot of active aero components. It's all about making it glide through the air and turn through the corners.
$118,000. That car has just 300 miles. Add the 10% buyer's premium, and you're over the original MSRP. Now, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills and maybe win an amazing prize, in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. April's going to preview one of the cars you'll be predicting the price of.
That's right, Mike. This is sweet 1954 Corvette Custom. She is gorgeous, and I love these bigger style than factory knockoff style wheels, and they added this cove you wouldn't see until later models. Beautiful dark gray paint over the black. It is just shining and gleaming. She is gorgeous. Now take a look in the side, a fully redone custom interior. And instead of gauges, you'd see all the way across the dash. They've been replaced with an iPad that you can easily take out and carry with you and check emails all throughout your day. Now take a look behind you. Under that deck lid right there, you'll see the air tanks hidden for the air ride. And the best part is up front, you got that plexiglass cutout, just like you'd see on the C6 ZR1, showing off that sweet, supercharged LS engine. Mike?
Thanks, April. That vet's going to cross the block tomorrow, so register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You must be at least 18. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. And who knows, maybe you can drive away with the grand prize, a 2026 Dodge Charger Scat Back Plus. Speaking of Dodges, we again have an interesting pair. They're going to sell in succession separately. This is a 23 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170 Red Eye. Next is a 2018 version, and they each have the same final 6 digits in the serial number. The first one sells for $170,000, and let's say if now, as before, those matching number pair stay together with the same owner. Here's the 2018 SRT Demon version.
With a mere 808 horsepower, 3,300 of these made that year. But you could actually get it up to 840 horsepower if you're using a higher octane fuel.
Finished in Destroyer Gray, this car has less than 200 miles on it.
And whereas the Hellcats have orange rocker covers, the Demons have red rocker covers, and the Demon logo cast into the top of the intercooler. It's actually an add-on plate, but again, intercooler on top of the Hemi. Blower is under that. Here's the belt that runs that.
And this was really designed for pure straight line speed. I mean, they took off a lot of the weight that they had on the Hellcat with the Demon. They saved, I think, like 230 pounds or so. It doesn't even have as big of brakes as you would get on the Hellcat. Once again, this is all about pure acceleration, getting that straight line quarter-mile speed.
And this one is a back seat delete. You could actually get a monoposto, in other words, rear seat and front passenger seat delete if you wanted, with just a single driver's seat. Very rare, but this one has the back seat delete, which probably most of these Demons did not get.
Finished in Destroyer Gray. Working bidders on the floor and in the skybox. Looks like this one's going to a different home than the 2023.
But they'll always know there's that sister out there, that cousin that they could match it up to someday. If they're smart, they'll make sure they get that other person's name so that maybe down the road somebody can match them up again.
Sold for $127,000. Up in the skybox. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. Tyler previewed this 69 Chevy Camaro Z28 RS in frost green.
Well, this one is fully loaded, Z28 RS. And with the RS, we have the Hideaway headlights, which are vacuum operated. And this has the cross ram intake and four-wheel disc brakes. There it is right there. Holley carburetors, aluminum intake manifold, cast iron manifolds, and four-wheel disc brakes front and back. Very rare stuff. JL9 four-wheel discs.
A little classic problem you see sometimes with Camaros, with the Hideaway headlights. One's not quite completely gone, while the other one is. But, you know, it's not a perfect world. It's an easy fix. You know, we talked earlier today about how the Z28 was really created to go Trans Am racing. They first introduced it for the 1967 model year. Then they brought it back again in 1968. But by 1969, they realized, you know what? This is more than just about creating cars and making them so they can be in a race for the Trans Am. People like these things. We need to start selling these as a model. And in 1969, they sold more than 20,000.
This has the optional chambered exhaust. At the back, you can see the cross-flow muffler, which ordinarily would be a canister. Well, that's a chambered piece made by Walker. A little louder, actually a lot louder than stock, but a little more horsepower, less back pressure.
This car has some very rare options. The chambered exhaust, the cross ram with the dual quads, the Endura front bumper, the four-wheel disc brakes, and look at this number. Number 4 retail sale of the day. And maybe headed higher. We're at 280.
Strange details inside of a Z28. A tilt column. There it is. A tilt column. Have not seen one of those on a Z28 ever.
Tied for the number 1 retail sale of the auction at $300,000. Next is a 1960 Chevrolet Corvette with a 283 fuel-injected engine rated at 290 horsepower.
Well, there are two possible fuel-injected engines, a milder 240 horse job, but the 290 had the solid lifter Duntov cam, and a potent little engine. Solid lifters, of course. Hydraulics on the 240. Hydraulic lifters, no maintenance required, but not as much power, obviously, as solid lifters on a Duntov.
Well, and significantly, it had more than 1 horsepower per cubic inch. You know, Chevy had done that earlier with their V8, but this was the ability to come up with that ultimate power range. Now, the thing about the fuel injection was, while it made great power, it was kind of complicated to work on. And for a lot of Chevrolet mechanics or regular mechanics back in those days, it just wasn't that easy for them. As a result, once they got into the mid-60s, what they began to discover was we didn't need fuel injection configuration, we could get the same kind of power or more simply by putting that bigger engine and putting a 4-barrel carburetor or maybe 2 4-barrel carburetors on.
And the reason for fuel injection on a road course, carburetors, the fuel bowls, the fuel was sloshed in the bowls. With fuel injection, it's directed with a mechanical fuel pump, so no fuel slosh, no lean out on the corner. That's the benefit of fuel injection on a road race course.
$120,000 will send that 1960 Corvette Fuelie to its new home. This 1953 Chevrolet 5700 is a COE, which stands for cab over engine. A lot of these were city delivery trucks. Some of them were long haulers. This one has been reinterpreted as a pickup truck.
Well, boy, this thing is massive up here. And what a brutish look, because once again, you know, you're sitting on top of the engine, and we can see it here, but we only get the front tip of it because so much of it is back inside. In fact, if you wanted to work on the engine, let's see here, we'll open the door. Normally, you would take that little panel off there, and that's where you were going to get easier access to working on the engine. Cab over engines made sense for a long time because it was a way to get a bigger bed in the back and move the cab forward. But as time went along, well, safety considerations came into effect, and drivers began to realize, you know, we don't like sitting on top of the engine like this.
This retro cab is mounted on a Chevy 3500 Express frame and chassis. The cab always reminds me of Alfred Hitchcock. The belly, the way that looks.
Well, the other reason for the cab over engine design is for city delivery trucks. It put the driver high up above traffic and close to the front end of the truck for maneuvering in close quarters. That's no longer a consideration as this one sells for $120,000. You'll want to stick around for this, lot 1126.1. A Firebird Trans Am Y82 Special Edition. From the Albert LeCan collection, this Batmobile was built from the molds taken from the original, one of those used for show car duty back in the day. Sure looks the part. Wow, that'll cross the block here tomorrow. Where we have a 2023 Ford F-150 Raptor R pickup with a supercharged 5.2 liter V8.
Yeah, the ultimate off-road vehicle with streetable luxury and comfort. Great travel suspension there, and again, the supercharged 5.2, 10-speed automatic, 4-door cab.
Of course, the Raptor R, the ultimate evolution of the Raptor, and they limited the numbers that they were making of these. I think the idea was they were going to limit it to about 30% of the total Raptor production, which once again, Raptor was limited in terms of numbers, and this was limited even more. And the result is they were kind of hard to get your hands on, and so there was a big premium that people were willing to pay back in 2023 so they could get their hands on one of these.
Under 13,000 actual miles.
When you think about this, what a great compromise in terms of having modern off-road capability together with great looks. Look at those massive tires on the side, and this is all coming from the factory.
$6,000 worth of audio upgrades in this one.
Of course, earlier we saw the Hennessy version of this, the Velociraptor, which took it to an even higher level. But once again, coming out of Ford, getting a Ford factory warranty, this was a pretty impressive machine.
Sold for $109,000, upgraded by Revamp Customs and garage stored since. Tyler?
Mike, 1971 was a dramatic design change when it came to the Roadrunner, and you can see it right here. Much wider hips, a giant C-pillar on this one. That's one of the big characteristics from 70 to 71. Now, this one also comes with a Weiss report with a detailed description of how it left the factory, which was in this bright blue metallic color, along with the white vinyl roof. And inside, you can see the white bucket interior, that pistol grip shifter, and of course the Meep Meep horn. Also option on this thing in 1971 is the air grabber hood, which is deployed right here with the little mascot there to get that fresh air into the engine. This thing looks very stock from the outside. You go down into the front grille, you can see they've added a little Roadrunner here, a little mascot into the grille. Is a cute little touch. But under the hood is not cute. Brace yourselves. We have a modern supercharged Hemi Hellcat engine, good for 700 plus horsepower. Originally, this was optional with a 340 cubic inch V8, so the smaller side of the engines you could get in the Roadrunner. So this is definitely a welcome upgrade and a big surprise, I imagine, considering how stock it looks on the outside.
I like that body style a lot. What did I do with my bidder pass? Well, I got a few minutes to find it before that comes to the block, don't I? Here's a 79 Chevy K10 Custom built by Drive Rods and Resto in a full frame-off build in 2024.
In stock form, this would have a live front axle with leaf springs, but it's modified with an independent front suspension for modern Chevy pickup trucks, so better handling, better ride than the Beam and Leafs would ever have.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's labeled as a 1979 Chevy K10 Custom, but they also say it's sitting on a modern GM four-wheel drive chassis. So they've essentially stripped out all the old stuff from underneath and put everything that came on that original K10 up on top of this. Actually, I like that. Why not make it a little more modern? And I like the fact that they haven't gone with some kind of, custom aftermarket chassis. The fact that they've gone with a General Motors chassis to keep a lot of those components, I think really works well in keeping the theme of this piece.
Hey, Rick, it's the late 70s. Gonna bet you this thing has plaid seats, huh?
All right, let me look inside. Yeah, do we have plaid seats to show you? But these are from the subtle range, shall we say. Just, a little black and gray and a touch of red.
I like it. $75,000 is the hammer price on that beautiful 79 K10. Now here's a 71 Chevy C10 pickup. So this is a two-wheel drive pickup with chopping block suspension. This thing is lower.
Indeed, this is lowered down at least 3 inches from stock. Big billet wheels, front and rear. Delicious metal flake green and solid white paint, two-tone roof paint too. LS motor under the hood, of course, naturally aspirated.
This thing is painted in Bentley Chroma Base Apple Green.
A little earlier we had a truck that was painted in a Lamborghini color. I like when you take something really interesting and put it on these. Because I go back to, when this was sold back in 1971, I'm sure it was simply for one purpose, to haul stuff. And of course, take a look at how the bed has been raised. And this is interesting what they've done. They've got a little section right here in between the tailgate and this, the raised section, special tubs for the wheels, because I'm guessing we've got great big pieces of rubber underneath there. And I tell you what, the white flows very nicely. And right here, this is where you want to rub your finger and you want to go, how good have they done in putting the paint together? If you can feel a line, well, not bad. But in this case, you can't. These are coming together perfectly.
And Rick, to your point, the frame has been C-notched to make room for that axle at full drop with the air suspension.
It's got big brakes underneath as well, so you've got stopping power. I'll tell you what, there's an awful lot to like about this. It's in the most popular range of the pickup truck hobby right now, that C10 series from 1967 to 1972.
And they got it right there on the stage for $130,000. Happy couple with a new pickup truck. We've got lots of great cars and trucks to show you here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, so stick around.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. We're in the McGuire staging lanes. The last stop before these cars enter the block. And we've seen two 69 Camaros enter the top 10 when it comes to sales today. We'll see where this 69 Camaro ends up because it has the right stuff. Under the hood, you have the 302 cubic inch V8 with that cross ram induction system. This one, though, is not numbers matching. So at some point the engine was replaced, but obviously an over-the-top beautiful restoration in this amazing color. Frost green with the medium green interior, along with the 4-speed manual transmission and the 8-track player, which, yep, it is mounted and actually kind of an unusual place, I believe. But come back, there is one really neat option, and I know a lot of you are facing a blizzard right now in most of the country. This one has a 1-year option of the basically tire chains, except a liquid. So if you look on either side of the wheel well, you have a button you can push in the dashboard to basically put a polymer on your tires to let it not slip, or at least not slip as much in the snow. They tried it out for 1 year and abandoned it, but obviously a really cool option on this 69 Camaro.
Very unique indeed. On the auction block is the latest offering from Lotus. This is the Barrett-Jackson Cup is back this year. From hundreds of applications, 47 vehicles were handpicked and on hand in Scottsdale to compete for the ultimate Best in Show and People's Choice Awards. These custom car and truck builders are the very best from across the country. 5 finalists are being chosen from this amazing collection of vehicles, and the winners will be announced during our live Saturday coverage on the History Channel. Today, the final finalist was announced. It's this incredible 59 Chevrolet Impala, named one of the top 3 hot rods at the SEMA 2025 Battle of the Builder. Good luck on Saturday when we'll see if this beautiful 59 Impala will take home the title of Ultimate Best in Show. Back to the auction block for this 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170. This one is frostbite blue and has just 50 miles on the odometer.
And once again, this is the 170 series, wherein with alcohol, you get just under 1,100 horsepower. Up front, it says alcohol injected ahead of the scoop, and that scoop is patterned after the 1965 race Hemi scoop right there. The stylist had one in the shop, in the studio, and they cloned the look of it right there to the vertical supports. A lot of vintage history in the modern front.
You can see that red eye with these Demons. Of course, that being significantly more horsepower when you see that red eye in the little Demon there. This one, automatic transmission, and it does have its drag slicks installed. You can do different tires and come set up to, with a crate to go drag racing, and this one's, well, ready to go.
We would call those cheater slicks back in the day. They have just enough tread to be legal. Sold on the stage for $140,000. Well, here's something really in plaid. This is a 2021 Tesla Model S, and plaid is part of the model name. A little bit of whimsy there. Built by Unplugged Performance as the S Apex, a one-of-one creation.
Yeah, this is a car that could give that Demon a run for its money. An electric car, the 0 to 60 around 2 seconds, stock on these. And they call it plaid on a play on words with Spaceballs. So the film where they talk about going into warp speed or hyperspeed like in Star Wars or Star Trek, it's plaid and Spaceballs, and that's what Elon was sort of playing with on his fastest car that he'd ever offered at the time. This one's been taken to the next level by Unplugged Performance with a wide body kit and lots of carbon fiber to make it look even sportier.
Less than 400 miles on the clock, internet bidder involved.
Yeah, you can see sort of the carbon fiber wing, sort of like almost a duck bill here, along with the carbon fiber lower ground effects here. This wide body is custom to Unplugged Performance. They weren't this normal on the Plaid, but what is stock is inside, and it's controversial. The yoke steering wheel, something introduced with the Plaid that a lot of people didn't understand or like.
sold over the internet for $100,000. Let's take a look inside the Maguire staging lanes. That's where you want to go to talk to the consigners, get a last look at the cars, open the doors, the trunk, the hood, get a good look around, up, under, and over before you decide how much you want to bid to take that car home. Here's a 2024 Corvette Z06 convertible.
Well, these had come out a year prior, and it was unbelievable what they had done with the C8 Corvette. Sort of reverse engineered a Ferrari 458 with that flat plane crank engine that sounds so exotic. The wider treatment on these, it was just unbelievable when they came out. But now, of course, Corvette has topped itself with the ZR1 and ZR1X that we have selling tomorrow for charity with even more crazy performance. But these, all naturally aspirated, no hybrid powertrain, 670 horsepower, dual clutch transmission.
Keep in mind that 5.5 liter engine has dual overhead cams, and again the flat plane crank, so it sounds like a Ferrari, but again, dual overhead cams, no more push rods. Overhead cams get better RPM capability and not a push rod engine.
I'd love to know how someone could own this for almost 2 years and only put 8 miles on this car.
Yeah, pretty nice. It's optioned with the steel brakes rather than carbon ceramics. GT2 bucket seats, and doesn't look like it is a full-out 3LT, but it's nice to see some of the extra carbon fiber in there. And this one is a convertible, so retractable top. This comes off and folds away inside, so a well-optioned Z06.
Sold for $125,000. You can fill your garage with cars at Barrett-Jackson, and also with all that beautiful automobilia that sells here every morning before cars roll across the block. Here's a 1966 Chevy Impala SS, powered by Connecting Cruise, supercharged 6.2-liter LT4 V8, 650 horsepower hooked up to that 4-speed automatic.
Yeah, the party trick under the hood, big one, just closed. And when you do that, man, this thing looks pretty stock. Other than the stance being slightly lower, the wheels oversized, and the Wilwood disc brakes, everything else trim-wise, the bright work, the colors, the interior, you know, looks very stock. So pretty impressive what's lurking under the hood. Nobody would ever guess.
Frame-off restoration as part of the 2023 build. Triple taillights on the Impala continued in 1966, although they are rectangular rather than round, and that one has a new owner for $75,000. Now the Y82 Special Edition on the 77 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am is the gold dash, all of the gold trim, the gold screaming chicken on the hood, and gold pinstripes all around. So Starlight Black, Special Edition graphics, highly optioned as ordered new and restored, finished up in 2024.
Yep, the Bandit Edition, they went full Bandit on this one to make it screen accurate, even with the CB antenna. I don't see the radio inside, but the antenna is proudly mounted to the roof on this one, along with the T-tops and Burt Reynolds sticking out of it. 1977, Smokey and the Bandit, a huge film in the U.S., the second highest grossing film behind Star Wars.
Internet bidder involved. You know, Pontiac was not the only manufacturer to use this black and gold combination. Chevy had it on the Cosworth Vega. Mercury had it on the John Player Special Capri. And there were others, but Pontiac did it best thanks to Hal Needham, Burt Reynolds, and Jerry Reed.
Yeah, 1977 and 78, the only years for this style of nose. So when they were filming in 76, they had to put the newer nose on the front. And then in Smokey and the Bandit 2, we got the later version of this Trans Am with the all totally squared off headlights. But yeah, the special edition package, a lot of times it's faked, but this one started life as a true, real deal Y82 in 1977. Most of them are 1978 because sales exploded with the film and were bought the following year.
Phone bidders involved, and that's where it lands for $100,000. Now, we've talked a lot about cars that were built to race in the Trans Am Series, and here's one, 1970, the big year when all the manufacturers were involved. Plymouth hired Dan Gurney's All-American Racers, and in March, they built these AAR Cudas. This one is green metallic with matching bucket seat interior, and it has had a complete rotisserie restoration.
Yeah, very impressive, the quality of this. Of course, they didn't want to go too high on the engine displacements for the racing, racing mandates. The 340 cubic inch V8 6-barrel. You can see all matte black on the hood. That is factory, along with the stripes going down the side. And yeah, high quality restoration here.
There's the AAR shield for All-American Racers in Costa Mesa, California. The Gurney family, by the way, is building a new museum in Costa Mesa that will be open, where you can look at quite a number of Dan Gurney's race cars through the years. That should be open later this summer.
Green interior to match on this one, so just amazing in the 70s, all the colors that we really don't see today in new cars. And you can see that pistol grip shifter, the wood steering wheel. So this one's a very well optioned CUDA on top of everything else.
A lot of bidders still involved here. The AAR CUDA was the first car to leave the factory with different size tires, front and rear. E60s front, G60s rear, Tyler.
Yeah, there's the window sticker, or a copy of it. Originally $4,257. Wow.
We still have a bidder on the floor and one on the stage at $150,000. That's where the hammer falls. Emma Mass, builder on the stage, will take that beautiful CUDA home. And here's April Rose.
Well, Mike, the proper thing to say would be ahoy, because this is a literal land yacht right now. 18.5 feet long, 1959 Cadillac, tons of heavy chrome. Like, it even has a double grille that's just stacked up there. And look at this stainless steel detailing. Do we need that? No, but it's all about style. That's what Cadillac was back in the day. You got your huge wraparound glass. That was really expensive to do back in the day because they didn't quite have the technology yet, but hey, it's a Cadillac. So you're going the extra mile for it. Really cool two-tone interior bench seat with that center console that folds down if, maybe you don't want to cuddle, perhaps. I love the inside of these. They always remind me of a 1950s diner. Now, come on back. I'm almost out of breath, but this is the best part. The biggest tail fins for the Cadillac. This was the height. I don't want to say it all went downhill from here, but they all got a little bit shorter year after year. It even has a grill all the way across the back. These are out of this world. Now this one has a rebuilt 390 V8, and it's easy to drive, of course, because it has over-assisted power steering. And you know what? You could probably steer it with your pinky. I want to jump in and take it for a test drive, Mike.
I love it. Up on the dash, the Twilight Sentinel to turn the lights on when it got dark, and automatic high beams as well. Here's a 67 Camaro Custom Coupe.
This one rides on a full Roadster Shop chassis, which makes it a body-on-frame, whereas the normal Camaro is a unit construction car. And again, body-on-frame here, stiffer, better suspension front and rear, Detroit Speed mini-tub rear, massive big tires. I like the wide and wider rim and tire choice on this car.
Internet bidder involved.
Now that cowl induction hood looks to be carbon fiber, but it's actually wrapped just to give some contrast. I think no foul there. And yeah, nicely done as far as, look at the door handles. They're mounted flush, almost modern looking. Same with the glass, no trim around it, just a modern style glass that just drops in. So a very updated, modern looking 67 Camaro.
I love neat details. These are billet aluminum machined taillight surrounds. That's machined aluminum right there, then painted black or coated black to give a sinister look, but that's machined terraced.
And it sells for $130,000 on the floor. Now, here's Craig Jackson with a Camaro you're sure to like.
This is a 1967 Camaro convertible owned by Linda Perry, singer, songwriter, and lead vocalist of the American rock band 4 Non Blondes. The car itself is finished in black with white Le Mans stripes with a black convertible top. Under the hood of this first generation Camaro sits a 350 V8 backed by a 4-speed manual transmission. Linda Perry has owned this car for over 20 years and has driven it very sparingly. Here's the special part. The winning bidder will receive an exclusive opportunity to join Linda Perry in a recording session. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and at 2 p.m. on Super Saturday, Linda Perry will be at Westworld selling her 1967 Camaro with no reserve. That's what's going on Super Saturday.
So at 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Linda Perry will join our pre-auction show. And at 4 Eastern, 2 p.m. local time, this Camaro will cross the block. Here is a 1956 Chevy Bel Air with a Shaver Racing Engines 410 small block.
Yeah, an old school small block with an aluminum block, aluminum heads, 410 cubic inches. I see disc brakes on the front and the back. Nice solid steel wheels on this thing, large diameter with little chrome hubcaps in the middle, kind of a retro vibe.
Yeah, I like it, especially with those wheels to go kind of the full, retro sort of Barra style look. But air ride suspension, all modern underneath. Beautiful.
$104,000 is the hammer price.
Welcome back to Scottsdale, Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction out here in Westworld, where there are plenty of horse events, but this time of year it's all cars, plenty of them. And the sun's gone down, so we're getting a little cold, 62 degrees. All right, I live in Phoenix. I think anything below 70 is cold. Up on the block now, a 1969 Camaro RS Custom.
Yeah, this one powered by an LT1 lowered, very custom looking on this one as far as the molded glass and just the subtle modifications, blacked out bumpers. And yeah, I really like the look of this one with the extra metallic paint. Very different from the Camaro coming up.
$150,000 for that very custom 1969 Camaro RS. Of course, that was kind of that graphite color. And as it rolls away right behind it on the block, we're going to see something that is going to stand out a lot more. A 1969 Camaro Z28 RS. Yeah, but that's yellow. Daytona yellow to be exact.
Well, here it is. The RS, of course, signifies the hideaway headlights. And this one does have the D80 scoop hood, the ZL2, excuse me, ZL2 scooped hood. And the 302 under the hood is a numbers matching piece, 4-speed, of course, transmission. 410 rear axle, beautiful restoration.
Yeah, beautiful period color, the yellow with the black rally stripes, 302 cubic inch V8. We've had our amazing selection of Z28s, and this one being numbers matching and an RS. It's a big deal.
Scratch that, it's a 373 axle, not a 410. But again, this has something unusual, the M20 wide ratio 4-speed. First gear is 252 instead of 220, which means a little more grunt off the line for the small block 302 under the hood.
Well, the nice thing, this also has certification from both Jerry McNish and Larry Christensen that this is the original drivetrain. It's not just somebody saying it's matching numbers.
And once again, the chambered exhaust, we see the transverse muster has dimples in it. Again, that's made by Walker. And of course, Gardner makes the reproduction, but the chambers right there added resonance to the exhaust note, and a little more extra horsepower.
$180,000 to those folks right there. Big high fives all the way around. They got something really nice to get to take home. But of course, $180,000 doesn't work its way into our top 10. That would take at least $240,000. All right, you love that yellow, but you want something in a Mopar world? Well, how about a 1970 Cuda AAR?
Well, here it is, the 346 back, 290, very much underrated power. I did a dyno test on one of these to about 340 horsepower, 1 horse per cubic inch. And under this valve cover, you'll find a mechanical rock arm adjustable with a nut on it. That's factory stuff on these. And it's a hydraulic cam, but it has an adjustable rocker. Of course, fiberglass hood on these, so as a result, the antenna for the radio is not here, but rather on the rear quarter panel to eliminate ignition interference with the radio signal.
Yeah, homologation special here, sort of like the earlier AAR CUDA, built to go racing and compete in 1970. This one different, though, has a column automatic, so it's not the manual like we saw earlier, but that same matte black hood finish along with the stripes going down the side. And this one also restored to a really high quality.
You can notice something about these, it's a classic trait, is that the fiberglass hood over time tends to bow despite the use of light tension springs to hold the hood up. So that's something that just happens. It's correct for the car, actually. And the dual exhaust coming out the side, not the back, but the mufflers have a, if you look at the back of the car, you see the back of the muffler has a dead plate on it. That's because the chamber inside goes in and then back around in front of the tire. Interesting to look at from the back.
By the way, they weren't particularly successful racing this in the Trans Am. I think Sweet Savage had a second place, and that was probably the best they ever did. They did get some poles, so they had speed. They just didn't have the ability to finish the races as well as they wanted.
2,724 AAR CUDAs built in this year. I imagine there was a requirement to build at least a few thousand to go racing as far as to qualify something that's actually being sold in the showrooms. And yeah, here's one of them.
Gotta love the color lemon twist. Nicely done. There's not the original quarter panels. These are replacements. I can tell from here different. There's no pinch wells on the seams, but otherwise are nicely done with steel body parts. No Bondo, I can tell. A nice piece. An unusual car once again. 2,724 built.
Well, $100,000. That's what it's going to sell for. Imagine that automatic held it back just a touch. High fives. But that's still pretty cool. It still has the Dan Gurney connection. Wonderful piece of Mopar history. Away it goes. All right, we had a Chevy, we had a Mopar. I think it's time for a Ford. 1937 Custom Cabriolet.
Well, I dare say this is a steel body. Probably has fiberglass fenders. We'll find out in a moment when I put my fingers to the test. I love this candy apple red paint on this. Yeah, the fenders are definitely fiberglass. No, not steel. Steel fenders. Wow. Front and rear. Of course, the hood is steel. The doors are also steel. The running boards are probably fiberglass. They are, yes, they're fiberglass. But anyway, nice vehicle. Beautiful cabriolet, convertible, call it what you will. Beautiful car.
Now these 37s with that iconic grille does such a great job when someone does the custom treatment. This one with the bumper delete and those beautiful headlights. I think 37 is a great year. 32 probably the most popular when it comes to Ford hot rods, but man, that 37 grille, you can't beat it.
And 37 was the first year for the integrated headlights. 36, there was a freestanding pod. So year by year, the Ford styling became more streamlined. Beautiful grille. It's an aftermarket grille, but it's beautiful to look at.
Bumper deleted on the rear as well, so they can't push on the steel. But interesting how they integrated the dual exhaust there where the bumper would be, and it felt like steel. My tapper's not as good as Signante's as far as being able to tell if it's fiberglass or steel, but all the metal work, very impressive on this one, so I imagine it's the same in the rear.
I see coil over springs, Alden coils, no transverse leaf spring here. Probably a Ford 9-inch rear axle. You can see that. What we got? Ford 9-inch, I guess. Yeah, 9-inch there is painted candy apple red to match the body. Nice.
What? It really looks like a nice driver custom. I think that's something I'd enjoy driving around in as opposed to just taking to the shows and not really getting to enjoy. $80,000 for a custom cabriolet. All right, we had a CUDA a little while ago that was an AAR. Now it's time for a 1971 CUDA Custom.
Well, second year for the Barracuda/CUDA. 4 headlights instead of the 2. And the color inserts on the grille. This has a 440 engine and a shaker. It was born in H-code 340 car. No harm done in adding some cubic inches, 100 cubes. Aftermarket air conditioning right there. Has headers, power disc brakes up front. Nice crisp presentation. And of course the body color on the firewall and on the inner fenders is correct for a Mopar restoration.
Yeah, this looks like an upgraded 440. Certainly not something stock or what it was born with. Also, the tires and wheels slightly oversized, but still looking like the appropriate rally wheels. So I like that touch. And if you're going to go custom and you want to get, the fun, crazy, high-impact colors, Plum Crazy is a great choice. And putting those white graphics down the side, showing the 440 V8 there on the door, all really, really well done.
And the entire shaker system is available from shakerhood.com. The steel hood. the fiberglass bubble, the steel base plate, all this stuff, even the cables. And yeah, the Schaefer is cable operated. There's a door, a toggle inside the car that says carb air. Pull it out, opens the flap inside of the base plate to allow the air grabber to function. That stuff's all available in reproduction from ShakerHood.com.
Pistol grip transmission in there as well, the wood steering wheel, and yeah, that Shaker hood certainly looks fantastic on this thing. 1971 with the two headlights and that iconic grille. Maybe the favorite year of the CUDA over the 70, and this one, it's fine that they took a 340 and made it into this. No harm, no foul at all.
I like these wheels. They look like the 15x7 wheels, which had a stainless steel trim ring, but these are one-piece aluminum structures. They look the part, but they're actually larger. I like the sleight of hand being played here. Bigger, but they look the same as the originals. Cool.
Those giant billboard graphics on the side may look great, but boy, they were really complicated to put on as they were moving down the assembly line, which is why Plymouth after a while said, no, we don't want to do this anymore. So having those on there is great unless you're trying to pump out a certain number of cars per hour.
Rick, I
think we got a young bidder up on the block. Sorry, I got to confer with my son here. He is always going to remember this day. Question is, can they win it?
Interesting bidder strategy. Why would you take this car away from a kid, right? The other person would get out.
But more importantly, now what do you do as you're the adult? You're like, okay, we've gone this far. Now I got to keep going. And the guy in the audience, he keeps bidding against him. Every time they go up 5, he goes up 5 more.
That's really fun. The future of the car hobby right there.
Oh, and it looks like he may have done it. Well, the guy in the audience is out. I'm not sure who the guy on the block is bidding against right now. Ladies and gentlemen, $270,000, and that is the happiest kid in the place right now. And I mean both the little guy and the guy beside him. Congratulations to the whole family. Like I say, he is going to remember this day forever. The day they came home with that 1971 Plymouth CUDA. And that is the number 7 sale of the day so far here on our fantastic Friday. All right, we're going to stick around in the Mopar world. 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner.
Well, this one packs a surprise. It was born a 383 car way back when. Now it has a Hellcat motor. Right there, 707 horsepower, pumping into a pistol grip equipped 4-speed manual transmission. Something kind of cool. The air grabber has been left in place in its up position, I believe, permanently. On the factory car, those are vacuum operated, but here it's just been propped in an open spot. But that's an amazing piece of design. The air grabber, kind of the Flying Tigers fighter Mustangs of World War II. Cool design, air grabber.
If my 5-year-old's well behaved in the grocery store, I let him pick a Hot Wheel for $1. And now, if he's watching us, he's probably ruined because he expects a $250,000 car when he comes to join me at Barrett-Jackson. This thing was really neat. I was looking at it earlier. Of course, the first year of this dramatic redesign, and everything very accurate on the outside as far as how it was born, except for that engine, which is a great upgrade, that Hellcat with 700 horsepower.
And the Hemi stickers on the fenders are technically correct, because there is a Hemi under the hood. I love the bazooka exhaust outlets right there under the bumper and the valance. Cool touch on 71 and 2 cars, and 3 and 4 actually. They were used on B-bodies those 3 years.
I've always loved this body style, both in the Plymouth Roadrunner as well as the Satellite. And I always remember doing driver training when I was 16 years old in the Satellite version of this. I mean, we weren't getting Roadrunners, we weren't getting big engines. But this is the body, basically, that my Satellite driver's training car looked like.
With all due respect to the mighty 426 Hemi, which had 425 horsepower, the Hellcat has 707 horsepower, so this will run rings around a 426 car.
Well, we creeped into six figures, $102,000 for a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Well, the number 5 sale of the day today is a Cameo custom pickup. And guess what? We've got another one coming up. Another 1955 custom Cameo. This one has an LS3 V8 engine. Plenty of other modifications. We'll see if this one can come close to that number 5 sale. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, up at the block right now, something pretty special, a 2023 Corvette. This is 70th anniversary edition, but this is VIN 001.
Of course, the Corvette came out in 1953. 70 years later, they were celebrating with this one, and the very first serial number with only 17 actual miles, actually, on the odometer. This one, not a Z06 or 01, anything crazy, but it is the 6.2-liter V8 with a Z51 performance package, which is sort of a must-have with the C8 if you want to have some fun.
Well, to be honest with you, I think any of these mid-engine Corvettes can have fun. I mean, if people talk about, oh, you have to add $100,000 worth of options. I don't think so. I think right out of the box, there's probably a few minor options you need, but the reality is any of these will deliver a massive amount of performance.
Well, the suspension upgrades with the Z51 are very significant. I guess compared to like Corvettes of 70 years ago, a C8 Corvette would be, a starship in comparison, but a pretty popular option. And it's what people look for definitely on the used market. If you don't get the Z51, it does definitely ding it secondhand.
Well, we just sold for $115,000. I don't think he's going to drive it, but he is definitely going to enjoy it. Up behind it, a 2014 Dodge Viper GTS.
Well, the GTS came out in '96 for the '97 model year in this color, and it was just such an amazing, iconic improvement on the Dodge Viper in the first generation. And this one is sort of a tribute to that, I feel like. In 2014, they used the same blue with the same stripes, that same sort of coupé fastback look with that big spoiler, and still the V10 and 6-speed manual. The Viper ended production in 2017, so we're still a few years away from that. But man, they were always cool, no matter what the year.
Well, it's interesting because, we think about the brute force that these originally came out with when they first came out with the Viper and the RT10 with no top, no door handle on the outside. By now, well, we're thinking these are into creature comforts. They're more comfortable. You can keep your head dry in the rain. But the reality is it's still a pretty brutal performance car. I mean, it's got more creature comforts than the original did, but it's a long way from some of the more user-friendly cars that were also on the market at the time.
And always with a manual transmission. You could never get a Viper with an automatic, and that, is a big deal. As more enthusiasts, as far as car companies, got away from manuals, the Vipers stuck to their original formula, that V10 6-speed manual transmissions, and just bonker looks and performance. So tip of the hat to them for not compromising the Viper, and I guess ending it when they did, because the next generation, it just wouldn't have been the same if they did it with the V8 or hybrids or whatever. So it's nice that the Viper stayed a Viper.
Well, this has pretty much everything you want. I mean, it's a GTS. It's got that great look. It's got the two colors, the blue with the white stripes, and it has just barely over 6,000 miles on the odometer. And it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $150,000. Now, you can buy plenty of cars here at Barrett-Jackson, but the reality is there's a lot of other stuff you can get. So we sent Mike Joy out to see just how much money he could spend in one day.
We're going to go high-end shopping in the Barrett-Jackson vendor area. Let's see how much we can spend. We're going to start with this, a Renegade Explorer luxury motorhome with the new for 2026 bunk bed floor plan. We'll use it to haul this, a stacker trailer, to bring the cars we buy home from Barrett-Jackson. We're going to have to upgrade the shop. How about some wall cabinets and an integrated workbench? And when we're not there, we'll be out on the lake in this Bennington pontoon boat. This jeweler brought 175 Rolex watches to sell, but I'm drawn to this Richard Mille 1103. Wow. You can't walk into Hermes and buy your wife a Birkin bag, but you can get her one right here at Barrett-Jackson. And here's an original Louis Comfort Tiffany 1920s Dragonflies floor lamp. Wow. Back when I was building model cars, all the parts came on plastic sprue trees like this. But those are real full-size Corvette parts. That's going to look great on the shop wall. Right behind my new conference table. This is so gorgeous with this huge gear repurposed as a table base. All right, let's add it up. What did we spend today? Whoa, that's a big number. I can expense all this stuff, right, Diane?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Submit it. We'll just see how it works out in the end. This 1960 Mercedes-Benz 220 SE Cabriolet just sold for $215,000. That proves it doesn't have to be American muscle to bring big money. That's interesting for that particular generation. All right, back to American muscle. How about a 1965 Pontiac GTO convertible?
Well, second year for the great one. In my book, I love the 65 first and best with the stacked headlights. This has the 389 4-barrel. I love the Hurst wheels on this thing. The only problem with these cars is before 1966, no VIN code. So you have to take the word of the seller that it's really a GTO and not a Tempest or Le Mans. So with that said, no PHS paperwork on this one. So, it does have PHS documentation. It says the sign on the next, so PHS, so it probably is a real one.
Yeah, it looks like it has all the documentation. Say this is a tri-power 4-speed GTO. So if you were to option one out new like this, well, you hit the lottery, I suppose, because yeah, it's one of the muscle car royalty, or really one of the original muscle cars. You can see the mounted tachometer down there by the 4-speed manual, and yeah, everything looking very correct with this one.
And the Hurst wheels are not factory. They're something you would have bought at the speed shop. However, they're beautiful to look at, but they're very heavy. They're forged centers, welded too with spads to a steel hoop with a stainless steel trim ring around. It snaps on, a chrome trim ring. And this one has the 391 Sure Grip or safety track differential with the optional splitter exhaust coming out the back. So it's a loaded GTO circa 1965.
You know, to your point, Tyler, there's always a big debate. What was the first muscle car? You know, there were some cars in the 50s, early 60s. But if you talk about the car that really started the craze of muscle cars, the reality is I think this is it. You know, taking this concept of having a mid-sized car, putting a big engine, having it more performance. This is the one that really launched the mid to late 60s muscle car craze.
Push-button radio, 2-speed wipers, non-glare inside mirror. In other words, a day-night mirror inside hanging from the A-pillar.
$81,000 for that 1965 Pontiac GTO. Of course, it's resale red, but you're saying, you know, it's not really your perfect color. You like something a little bit darker? Well, if I got a deal for you, because rolling up right behind it is a 1965 GTO Custom.
Well, and goodbye Tri-Power and goodbye Muncie 4-Speed, and say hello to an LS2 V8 engine under the hood of this, along with a 6-speed manual transmission. So, of course, the LS2 was equipped in a GTO. Later, around 2004, Pontiac brought over the Holdens and renamed them the GTO to sell in the U.S. And this engine could have originally been found in it. It has the fuel rail covers from the GTO, but obviously mounted in the 1965, the original.
A smooth firewall painted to match the body, not factory, but it looks pretty cool. Nice presentation. The wheel houses would have been black seal, but they're painted to match, again, the body. Very nice presentation. I like it.
Upgraded suspension as well, and Wilwood disc brakes along with the billet wheels, so it has the right stance, it has the right upgrades as far as just not just horsepower, but in handling and brakes, and looks like digital gauges mounted into the correct factory spot. So a lot to like, but as far as the body, the trim, the chrome, just the same as the stock one that just left the block.
I like the exhaust splitters have been upsized, but there they are, nice paying tribute to the originals. Just probably about 25% larger in diameter than the factory stuff.
Yeah, it really is a pure Resto-Mod look. You know, the wheels look different than you get on stock. The paint is darker, that Brandywine metallic. But they haven't done anything to really take the body up to the next level. And frankly, I like that. You know, give it performance, but keep that stock look for the most part.
Whenever I see a 65 GTO, I'm reminded of the Brutus GTO, orange with a blown Hemi match race killer back in the 60s, Lou Arrington.
$70,000 for a 1965 Pontiac GTO Resto-Mod, that LS2 engine underneath the hood, 6-speed manual transmission, powder-coated frame, all kinds of work that was done on that. We're going to take a break here at Barrett-Jackson, but we will come back because, I mean, why wouldn't we? There's so many great stuff yet to cross the block. Back here in Scottsdale, boy, it's been a great week. Get a little bit of light rain outside, just drizzles every now and then, but not enough to spoil the fun. And of course, we're inside where it's nice and comfy and dry. And up on the block, we got a 1967 Ford Mustang GT, but this one's pretty special. It's an S-Code with a 390 cubic inch engine.
Yeah, they just closed the hood on that 390, looking very tidy in there, and a very tidy restoration. All looking very stock to me, except for the color. There's a lot more deep metallic than something would have left the factory.
And the groundbreaking fact about 1967 was that Ford widened the engine bay to make room for things like this big block 390.
Yeah, Tyler, to your point, they're saying this is a custom blue paint and something called Sinful Custom. So they weren't trying to go original here. They were going for the look that they wanted.
Yeah, I'd say other than that, it is very stock looking. The manual transmission, the gauges, nothing looking out of place. So it's interesting they didn't choose to go with a factory color. Obviously, somebody wanted something a little extra with a little extra pop, and it's definitely doing that under the lights here on the block.
This one is a 4-speed. That would be the Ford top loader cast iron case 4-speed, a very rugged piece, stronger than the Super T10 that would have been used in the earlier cars. Borg Warner.
Well, there you go, $100,000, the custom paint, but more importantly, that 390 cubic inch S-Code engine on a really nicely restored 1967 Mustang GT. And with that, we are going to check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I found something pretty neat. 1959 Chrysler 300E. And come on over here, because this is pretty neat that they did. They put that call out of the 300 on the hood. Instead, normally you would see that back on the side fenders. Up here, you got your mirrors, and they're very cool shape, that round kind of futuristic look, that rocket styling that you see back in the 50s. Now check this out. Okay, we are getting fancy. We got a swivel seat for easy access to get in here. Push button gear selector, you got your machine turn dash, and this rear view mirror is actually auto dimming. I mean, this technology is really cool. And get it, there's more. This car was way ahead of its time. It has two very rare options: air sweep suspension that keeps it level even in the most intense grocery load finds, and cruise control. Well, this one has one of the first, and it was called autopilot. Just wild technology back in the day. Super futuristic, and it's pretty neat to see where all that technology came from.
Yeah, I love that styling during that era. 300 letter series car, boy, those are really special. It'll be on the block soon. Right now we got a 1969 Roadrunner Custom.
Well, it's a custom, all right. It was born a 383 car, but now it's a 572 Mopar Performance crate Hemi, which is a nice thing to have. Kiesler 5-speed manual transmission with a pistol grip shifter. It fits right on. Dana 60 rear axle. And this is a sedan with the two-door post with the flip-out windows. The cheapest Roadrunner you could get.
and obviously upgraded it into the most expensive Roadrunner you could get as far as engine performance options with that Hemi, except much larger than the 426 that it would have come with from the factory. And price-wise, I think a pretty good deal.
Away it goes, $77,000, I think, to somebody up in the skybox. Awful lot of car for that. Really nice Roadrunner Custom. Right behind it, going to the Chevy world from 1957. This is not a Bel Air, though. This is a 210 Custom.
Well, a good example of what you call a pro street hot rod, where the car emulates the look of a pro stock NHRA drag racer with big fat tires in the back. Made popular in the 1980s and still alive and well. A massive big block Chevy with a Dominator 4500 series Holley 4-barrel on top, Brodex cylinder heads and valve covers, side pipes.
Yeah, a serious drag racing engine, but it also looks like it's set up for serious drag racing with the full roll bar added, the side exit exhaust, and Hoosier, well, not quite slicks, cheater slicks, I suppose. So this thing is really set up to hit the quarter mile and dominate.
And that's 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy under the hood. Ford 9-inch rear axle on a four-link system with coilover shocks. Certainly with a set of drag slicks, I guarantee this would have to run well into the 9-second quarter-mile range.
Interesting, they still kept the rear seat around the roll bar, but you can see there's the competition shifter there, the full race harnesses.
It's got a Jeffco Pro Street Planetary 4-speed, probably a descendant of the Lenco Pro Stock transmission of the 1970s. No synchros, you just grab the gears and rip it into next gear at full throttle.
Creeping up there, finally stops at $85,000, and they are ecstatic over that. High fives out of the audience for that 1957 Chevy 210 Custom, really a drag racer. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com. That is the place to go to find the full list of cars that are crossing the block both today and tomorrow. And boy, Super Saturday is going to be pretty spectacular. It's worth going to the website to figure out what is coming up next. We previewed this a little while ago, a 1955 Chevy Cameo Custom, and I made the point that right now the number 5 sale of the day is a 55 Chevy Cameo Custom. It sold for $300,000. Let's see what this can do.
Yeah, the Cameo, the first real luxury pickup truck where they put a little bit of that Bel Air style in it in the rear with some fiberglass added to the bed. And yeah, it's crazy to see the custom treatment done on what was a blue chip collector truck at this point. But obviously the results as far as the auction hammer prices speak for themselves. This one an LS3 under the hood.
Let's take a look with the chassis cam at the power rack and pinion front steering, the underside of that LS motor, automatic 4-speed transmission, open drive shaft, of course, nice frames, aftermarket frame right there, boxed, big 9-inch Ford rear axle, dual exhaust out the back, stainless steel gas tank.
Yeah, you can see the dual exhaust integrated nicely into the rear bumper, where some of it's painted to match the body, but some of the chrome's still there. And they did a subtle two-tone down the side. So in the, Cameos are trying to look like the 55 Bel Air initially. This would have been a contrasting color. They did it very subtly here.
$85,000 to that gentleman. Congratulations for that 1955 Cameo Custom. All right, just a moment ago, I mentioned the fact that Super Saturday, you can see the list of the cars on the website. Well, Craig Jackson wants to show you one of the cars you're going to see tomorrow.
This is a 2023 Gravis 900 Rocket R. Now, this is nicknamed Blue Magic. This is the only rocket finished in Mexico blue. This Brabus tuned 3.8-liter twin turbocharged flat 6 is producing 900 horsepower, and that all goes through the 6-speed automatic transmission. There has been so much work done to this. This is one of just 25 made worldwide, one of 2 that are legal for the US. I know how a regular Turbo S feels. I can't wait to hear what this one feels like with full boost.
I love hearing the wastegates pop. They can definitely pull some boost. Wow, that's quick. You don't have to go fast. You just feel the way it just kicks in.
I love this car. It is wild. The amount of work that has been done to this pretty rare car to start with, a Turbo S, this Brabus kit put on it. I hear opportunity knocking, and it thinks so too.
Well, Craig has driven his fair share of great performance cars, so the fact that he thinks that's special, that truly means something. All right, seeing that Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Rubicon Custom roll away, and right behind it is a 1979 Ford Bronco Custom.
What's been given a radical heart transparent 351 pushrod motor, gone. 5-liter Coyote dual overhead cam engine replaces it right there. Great stuff. Of course, lift kit all the way around, steering stabilizer up front, big Dana front axle, 44 series, and heavy duty stuff. It's surprising to see the retro paint scheme on the outside with such a modern engine under that big hood.
Yeah, great job with this one. You see the high visibility graphics there on the side, and on the Ranger XLT package, which it looks pretty accurate in the interior. Once we pull down the block a little bit, I'll open the door and reveal that wild interior to match the exterior.
Well, we've seen plenty of fun plaid interiors today, and I love this whole generation of how wild can you get, which, you know, probably not as wild as they had in the 50s, but still a lot of fun.
Yeah, here's this luxurious interior, the Ranger XLT package, which got you sort of a two-tone seats and yeah, a lot of wood trim on the inside. Yeah, outside you have the removable hard top, half top, and the graphics. But here, we'll pull in here. There's all that wood. Very stocky looking in the interior, and pretty wild.
$88,000 for a 1979 Ford Bronco. Fun seats, a lot of custom touches. And away it goes to a brand new owner. They're going to enjoy that 5-liter Coyote V8 and the 6-speed automatic.
Where $120,000 is the hammer price on that beautiful '59 Cadillac convertible that April previewed for us with those Kelsey Hayes wire wheels, very, very sharp. Here's a '76 Chevy K10 custom pickup in azure gray.
Well, it has the go-to swap engine, the 6.2-liter Gen 3. Nothing wrong with that. Aluminum heads that flow better than any pushrod or smaller Chevy engines. Major lift kit on this one. I love the color combination. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think the interesting colors today have been the fact that, you know, it's not the old standard blues and reds and resale reds. We've seen the dark grays. We've seen some, you know, root beer colors. This is azure gray with the white inset. You know, it's something different than I think we would have seen a couple years ago. I think people are willing to be a little more daring. And more importantly, buyers are willing to step up and pay good money for something that isn't resale red.
Yeah, a little imagination goes a long way. You know, doing something that's a little bit different is a good call, I would say.
I like those 17-inch DTS wheels. That is certainly a different look. Front disc brakes added to this one.
Massive GM 14-bolt rear axle. Mounted under the leaf springs for extra height, as you find on pickup trucks like this, four-wheel drivers. On most cars, the axle goes over the leaf spring because you don't need the ride height in a passenger car.
And it looks like ever since this has been, you know, redone, it's been living a pretty cushy life. You look inside the bed, I don't see any work that's ever been done. Nothing's been carried to it. It's got nice modern gauges inside.
Sells in the skybox for $76,000. They look pleased. Hugger Orange is the signature color for the 1969 Camaro. This one is an RS-SS.
Well, there's no documentation saying it's an actual car. Don't know. I don't see any McNish, but that's okay. It looks the part. Has the 325 horsepower 396, which is the mild one. Still has lots of torque. Hydraulic cam, cast iron intake manifold, and a Rochester 4-barrel when new. Now has a small Holley on top of that iron intake manifold.
You know, in some ways, having all that documentation, the Jerry McNish certification, is also a burden to carry with you, because now you've got a car that, you know, you want to treasure, you want to treat just right because it is so valuable. When you don't have that, you can say, you know what, I'm going to go out and enjoy this thing. And if something happens to the engine, I don't have to worry because it's not the matching engine drivetrain. And this has all the looks and all the style of a very stock, very original 1969 Camaro.
And the 5-spoke wheels are a seldom seen item on Camaros. Most people go with the rally wheel, but these were also very much available in 1969. However, the chrome finish on these was not a factory touch, but that's okay. These rims are made by Motor Wheel, one of the oldest wheel makers in the country, and sold to General Motors and other manufacturers.
$90,000 for that RS-SS. And we move on to a 1959 Chevrolet 3100 custom pickup.
Well, this is a beast as it rolls up onto the block from 1959. You have to remember everything that was going on in the industry because, you know, this styling really evokes back to what you were seeing a few years earlier. Whereas the car lineup for 1959 looked completely different. It had evolved both to the 1958 one-year body style and then the 1959. So this styling was very much a throwback look.
Now, if you're saying, where are the quad headlamps? They have put 1956 style front fenders and front-end sheet metal on this one.
Well, what they've also done is put a massive lift on it, which, you know, the downside to massive lifts is you're also raising your center of gravity. So while they've expanded out the tires to either side so they've got a much wider stance, you've also got to be cautious if you are taking this off-road.
$110,000 hammer price for that 59 Chevy 3100, and it sells to the internet. So if you're a Plymouth, you are Moulin Rouge, but if you are a Dodge, you are Panther Pink. And this 1970 Dodge Challenger TA retains its original fender and VIN tags. This is the car that Dodge built to contest the Trans Am Series.
And indeed, the Cuda AAR is the cousin to this puppy here. It says Trans Am on the fender right there, which indicates the fenders have been trimmed at the factory to accommodate the wider front tires. Up here, there's a rolled effect right there. The 346 barrel with aluminum intake made by Edelbrock. 290 horsepower, wink, wink. And these have a special fiberglass hood. And to help keep it from bending, the spring hinges are a smaller diameter than it would be on a steel hood. And also, because of the fiberglass the rear antenna is located at the back to prevent the radio interference.
To the point you were making earlier today, Mike, you know, in the earlier years of homologation, they had to do the right-sized engine, right? It was a 305 cubic inch limit. But for 1970, they were saying, you know what, we're not going to stick to that as long as the rest of the car is, as long as certain other aspects are. So this has the 340.
And so did the race cars, Rick. Keith Black took the 340 cubic inch V8 engine and de-stroked it down to the 305 cubic inch limit for Trans Am racing for both the AAR Cudas and the Challenger TAs, driven by Sam Posey and Tony Adamowicz.
This car is listed in Galen Govier's Chrysler registry, and Galen Govier is sort of like a Dave Weiss. He reviews cars and verifies them, and Govier has certified his car as being correct.
And just as the Cuda, well, it tried hard in the Trans Am Series, but really wasn't that successful. The Challenger wasn't even as successful as the Cuda. I mean, it wasn't nearly as fast, didn't have the success. Of course, it also didn't have Dan Gurney and Sweet Savage driving it.
And you got to remember the Challenger rides on a 2-inch longer wheelbase than the CUDA. You can see it in the styling. I don't think it had much difference on the racetrack, but with that said, CUDA has a shorter wheelbase, all of it behind the firewall.
Well, in many ways, this was the competitor for the Mercury Cougar, which was slightly longer than the Mustang. So if you wanted something with a little more room in it, a little more upscale, you either went with the Ford product, the Mercury Cougar, or you went with the Challenger.
Look at the car under the rear axle. You see the two mufflers, they're blanked off. There's no outlet there because the pipes come up again and out the side in front of the tires. An unusual look. If you're following one of these things in traffic, you see the mufflers just blanked off. It's like, what's wrong with those mufflers? Well, they're AAR mufflers, the correct stuff for this application. Factory side pipes, if you will.
$175,000 it sells on the floor. Welcome back to Scottsdale. There's the salon area where our pre-show will take place tomorrow, noon local to the Eastern. And some of the cars in the salon that you'll see cross the block tomorrow. Here's a 69 Ford Mustang Mach-1 428 Cobra Jet that is said to be a true R-Code car. And it sells for $105,000. Now, before they sell cars here in the auction block, Automobilia comes across. Here are some of the items from earlier today. On the left is that 1955 Seaburg Diner Jukebox, $11,700. This double-sided Chief Oshkosh Beer neon tavern sign sold for $29,000. And this Mobile Gas Wayne visible gas pump, $30,000 from 1935. How much was gas then? 17 cents a gallon. So this is lot 1145, a 1995 Chevrolet Suburban Custom 6-door SUV that is too big to come up on the block.
Well, and I have to say, I've been in my fair share of Suburbans, and nothing equals what this thing is. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of chassis it looks like it's been built on, but it is massive. Well, it's on a Freightliner chassis from 2003.
Well, let's re-rack here because it appears they are selling this Mustang that is center stage. This 65 custom fastback, lot 1145.1.
Well, originally an A-code 289 4-barrel, but radically modified. It's got a 363 cubic inch pushrod Ford, but a Detroit Speed Aluma frame front suspension. You can see the whole structure down there. Coil overs, rack and pinion steering, a whole modular unit that bolts up to the Ford Mustang subframe.
Sold for $125,000. All right, now we're going to go back to lot 1145, which is the GMC Suburban, the Beast.
Yeah, first we got to get the Mustang out of the way because the Mustang's been up on the block, so it's going to exit. Once it leaves, then there's going to be enough room for the Freightliner to come in through the back door. And of course, the back door is the way they've traditionally done a lot of the large vehicles that, they don't want to have go over the block because it's so large that they're concerned about what the weight impact will be. All right, like I was saying earlier, I've seen my fair share of Suburbans, and this really is not a Suburban. It's a tribute to a Suburban. It is built on a 2003 Freightliner chassis with heavy-duty 20,000-pound front and rear axles, so this could haul just about anything. The nickname for this is the Beast. And what's interesting is the paint job makes it almost look like some kid has done it, but it's actually really nicely done in terms of the way it's been glossed over. So it's got a kind of a unique style to it. And in addition to not having, Suburbans have 4 doors, right? You're used to that. We've got 6 doors, 3 on either side.
So this is powered by a Cummins 8.3-liter engine paired with a 3000 series Allison automatic transmission. The drivetrain has under 18,000 miles.
But they proudly point out that you do not need a commercial driver's license to drive this thing. Just be careful who you run over with it. The bigger question is, how do you get in or out of this? You almost need a stool. I'm trying to see if there's a way to go in.
Well, the new owner can figure that out after he writes the check for $67,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium. Next is a 1966 Ford Bronco Custom SUV with a 5-liter V8 and 4-speed automatic transmission.
Well, here it is, the very first year for the Bronco. 1966 would launch a legendary sequence of follow-up vehicles. This one has a Coyote 5-liter engine under the hood and uncut wheel openings. You can see right here why most people cut the fenders, because they're so small. You have to jack the body up or arch the springs to get any kind of clearance for big tires like what we have here.
The fourth digit on the VIN for this Bronco is an F, which means it was originally born as a 6-cylinder engine. And boy, it's come a long way since that 6-cylinder engine was put in off the line without a lot of performance, but now it has more than enough performance, as you mentioned, that fuel-injected 5-liter V8, and it's connected up to a 4-speed automatic transmission.
Now, the first year for the Bronco, there were one body style, but 3 versions. No top like this, a single cab pickup truck top, or a full-length SUV type top, which ended up being the prevailing body style through the rest of the build. But you could buy one just like this.
Well, don't forget the Roadster with cut-down doors, which actually were fiberglass structures that looked like a door but had a cut-down area. That was the Roadster version of the Bronco.
$95,000 for that springtime yellow 66 Bronco. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where April previewed this dual carb Chrysler 300E convertible for us in Matador Red, and at $85,000, the hammer falls. Next up is a 1968 Pontiac Firebird with the 400, and this one's a custom.
Well, we see no shortage of Camaros from 67, 68, and 69 that get customized here at Barrett-Jackson. The reality is we don't see nearly as many Firebirds, and I don't know why, because quite frankly, I love the look of these cars, and they're, pretty much underneath, a lot of parts are very similar. So it's not like it's hard to do. It's just for some reason, people like the Camaros more, not quite as much for this.
This one still has a Pontiac engine under the hood, which is a nice touch. It has a 468 cubic inch stroke kit inside, aluminum heads from Edelbrock, disc brakes up front and at the back, Wilwood disc brakes, 4-link rear suspension, no more leaf springs to get in the way of wide wheels and tires.
Custom Wineberry pearl paint. And of course, this came out, the Firebird came out shortly after the Camaro. And there was a lot of frustration within the Firebird world because there was actually a different car that they wanted to build. They actually, in Pontiac, wanted to build a car that was more of a competitor to the Corvette. But they were told, no, that wasn't going to work, and instead you're going to get this. And so they only got access to it relatively late in the process and then had to convert it to a Pontiac Firebird.
And Rick, you referred to the Banshee, the 2-seat Banshee. About 3 of those were built. I think 1 or 2 exist. One sold at Barrett-Jackson maybe 10 years ago.
The Firebird was positioned as more of a European-type pony car, much like the Mercury Cougar. And powertrains included an overhead cam 6-cylinder engine with the 4-speed transmission.
Yeah, John DeLorean really wanted to go in the other direction, but corporate said, nope, you're doing a Firebird.
$67,000. Here's Tyler.
Well, Mike, I really hope this is what heaven looks like here in the salon, because I'm just drooling over everything here. But I'm going to focus on these three cars and kind of go on a trip through history when it comes to modern Italian supercars, starting with this 2004 Lamborghini Murcielago. This is still very analog. Gated manual transmission inside, Verde exterior as far as the paint color, and a V12 in the back with about 570 horsepower that is still very basic mechanical old school, requiring regular valve adjustments, just basically old school in the construction. Now the Ferrari 599 GTO from 2011, it's sort of an in-between. It has a naturally aspirated V12 in the front, 660 horsepower, but it's a variable cam controlled by computers. Same with the shifting. Still has an F1 shifter, so you're shifting it by computer, but still a clutch. So a lot more computer controlled with this one. These are very rare, very special. The GTO name came back after 30 years with a 599, and this is a big deal. But then we go fully into the modern era with this SF90 Stradale. 986 combined horsepower thanks to a twin turbo V8 and hybrid batteries working together for unreal acceleration around 2 seconds 0 to 60. So you have your choice of Italian supercars or hypercars. If you can't find something you like in the salon, well, you're just not a human. I'm sorry.
That is a terrific group of cars. Here's a 69 Chevy Camaro RSSS Indy Pace Car Edition convertible. This one was sold new in Chattanooga, Tennessee. April 28th production date of 1969, 1 month before the great race.
There are 3,675 of these built with 350 4 barrels and sometimes 396 big blocks under the hood. This one's a 350.
And of course, 1969, the year that Mario Andretti wins his one and only Indy 500. But of course, it's always remembered, not just the least because he won it, but because Andy Granatelli kissed him in victory circle. And of course, as for winning the race, he would have received one of these.
Now, most of these cars had the same spec with the houndstooth interior. This one with orange bucket seats, matching the Z28 style stripes. In fact, the Pace Car Editions were the only Camaros that got this striping other than the Z28s.
And even though we always see them with the decals on the side, some of them did not have that because people decided, well, I don't want a big billboard on the side, I just want the car. So it was the option. You could put them on or not put them on. We like to see them on, but a lot of people who drove them back then said, nope, I don't want a billboard.
And he's got it for $95,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. The staging lanes are still full of cars. They just keep coming to the auction block. There's a sharp 69 Firebird getting ready to roll, where right now the auction block is occupied by a 2020 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat Wide Body Daytona 50th Anniversary Edition.
Well, I think the interesting part about this is the Daytona 50th anniversary, because they're really commemorating the Dodge Daytona. And the limited number of these was made to 501, which was to equal the number of Dodge Daytonas built back then.
Well, not to be a stickler, but the Charger Daytona was built in 1969.
Right, but that's what they're calling this. I leave it to Dodge to figure out the numbers. I just talk about it.
The 50th Anniversary Edition was offered in 4 colors, white, black, silver, and this iconic B5 blue.
By the way, we're going to see a Charger Daytona cross the block tomorrow. We see a lot of Superbirds here at Barrett-Jackson, but not just a Charger Daytona, a really, really nicely restored and very original Charger Daytona crossing the block.
This car has only 78 miles on the clock.
Which is hard to believe because it's got 717 horsepower. Have fun with it.
And it sells for $77,000. Next up is a custom 2021 Ford Bronco Badlands known as Urban Madness 2.0.
This one has the 2.3 liter twin turbo 4 with 300 horsepower.
Yeah, made it up to a 7-speed transmission and most importantly 4-wheel drive, but look what's behind it. In addition to getting this really great Bronco Custom, you're also going to get it's called an AZ-Tex custom trailer. So that is also in Velocity Blue with that silk matte finish. So, boy, we got all that great performance in that Bronco 4x4 that's up front. And now when we continue to head towards the back, that's when you're going to see that custom trailer.
So these are sold as a pair. One bid gets you the Bronco SUV and the AZ-Tex custom trailer.
And not overly done. I mean, it's pleasant. It's just enough to kind of go camping in. You got yourself a TV. And, you know, we don't need a bathroom in there, but that folds out to a bed so you can enjoy yourself. And by the way, what they've done is they've taken the doors off, so they've got the outside. Oh, look what they've got on the back here. I like all the work that they've done in creating a camping food area that everything is in its proper place. It's assuming that you have the ability and the mindset to put it all back where it belongs.
Now, Broncos are available in either 2 or 4-door. The take rate on the 2 doors is about 30%. Most folks want the convenience of the 4-door for the family to jump in and go for a wheelie.
I like the fact this has a solar generator as well, so you can create your own power. The back up front, well, once again, Urban Madness. Tell you how they've taken the doors off, created these units that go on the side, but they're also giving you the doors that go along with this, so you have your choice. You can either run it like this, kind of the open Urban Madness style, or you can put the real doors back on.
And the doors have electrical connections that plug in to actuate the door windows, and they unplug within 2 seconds.
It sells up here on the stage for $77,000. The successful bidder will sign that slip and then go settle up in the bidder office. April?
Hey, Mike, this is unbelievable. You're not going to believe it. Okay, first and last year of the C2 by builder Jeff Hayes. He is a master builder. Every inch has been done to perfection. Now, I want you to take a close look at this paint. It's a Ferrari color. It's called Bianca Fuji, and it is just gorgeous. There's like, I don't know, probably a million variations of white. This one is, it just pulls my eyes out. My heart goes pitter-patter when I see it. Now, like I said, he's a master builder, and it's all about the details. You got this champagne color on the Stinger hood. That champagne color continues down here with these knockoff style wheels in between. The champagne color shows again. Side pipes, champagne color. Guess what? Open the door, lit door sills with that champagne right again. I love the teak wood wheel. Oh, I gotta show you this. There's almost a grain inside here. These are all lit up. Like, this is out of this world. This is what makes master builders. I mean, these types of cars, he's had one go for $1 million before. Now, like I said, first and last year, 1963 right over here in the inverse coloring. This one's Mediterranean Sky, 1963, my favorite year for the split window. Now, I asked Jeff, what do you look for most when you're sourcing these cars? What's the most important piece? And he actually said something that surprised me, was the housing for the front windshield. This piece is very hard to replicate. If you don't have it correct, it costs you about $12,000. That was quite shocking. These pair are selling tomorrow on Super Saturday. They're not selling together, separately, but you know, if I had all the money in the world, I would buy them together. Mike?
I agree. Nobody restores Stingray Corvettes like Jeff Hayes. Well, here is my childhood. How many afternoons I spent chasing those bells on the Good Humor truck. This is a 52 Chevrolet 3600. Good Humor ice cream recreation, powered by a 262 V6 with a 3-speed automatic.
So Good Humor was created back in 1920. You know, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but basically came up with the idea of, you know, putting a chunk of ice cream with some chocolate on it on a stick. It became very popular, so popular that he began to sell a lot of it. And then once he began to sell so much of the ice cream, he realized he needed to have a way to deliver it. And that's how the the Good Humor truck came to be.
Now, the hood was just opened. This has a 262 Chevy V8 engine, a 90-degree V8, basically 305 minus 2 cylinders. Reliable piece of activity, 2-barrel carburetor. Better than the inline 6 this would have had from the factory back in 1952.
Well, I love the way this is all set up because we've just got small cold storage areas. You're not getting full access to the back, but it is a real refrigeration unit. Put your hand in there and you can feel it. And I also love all of the displays here with the toasted almond, the ice cream bar, Good Humor sandwiches. But once again, this is what he invented right here. The stick, the ice cream, and the chocolate on the outside.
Rick, am I hearing the ice cream jingle?
Yeah, and suddenly you really want to have ice cream, don't you? It's very Pavlovian.
Yeah, I really do.
See, it was a scarring event for my childhood. I lived on a main street, and the Good Humor man wouldn't stop there.
He came down our street every summer about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Everybody ran running to Mom for a dime or 15 cents. Oh, those were the days. Today it'll take $90,000 to bring that Good Humor truck home. Here's that 1969 Pontiac Firebird convertible we saw out in the staging lanes. It's got a Ram Air 3 engine, turbo 400 automatic transmission.
That's right, Mike. 9 times out of 10, the vents on the scoop do nothing on the hood, but this Ram Air car, these do function. They feed cool air into the air cleaner for a little bit denser power and an impact on the power. This has Hurst wheels, not factory stuff. You could buy these over the counter, but nice reproductions or maybe originals. Beautiful wheels, die-cast centers, forged wheels.
And earlier today, Mike,
99 of these Ram Air 3 automatic convertibles were built in '69.
Mike, earlier today you were talking about the fact that in 1970, the Pontiac GTO and the Le Mans went to a new kind of grille, and they were trying to simulate the look of what the Firebird was doing in 1969 with the 2 headlights on either side and the smaller grille. The GTO the same year had a much wider grille, but this is the look they were going for the following year.
I just misspoke. These are actually forged centers, not cast. That was a thing that Hurst bragged about, that they're forged centers, which nobody else had in the aftermarket wheel industry.
And according to the consignor, this underwent a complete restoration back in 2019.
That looks like a buy to me at $60,000. Next up is a 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1 428 Cobra Jet Ram Air V8 4-speed, an R-Code car.
Well, the Shaker hood is one of those iconic things in the American muscle car scheme. Well, here it is in its very first incantation. The Cuda got it in 1969 or 70, but Ford introduced it in 1970 or 69 right here on the Mustang. There it is. It shakes and wiggles with the engine because it's bolted to the intake manifold, top of the engine, I should say. And when you open the hood, it stays on the engine. Shaker hood introduced right here on the Mach 1.
You know, we get spoiled here at Barrett-Jackson. These are pretty rare to see in the real world, and yet we see them on a regular basis. One of the touches I like on the 1969 that is gone in 1970 is this side scoop right here. Now, it's not real. It doesn't actually do anything, but I love that styled element right here that's up on the fender. That goes away for 1970.
And this is an R-Code, which, of course, includes that Shaker hood, 335 horsepower. You gotta love the dual exhaust with 4 tips, 2 on each side. Kind of a cool touch. Transverse muffler at the back.
This one has the shaker, as you pointed out, and the slats on the rear window and the rear spoiler. So all 3 of those popular options on this Cobra Jet.
Yeah, this once again is pretty much a perfect time capsule. Nicely restored, beautiful, but exactly the way you want it.
$66,000. A lot of Mustang for the money right there. Next up is a 95 Acura NSXT, formerly owned by Alice Cooper.
Alice Cooper, a local guy, lives here in the Valley of the Sun. He's a great guy who occasionally shows up here at Barrett-Jackson selling something. And of course, this was a great machine, you know, the Acura NSX, that proved you could build a supercar that could actually run on a regular basis, that wouldn't fall apart in your driveway. Every time you'd put the key in it, you could count on it getting you where you wanted to go. The Acura NSX, when it first came out, what a great, great car.
Well, it's been a thrilling Friday in Scottsdale, and we're far from done this week. We still have Super Saturday coming right around the corner. Make sure you stick around. Well, thanks for spending time with us on a Friday night here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Right now up on the block, this 1995 Acura NSXT, formerly owned by rocker Alice Cooper.
Pretty impressive car. One of the first cars to really use extensive aluminum all through. And in addition to that, a lot of the development work was done on this by Ayrton Senna, so it had a lot of Formula One input. So this was a pretty cool car in its day, and quite frankly, I think it's a really solid collectible today as well.
Only 304 of these were produced in Formula Red.
Yeah, I remember being at a Formula One race back in the mid-90s, early 90s, and seeing a lineup of these at a Formula One race and just thinking, my gosh, what a spectacular supercar. And I go back to the fact that the great thing about this was you could put the key in it and start it on a regular basis. The fact that so many supercars of its era, they were finicky. They'd fall apart in your driveway. They'd leak everywhere. This had that perfect style in terms of the ability to keep running.
And it sells for $90,000. Here's Tyler.
Well, here is a debate that I'm hoping that we can solve today, and that is Gullwing versus Roadster in the 300 SL world. They made a little over 3,000 Gullwing and Roadsters. It's split pretty even 50-50, favoring the Roadsters some, but you would think it'd be the Gullwing, is obvious, but there are some benefits. So let's start with the Gullwing. Of course, the iconic doors, they were born out of necessity, and that's because of the tubular chassis on them. They have this very large door sill, and the race cars needed to have an enclosed roof and some kind of door, so they were actually engineered out of necessity. It just happened to be drop-dead gorgeous. This one is optioned with the Rudge wheels, the knockoff wheels for racing, and has a beautiful restoration. So there's a lot to like about the Gullwing. But the Roadster that came later, there was 1 year where they overlapped, 1957, but then from 1958 to 63, it was only Roadster production, and they got a lot of refinements. The biggest one are the doors, which are a lot more practical. They've moved the sill quite a bit lower to make it easier to get in and out of the car, but you also got refinements in the suspension, and you could get four-wheel disc brakes, which this one has. The Gullwings, they were all drums. Now, this one also a very high quality restoration, and the Roadsters also from the factory more horsepower, 20, 30 more horsepower in that instance. So the Gullwing, obviously the pretty one, the Roadster more practical to drive and year round because this one has the hardtop. My mind's blown that we have both to sell, to choose from. And this one, the Gullwing, benefits a great cause, the 1199 Foundation. So really, come Super Saturday when these sell, the sky's the limit.
So Tyler, which do you prefer, coupe or convertible?
Well, I am a Gullwing man through and through. I think the drum brakes are actually pretty good considering the car. But yeah, that's just the first car I ever saw at Barrett-Jackson. Actually, the first Gullwing I saw was at Barrett-Jackson when I was 16 years old. I was a kid and just thought it was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And that's still the case, well, over 20 years later.
All right, it made a lifetime impression. Here is a 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner. Sold at $110,000. An authentic V-Code car with a 440 pack and 4-speed transmission. Next is something in yellow, a 1955 Chevy Nomad with an LS3 crate engine.
Well, we've been talking today about different paint schemes, a lot of dark stuff, but I like going back to some of the primary colors, like this yellow underneath, white on the top. But of course, underneath that hood is something special. 430 horsepower, LS3 engine, made it up to a 6-speed manual transmission. What I really love is the cooling that they've got on this big cross-flow radiator system, so that you're not going to have any hard time with the excess heat that this thing is going to produce.
Let's take a look with the chassis cam under this beautiful 55 Nomad. Basically stock front suspension, nicely rendered. Headers, LS motor, aluminum 5-speed, manual transmission, X-pipe, nice to see, stainless steel tubing. Nice to see the underside painted the same as the body, stainless mufflers. Open differential, that's a Ford 9-inch. Nice and crisp underneath.
This is a modern color. It is Chevy Corvette Accelerate Yellow, and the price is accelerated to $100,000.
Well, and once again, this is a custom. I mean, they're not trying to pretend it's anything other than that with that modern engine underneath the hood, so why not put a modern paint job on it? It probably glows just a little bit better than that original one did. Now, I do get impressed when I look inside this, because when you look inside the interior, they haven't gotten carried away on the dashboard. They've kept the modern, the original dashboard, and they put some additional instruments down below. So I like the fact that they've held on to that. Of course, they've kept that white and yellow theme throughout the interior as well, just with the yellow piping on the seats and the white interior. And of course, you got that great Hurst shifter, the manual shifter on the floor.
Sold for $120,000. You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com and get all the details and prices on the cars that have sold, and see what is coming up both tonight and tomorrow, plus details on future auctions. This 65 Mustang Custom Fastback is in a wild color. It's PPG Azul Verdoso with white stripes and hot lime pinstriping.
Well, I'll tell you what, there is an awful lot to love about this, because this paint job carries all the way through into the engine compartment. Beautifully detailed, lots of chrome work. The engine looks just right, but I like the fact that it doesn't look too modern. You know, it's that 302 with 400 cubic inches. But boy, this is really nice. Those billet-style hinges on the hood, everything to like.
So there's the factory front suspension with the shock absorbers and the shock towers. Disc brakes up front and in the back. Rear spoiler molded into the deck lid, kind of a neat touch. The rear quarter caps are also sealed and have the spoiler continued into their shape.
Wow, we're closing in on $100,000 on this one.
And I can see why. If you've come up and looked at this close, everything is just right about it. The way the paint's been done, the way the interior's been done, the way the engine compartment's been done. And of course, we've got some really nice, modern, comfortable seats inside. Extra tachometer sitting beside the steering wheel. So there's really nothing not to like about this.
And a Tremec 5-speed transmission. Once again, 5th gear is going to be an overdrive, so hit the highway with some reduced RPMs.
And when the hood was up, we didn't see this, but we've got a little extra scoop on top to feed some air down into that engine compartment.
Boyd Coddington wheels complete the look. That color is just wild. You'll be able to spot that from a mile away.
And you know what? That's what I like about it. I like when somebody says, let's do something just a little bit different. Plenty of red, plenty of blue. But, and what's the color again? Azul Verdoso or something like that?
That's right.
The vents on the B pillars are functional. On the inside, there's little tabs that open up and air is pushed through these to refresh the cabin air for refreshing interior air.
And it's hammered sold at $150,000.
Right off the auction block is the Dodge Thrill Ride, where Rick's going to take me for a ride in the latest and greatest Dodge has to offer, which is
the new Charger 6-pack with the Hurricane motor. You got twin turbos on this, making 550 horsepower.
550 twin turbo. Let's do it.
Think I can do it with my eyes shut? You tell me where to go. Left, right, left, right. Be like rally racing.
You're going to do it with your eyes shut.
Eyes shut. You ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Eyes are shut.
Left, right. Yep.
Left here.
Left. Yeah, and you're still kicking it out. Okay, now slide right. Slide right. Okay. Yep. I guess I don't need to grab the wheel. You got this. Yeah, keep going right. All the way. Okay, now switch to the left. It's a quick left. Oh, jeez. Okay. And then a quick another one. Another airprint. You've got this memorized. Totally. Don't. I think there's a left here somewhere. Okay. Another. Yeah. Okay. Let's slide left to the finish line. There's a crowd. Rick is an absolute madman doing that blindfolded. Totally insane. You have to experience the Dodge Thrill Ride. Back to the block.
Words fail me. Here's a 69 Chevy Camaro Custom Coupe bid to $73,000.
Yeah, custom with a LS3 6.2-liter crate engine, automatic transmission, all kinds of work that's been done to this, and of course that tuxedo black on the outside. And I like some of the little carbon fiber touches. For example, back on the spoiler on the rear, a nice carbon fiber look. That's not an over-the-top custom restoration, but I like everything they've done with it. In fact, it's kind of simple. You know, at first glance, you're going to think, oh, it's pretty much just a stock car, but you start looking at some of those other elements. Like I said, this particular spoiler in the back, together with the bigger wheels, you realize, oh, there is something unique there.
All right, Ed's working an internet bidder who has just won that car for $73,000 plus the buyer's premium. Everybody wants to be Burt Reynolds. And why not? Especially if you can drive a 1978 Firebird Trans Am Y82 Special Edition like this one.
Well, this has the 400 cubic inch X-Code engine with 220 horse. Good stuff. The shaker effectual doesn't do anything, but that's fantastic. This thing right here does draw cool air in from the under bumper area, but it's not ram air. But great restoration, beautiful car.
Y82 was basically the appearance package that gave you the black paint together with the gold touches. And you had your choice of two different Y82 packages, one that came with the T-tops, one that did not come with the T-tops.
Speaking of those T-tops, these are the ones installed by Hurst. Later ones came from Fisher. You can tell the difference because on the C-pillar, there's a hangover edge right here where the roof is here and it gets cut. This is done at Hurst. So on the later cars, the Fisher body cars, the T-top is longer. That right there is a function of the Hurst installed T-tops, seen in the earlier ones.
The other cool part about the Y82 is the engine turn dash, instead of being silver, is gold to match the pinstripes and all. Very sharp look.
Well, what's your favorite movie quote from Smokey and the Bandit? I mean, for me, it's all the one-liners from Buford T. Justice, Jackie Gleason. Probably when he's so disappointed with his son, he said, "There's no way you came from my loins."
You know, the funny thing is, Jackie Gleason had a long career before he ever did Smokey and the Bandits. That was towards the end of his career. You know nothing about probably what Jackie Gleason did with the Honeymooners, any of that stuff, correct?
No, not much.
I assume so. But one role iconically defined him for the rest of his life.
Dr. Pepper and a Diablo sandwich.
$70,000 for that special edition Trans Am. Well, we're going from low and sleek and black and gold to gray, silver, and white, and up in the air with this 71 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom.
Once again, the go-to engine swap, the 6-liter LS with a Holley Terminator X fuel injection unit. It looks like a carburetor, but it's actually a throttle body with electronic brain control.
This one has been lifted considerably more than what we see from usual Bronco builds. That LS2 is definitely right, but you can see it has the Fox Racing shocks with that little reservoir hiding somewhere, so you can do some serious off-roading and jumps. But yeah, quite a bit taller in the bead locker wheels and the all-terrain tires. Overall, I like it.
And I take that back. That is not a throttle body. That is the Terminator X cast aluminum ram tube intake. I stand corrected.
Unlike the Broncos of this era that have a VIN where you can actually see which engine you would have come with, this only gives you a letter that says it's a V8 or a 6-cylinder.
4-inch body lift plus the suspension modifications. You are up in the air in this 71 K5 Blazer, bid to $95,000.
In the 8th spot, if you see an S, that's a V8. If you see an E, it's a six-popper.
Yeah, it's not just the suspension lift, but they also lifted the body from the frame. I'm seeing some pucks in there separating the frame from the body, and that's why it's sitting so much higher, even though it's just a 4-inch lift.
Camille is working 2 bidders on the same section of the auction block, going back and forth, and the hammer's about to fall.
And again, it is a fact, you could buy your Blazer without the top to save a little bit of money. You'd have an open-air experience if you wanted that.
$110,000 for that sharp silver Blazer. Out on the floor. Welcome back to Scottsdale. A lot of Corvettes out there in the salon waiting their turn on the auction block. Currently occupied by a beautiful Corvette, a nicely restored 1970 LT1 with 2 tops in Bridgehampton blue.
Well, the epitome of small block Chevy development up at this point was the LT1 with 370 horsepower, solid lifters, 11.5-to-1 compression, and an aluminum intake and a Holley 4-barrel carb. No AC and no automatics available with this engine.
You know, this body style really has an interesting saga when you look at what happened with the Corvette during the course of the run for this. Because it started off in 1968 with this Mako Shark body style, right in the thick of the horsepower wars. It goes through 1970 when there's plenty of power. And then as things go along, this body style is continuing into the late 70s. And the result is some of these are coming out with 160 horsepower. So some people look at this car and think, oh, great muscle from the early 70s or the late 60s. Other people look at this body style and think, it was pretty anemic with those big bumpers at the end. It just depends upon kind of what era you grew up with.
I'm not sure what's holding this back. This is a beautiful restoration, great car. When this stalled at $40,000, I quickly reached for my bidder pass, but even at $58,000, I think this is a solid buy.
Well, I'm a little bit curious about the way the exhaust tips come out below the valance. They should come through it, not down, so I detect some bodywork back here. Maybe there's more to it than that. That could be the tip of an iceberg.
And of course, the Bridgehampton blue, referring to Bridgehampton Raceway up in New York, which was very popular back in this era of racing.
Yeah, out on the end of Long Island. $57,000. That's a solid buy for a very rare Corvette, a 1970 LT1, fully restored with 2 tops. Let's check with April Rose.
Hey, Mike, I'm with this beautiful machine, 2021 McLaren Elva. You want to go 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds? This is your ride, and she's rare. They only made 149 of them. Now you'll see no windows, no roof, no windshield. This is one of the most modern and unique supercars out right now. It's a true roadster experience, like I said, and not even a windshield, but it does have a motorized wind deflector, an active air management system that pushes air up and over the cabin. And check this, is McLaren's lightest car, 2,500 pounds, full carbon fiber body. And that engine, she's sweet, 4-liter twin turbo V8, getting you over 800 horsepower, 203 mile per hour top speed. This is wild. Mike, I gotta ask you, if you're driving this, are you doing helmet or no helmet?
Helmet and bug screen to be sure. I know the aerodynamics of that will put most of the air up over the cockpit, but yeah, let's err on the safe side. Here's a 1969 Chevy Camaro Z28, all nicely restored in Le Mans blue.
And once again, we see the chambered exhaust in front of the gas tank, manufactured by Walker, reproduced by Gardner. It has a wonderful sound at wide open and also at idle.
Today we've seen a couple of these that have had the original engine, the original drive chain, and we've seen the prices really go through the roof on them. I mean, this one, making no claims that it is, this is just here for fun and a nice Z28.
All nicely restored at $95,000. Well, this next car, a Ford 5-window custom coupe, a Model A, 1930, was built by customizer Jesse James and is consigned by musician Brian Setzer, the Stray Cats.
And they've reopened the bidding on the Z28. Apparently there's some confusion, and now just sold.
Thanks, Tyler. $92,000 is now the hammer price. All right, let's move on to this 1930 Ford Model A 5-window custom. 3 deuces up on top of that engine.
I'm loving the Chrysler Firepower Hemi 1953 vintage 331 Hemi with a vintage Wyand aluminum intake manifold with 3 2-barrel Stromberg carburetors. Nice period stuff. Open exhaust, no mufflers. There might be some tubes or some kind of a baffle in the header pipes, but this thing has a nice rumble. It's good to see an early Hemi. That's the first-gen Hemi right there, the Chrysler Firepower. 1951, it came out.
Mags, would this be the drivetrain for your ultimate dream car? I'm curious what it would be. Would it be something with this engine and some custom? Would it be, what's your ultimate dream car?
Well, this is pretty close. You know, this is a nice little piece, right? I put it in primer myself, actually, but the early Hemi is a great piece. It's a good engine. I love them. A lot of history.
Well, you know, Brian Setzer, known for his rockabilly style, old school rockabilly style, and this is kind of an old school rockabilly style hot rod, of course, with those tall, thin tires lowered down over the frame. And while it doesn't look very rat rodish, the fact that it's got a variety of different products, you know, you got a Chrysler engine, a Ford body, that's exactly what somebody would have been doing back in the days when they were just, you know, working with what they had.
Now, one thing about the 1953 Hemi is that the block has an integral cast iron bell housing region which has to be sawed off in order to use a Chrysler torque flight, which they've done here. You saw it off, do it with high precision, and then you cut it off. Otherwise, it's an ugly way to put a transmission behind. You have to use a manual tranny or an old Chrysler fluid drive.
I just love the period speed equipment on that one. He's a Mopar fan. High fives all the way around for $112,000. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where this 1971 Chevy Corvette Custom convertible is just coming out of a 3-year custom build with a $150,000 investment. "18-inch staggered billet specialties wheels on this one, which has a 383 cubic inch TPI crate V8 made into a 4-speed manual transmission.
An upgrade with stainless steel disc brakes, which are better than the factory stuff because they have stainless steel liners in the pistons so they don't corrode with water.
This one's been driven just 1,000 miles since its completion.
Nicely upgraded, as Max pointed out, but also nicely upgraded the interior as well. The red liner on the leather seats, 4-speed manual, that custom sort of billet steering wheel, so a lot of nice touches here.
I like the 383 emblem on the hood, of course, something that's out of Mopar land, sort of. But you can get those numbers and put them on there. You should see 350 or 454 typically in that location.
Those gauges are an interesting touch. You see, they look almost vintage. Usually they do Dakota Digital upgraded gauges, but this one they kind of went with a, you know, sort of an off-white sort of vintage look.
And it sells for $70,000. Let's join Rick DeBrule.
Well, I'm standing by with Craig Jackson, company CEO, company president Steve Davis, and I have to say I think Fantastic Friday absolutely delivered both on the retail level and the charity level.
Yeah, selling a charity car 4 times, that's a record. But the muscle cars were super strong today. The Z28's having 3 of them in the top 10. Number 1 coming in with a Z28. And across the board, I thought it was a super strong day. I think you see this is a great way to start heading into Super Saturday and the start of the year.
And the great thing was both the customs and the original stuff that was doing so well today.
That's the magic, Rick, and that's exactly what the goal was when we started this adventure many years ago. Resto mods, we're not going to impact these in a negative, the originals in the original way. It's going to enhance the value of both, the interest, and when you see 71 Cudas selling for $270,
yes,
with a swap engine, it's Barrett Jackson. What can you say?
Yeah, we had at 300.
Yeah, we had 4 cars at 300. All right, now that was today. We got to look forward to tomorrow. Because I think you guys are going to deliver on a Super Saturday.
Oh, tomorrow, the Gullwing, the 300 SL. The wild card tomorrow will be the 2 from Ford. You know, do people see how rare that those prototypes are coming right out of Ford Heritage Center? But we've got so many great cars tomorrow. It's really going to be one of the best Saturdays we've ever had.
All right, now we can't predict what's going to be big, but you've had your eye. You've been putting this together for a long time. I'm going to nail you down. What are you really looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, I think the Corvette Resto Mods, arguably the best collection I think ever assembled. They're incredible. 63s are popular, but we got some 67s across the board. So look for the Corvettes, straight axles, mid-years. I think they're going to rock the house along with the Ford GTs.
You go and you look in there, you got a whole section, as Steve said, of Resto Mod Corvettes. Next aisle over, a whole section of numbers matching muscle cars. So it will be, again, the supercars and the Resto modded four-wheel drives and Corvettes. The bench is so deep tomorrow. It'll be something to watch all day long.
Well, and we're going to be here all day long. We have 10 hours of live coverage on the History Channel, so we're expecting you guys to do your job and have an exciting day. So get back up on the block, sell some more cars. Steve's got so much going through his brain right now. All right, gentlemen, have a good time. We're going to get back to the auction block.
Here's a 1956 Mercedes 190 SL Roadster. These have routinely sold in the low six figures, but the hammer's going to fall here at $72,000. Next is a 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom. It has a V12 automatic, special order blue velvet over corn silk leather interior.
I'm hanging out inside of it right now because it's just so beautiful. This is when Rolls-Royce went to BMW. They came back with the Phantom in this crazy styling, and it is beautiful. It is big. Knew it would have been around $400,000. You can see this gorgeous interior. A little bit older on the infotainment. Earlier I was able to get the Ghost to deploy the Spirit of Ecstasy, make it go up and down. It's going to be a bit more of a challenge on this older one as I try and toggle through the switches, but so bear with me. Don't stay on it because I might not get it, but I'm going to try while this car is crossing the block.
Well, just for the record, Tyler, you're in the wrong place in that car. You're in a Phantom. You're supposed to be in the back, being driven by your chauffeur or your driver or your security detail who would be riding around up front. Because this is the long wheelbase version that is set up for comfort in the back. Well, the front as well, but really it's all about the experience of being driven around.
32,000 miles on the clock. The bid is in the skybox at $110,000. And that's where the hammer falls.
I am so sorry. I have failed on this one to try and get the Spirit of Ecstasy to deploy. Oh, darn it. Maybe the next one.
Well, the next one is a 2011 Rolls-Royce Ghost. It too has a 6.6-liter V12, pushing 563 horsepower. An original MSRP of $304,000, and this one has 33,000 miles.
I think Tyler just wants to ride around in Rolls Royces. It's not about the hood ornament, it's about getting driven around. Well, he's trying to do that, by the way. Let's check out the MSRP right here. This is the window sticker. Originally sold with a price of $304,700. The base price on this was $246,000. Man, $50,000 worth of options, $60,000 worth of options.
Hey, Rick, watch this. Goodbye. Hello, and it's coming back up. So yeah, this is supposed to be the smaller, the baby Rolls-Royce, if you will. More affordable than the Phantom, but yeah, still incredibly expensive. V12, and there is the deployable Spirit of Ecstasy. I'm so proud of myself.
Now, we know that that hides away when the car is parked so that does not get stolen. But I wonder also if that's part of a requirement for European pedestrian safety regulations.
This is kind of my bougie version of you guys at the Roadrunner and the Meet Me porn.
All right, Ed's working an internet bidder here. Come on, one more, $92,000. 21-inch polished Rolls-Royce wheels with those floating Semra caps. that you can get on a Rolls, you can also get it on a new Mini Cooper, since both those brands are owned by BMW. English white over moccasin is the color scheme here.
To Tyler's point, this was the smaller Rolls-Royce that was available this year. Sure, the Phantom, it's supposed to be a car you drive.
And the price is a little smaller too, $92,000 at the Hammer. Now I know it's getting late, but there's still money in the house. This 1966 Chevelle Custom Coupe just sold for $220,000. Beautiful car. And we go back to the block for this 1977 Ford Bronco Custom.
Well, the final year for this version of the Bronco, 66 through 77. This one has an uncut body. And interestingly, it has a push-rod equipped 347 Ford with 440 horse, not the Camry. Still a great engine.
Yeah, according to them, this was originally born with the 302, so it had a V8 that was available that year, and that's exactly what it does not have anymore because they've upgraded it. And I like the fact that they haven't gotten too carried away and tried to put too big of an engine, because the reality is this isn't very heavy. I mean, you know, yeah, the big tires and everything underneath weigh a lot, but overall it's a fairly light vehicle, so you don't need massive amounts of horsepower to go out and have a lot of fun with this.
Well, there is massive amounts of leather in the interior as far as all the stitching and things. And I noticed here, they even made cushions for the tailgate so you can go tailgating in this thing. But even the roll bar has been wrapped in nice cross-stitched leather. Wow.
440 horsepower from that 347 cubic inch Ford crate motor. 2.5-inch lift.
Nice to see disc brake conversion in the back. Discs from the factory up front, but discs at the back is a nice touch.
You know, the other reason I don't want a lot of horsepower is it's a pretty small wheelbase, you know. Once you start putting your foot into it, things get pretty squirrely pretty fast.
$102,000 as that one sells on the stage. Well, we had a four-way tie for top retail sale of the day, and they included this 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 Rally Sport. This 1955 Chevrolet Cameo Custom Pickup. This 1965 Lincoln Continental Custom Convertible. And a 2016 Dodge Viper American Club Racer. They all sold for a hammer price of $300,000. Now for charity, for the Ryan Blaney Family Foundation, this 2005 Ford GT drew $550,000. And something that's never happened to Barrett-Jackson, this charity lot sold 4 different times. This 72 Chevy C50 sold for a total of $875,000. Winners kept donating it back and sold again and again for the Ford Batten Foundation. Well done. Here's a 1971 Ford Torino Cobra Sports Roof.
Well, final year for this styling cycle. Become a different car for 1972, or 71. But anyway, 72. And this is a 429 car, the base 429, not the solid cam monster. This is the more gentle one with 360 horsepower, the C-Code engine. Automatic C6 with 325 rear axle.
Fairlane name was gone by now. Torino was pretty much the only way to go when you were going to get this size vehicle. And I think in 1971, Michael, unless I'm mistaken, I think Ford actually pulled out of NASCAR racing that year. So this wasn't a NASCAR racer. They were still racing the 69 Torino that was doing, well, moderately well on the big tracks.
I like the hood. Has a scoop on it. Doesn't do anything. Of course, the shaker was a possibility. Not seen here. It's just an ornament, but it gives an aggressive look to the nose of this car.
$60,000 it goes to a new home. Yeah, they didn't much race these. NASCAR allowed the teams to use earlier body styles for a period of 3 years after they were introduced, and those cars were more aerodynamic, so they survived on the super speedways. Tomorrow, 2 great lots for official Barrett-Jackson charities. Ford will present this, just introduced at the Detroit Auto Show, Dark Horse SC Track Pack VIN 001, benefiting Breakthrough T1D, that's type 1 diabetes. Not to be outdone, Chevrolet will present this VIN number 1 of the ZR1X Stars and Steels Limited Edition, benefiting the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Which will draw more, Chevy versus Ford? It's an ages-long battle between those two great manufacturers, and it will include those two charity lots here tomorrow. Here's a 1970 Plymouth Cuda All-American Racers Limited Build.
Tell you what, anytime we can talk about Dan Gurney, it's a good day, and we've had several opportunities. We had multiple AAR Cudas going across the block, and for those who don't really remember Dan Gurney besides his results, yeah, you know, he was the guy, the first American to drive his own car and win a Formula One race. You know, he never won the Indy 500, but his cars did, and more importantly, so many of the technical achievements that he made were used by other racers to win races. You know, he is truly one of the great American race car designers and engineers, in addition to being a really, really nice guy.
This has a 346 barrel engine with a special block with a TA lettering cast. It has a thicker web so it can be converted for 4-bolt mains. Not that it had them from the factory, but it has the TA block, which is something special. It's in this car. It's a 4-speed with the pistol grip for the first time in 1970 with Chrysler products with 4-speed transmissions. 8 3/4 rear axle with 355 ratio.
You know, there's a lot of talk today about Shane Van Gisbergen, but Dan Gurney was the greatest NASCAR road racer ever. $71,000 for that AAR Cuda. We're going to stay in the Mopar lane with this 68 Dodge Charger Custom Coupe with a 440 V8.
This car was born with an H-code 383 4-barrel. That's okay. That was then. Now it has a 440 tall deck, big block, 10-to-1 compression, which is good for pump gas. Aluminum cylinder heads from Edelbrock, and has a Chrysler A833 4-speed transmission.
Yeah, all that sounds nice, but then it looks equally nice. Everything dressed up, everything, even the Brakemaster cylinder is shiny and gorgeous, or everything painted red. And then you can see the firewall's been customized as far as it all smoothed out, and even a line going across it as far as an accent to go into the inner fender wells with beautiful hood hinges as well. So those little details make a big difference.
Yeah, this was the next generation for this body. The first one going in 66, 67, and then, of course, for 1968. Got a little longer, a little bigger, but boy, I think it's a nice, sleek design.
And disc brakes have been added all the way around, Wheelwood goodies, 8 3/4 rear axle.
It was the same basic underpinnings, as I recall, in terms of this generation of Charger. Even though the body took a few styling changes between 67 and 68, the chassis underneath was pretty much the same, correct?
The B-body, yes. Yeah.
Maybe getting late, but still strong money in the house for the right cars. And this one's got $125,000 bid.
And that's where the hammer falls on that 68 Dodge Charger. One more Mopar before we leave the air, and it's a great one. A 2008 Dodge Viper SRT10.
This is the third generation of Dodge Viper and got a lot more refinements when it came out in 2003. The biggest one being an actual top that works, a convertible that seals up, windows that go up, and that made a world of difference. So it's still under the hood, V10, now with 500 horsepower and still a 6-speed manual.
Yeah, still very impressive. But once again, what the point you were making, I mean, this is the third generation of the Viper. They built it between, I think, 2008 and 2010. But when you compare it to the brute power of the original one that came out when they had that RT10, boy, this is so much more refined. I mean, I go back to the point. It actually has door handles.
This one has 25,000 miles on the clock, and the vehicle history report shows accident damage in 2010.
Well, it's very easy to get squirrely and something to go wrong with these Vipers because you have no traction control, no nannies to help you keep on the road. So there are quite a few that have gotten into something. I'd be surprised if it wasn't more that had an incident or a salvage title, or this one just a ding on the Carfax versus the clean title ones.
Yeah, the second to third power shift is a tough one, really. The tires break loose. It's easy to get squirreled and spin the car. I know. I did it once.
All right, there's a bidder on the floor. Ed is working an internet bidder. We're at $48,000, and the hammer falls. $48,000 is the winning bid for that Viper. The last car we'll see will be a '69 Chevy Camaro 427 Copo Recreation. Now, this is done as if it had been a central office production order, and it's been driven 3,600 miles since completion.
And those Copos were not based on super sports, thus no SS, but rather the bow tie at the front of the grille. The engine itself is a 427 with aluminum heads, a L89 engine, 427. What if?
You know, the Copo program wasn't created for racing. It was simply one of those things that they took on that way. The original concept with the Copo program was that, you know, things like taxis or police cars, they could order them special and get things from the factory that weren't quite going to be stock that they were going to need. And then a few dealers discovered, wait a minute, we could actually order some fun performance stuff this way. And the Copo program took a completely different direction. And now it became all about getting maximum power, building cars that the factory never intended to create.
Now, if this were a real Copo, probably another 0 on that number.
And that one will sell for $72,000 for that Copo Recreation. What a day. You know, Friday was amazing, but Saturday at Barrett-Jackson goes to the next level, and all 10 hours of live Saturday action will be on the History Channel beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. You'll want to be with us then. We have a great crew led by Bill and Diane Cavas, Pete Neal, Neil Sullivan, and Mark Amster. So for Stephen Yante, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and our incredible TV team, I'm Mike Joy. Thanks for riding along with us. We'll see you tomorrow on the History Channel.